Met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your flap. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing bottom line. Treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The NBA draft took place over the last 2 days, and while there was plenty of wheeling and dealing later on in the draft, especially by the reigning, defending, undisputed champions of the NBA, the New York Knicks, for the most part, the top of the draft went pretty much as expected, without any major surprises, as BYU wing A.J. Dybantsa went to the Wizards at 1, followed by Kansas guard Darryn Peterson to the Jazz at 2. And Duke forward Cameron Boozer to Memphis at 3. In an incredibly deep draft, lots of teams got a lot better. Errol Q, Speedy, and the crew break it all down tonight. And before we dial it up to 11 and check in on the final days in the group stage of the World Cup before the U.S. takes on Turkey tonight with a spot already secured in the knockout stage, the guys rehash and give their explosive takes on yesterday's disastrous doubleheaders, one of the worst perhaps in all of Mets history, on another all gas, no brakes, wheeling and dealing, hustling and out-muscling, live Thursday night episode of the hottest streaming sports show in the biz. This is New York's Sports Loudmouth.
The Mets lose their star player, they lose their star closer. The Mets are in a bad spot right now. I've never seen a Ranger team quit before the Olympics. We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that. What Jack Hughes did after getting his teeth knocked out and played every single shift, he got back in the game. I'm gonna fight him all. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. This kid is going to be the best defense. And I'm talking to myself at night.
New York sports loudmouth.
My inhibitions are gone. I had to do it the hard way. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to a new show of the New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Harold Marks. My co-hosts, he's back, ladies and gentlemen. He calls himself the Distinguished Gentleman. I would say his name is Q, Mr. Quentin Copels.
What's going on?
And Mr. Dickie Braggs.
What up?
And the one we call Speedy. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. You just heard him. On the back end, Mr. PR man himself, Nithin Ramantandra, as we all like. It like moves off the tongue. I think it just rolls off the tongue. So Nithin's in the back end. Pause. And we got our wonderful new interns who have been sensational since they've been on. We got Jameson. We got Joshua. And we're going to have all of them. They're all going to be joining us tonight. So we're very happy, very excited to have them on the show. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And I want to say something. So I'm a piercing guy. I don't have piercings in weird places. I have 2 piercings in my earlobes and on the top of my ear. I have 1 piercing. And over the last couple of days, it's been irritated. And this big, huge bump was growing on the back of my ear. So I went to the piercing place last night. I waited for almost 2 hours to be told that I should have taken this earring out years ago. So I've been leaving it in my ear because they said, hey, it's not, if it doesn't get irritated, just leave it. Well, it was a bad idea. Now I have this like huge bump on the back with, I don't know what's in it. And I'm trying to figure it out. I got to schedule an appointment with my doctor. It's a pain in the ass. It's been giving me headaches all day. I've been popping Tylenols like chewables. So yeah, that's my day, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm sure everybody had a better day than I have. And a lot going on in everybody's life. I'm sure with Quentin coming back from his 36th birthday, by the way, pause. Being 36 years old is something new. I haven't been 36 8 years ago.
A long time. You've been, it's been a while.
Ago. It was 8 years ago when I was 36. So it's been a long time.
I remember it like I was yesterday.
Well, were you yesterday? I mean,
like it was yesterday. Sorry.
Oh, there you go. I was trying to throw that. But anyways,
I thought the earring story was going to be an unk joke, but it might be
something to be true.
It is absolutely true. I have this it's like a huge bubble on the back of my ear.
Let's see it.
I don't want to show it.
Instead of going to a tattoo parlor, maybe we should go to a doctor.
It's weird.
I went over there because I had to get the earring out because they're like one of those earrings that don't come out. They lock into your ear. So I had to go over there. It wasn't a good idea. And Brittany was telling me most people would know that you take out the earring every single day, clean it. But me, I didn't because the people over there told me. I didn't say doctor, but the people over there told me at the time years ago, said, if it doesn't irritate you, wear it. You don't need to take it off.
So you wore an earring for multiple years. Never taken it.
Multiple years on the top of my ear. Multiple years.
So you might not have an earring.
I've never had irritation. I've never had this kind of irritation. And unfortunately now it's like a bubble. And I'm hoping that it will heal itself, and I hope it doesn't get infected, but we'll see. I might go to the doctor next week. I'll give it
at home cauliflower ear kit.
Yeah.
No, I don't have cauliflower ear. For all the years that I grappled, I wrestled, I fought mixed martial arts, I've never gotten cauliflower ear, and I protected my ears very, very well.
Just means you wore your headgear.
I wore my headgear, and even when you box, you got to protect your ears. Because if you get hit in certain parts of your ear, cartilage, and it creates cauliflower ears. So I protected my ears over the years. And mainly the reason and how I did that was make sure if I'm boxing, I'm fighting inside. I don't fight on the outside. None of this jabbing. I get inside, throw body shots, use kicks, all that other stuff, and wrestle. Get you on the ground and make sure that I'm on top. Pause.
Whoa,
Not
hey,
on the
yo.
bottom. Pause. Anyways.
Fun fact, it only takes 8 pounds of pressure to rip off an ear.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the New York Sports Loudmouth, the only sports host, that would be me, that tells you the truth. I don't know if I tell you the truth, but sometimes I tell you the truth. Even if your favorite team blocks me on social media tomorrow. Can we all just appreciate something? The Knicks are champions, and Boston fans have become part-time weather reporters. It's going to rain today. No Q. Those are your tears. I love it. For years, Boston fans told us, count the rings. Count the rings. Now they're counting draft picks and wondering where Giannis went. Turns out he looked at Boston and said, nah, I'd rather have sunscreen. That's going to hurt, ladies and gentlemen. Miami got the one we call Giannis. The Knicks got a championship. Boston got a support group. And speaking of support groups, can someone check out the Met fans? Good Lord. The Mets got swept in a doubleheader by the Cubs, committed a pile of errors, and can't catch the baseball, can't throw the baseball. And at this point, I think Citi Field should start charging admission to comedy clubs instead of a baseball game. I've seen shopping carts with better wheels than the baseball team. Every inning is like watching someone try to assemble IKEA furniture without the instruction. Where does this go? I don't know. Throw it in the center field. Meanwhile, the Yankees just keep winning. Yes, they do. Aaron Judge hits a baseball so hard, they need TSA clearance before the land. But guess what? He's not playing, ladies and gentlemen. So why even talk about him? Paul Goldschmidt suddenly remembered he is still Paul Goldschmidt. Yankee fans are relaxed, which is weird because Yankee fans usually complain after winning an 8-2 game. We should have won by 10. You people need therapy. I say that all the time by Yankee fans. Then we had the NBA draft, which we're going to get into in just a few moments. Every fan suddenly became an expert. Oh, the kid swingman. 7'3", buddy. You failed geometry twice. Relax. The Knicks don't even have a panic anymore. Leon Rose walks into the draft like he's shopping at Costco. I'll take one bench player, maybe a shooter. If not, we've got a championship parade to get back to. Meanwhile, ESPN, every show is the same. Who's demanding a trade next? Nobody. It's June. Can we just let people unpack their suitcases first? I swear it's somebody sneezing. Breaking news, as Nathan always says, this could impact LeBron's legacy. No, it's allergies. Calm down. And social media, oh my God, everybody suddenly has sources. Everybody has sources. My cousin's barber Uber driver says, stop. You're the biggest source in Wikipedia. Half these insiders couldn't predict tomorrow's lunch special. And can we give some love to Jaylen Brunson? Remember everybody who said he's too small? Too small? That's a little guy climbing an NBA mountain while 7 footers were asking for directions. Now everybody wants to build their team like the Knicks now. Funny how winning changes opinions. 6 months ago, everybody said the Knicks are cute. No, it is. We've always respected New York. No, you didn't. I have receipts. As we all know, our Bambi Rosales said, some of you deleted tweets faster than the Celtics deleted championship hopes. And before we get started, can we just stop starting with all these athletes becoming the next Michael Jordan? No, Jordan's one of a kind. He's only one, just like there's one New York pizza. Everything else is just bread with confidence. We got a loaded show tonight. We're talking Knicks, NBA, NFL, baseball, and the biggest stories, the dumbest hot takes. And yes, Boston is still catching strays because championship fade, but trolling Boston, that's forever. That's my take tonight, guys, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of takes, I've got a special guest that's going to be joining us at 8:20. We will be talking to father of Giants running back Cam Scataboo. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking to Leonard Scataboo. We're going to talk about right now his co-founding company, Trifecta Home Services. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Cam Scataboo, the offseason, his training, getting healthy again, and getting ready for the new NFL season. I know Fish is probably having a lot of fun in you-know-where. I'm not going to say because we have kids watching the show. So I'm going to calm down right now, and I'm going to get into the NBA draft recap because a lot to get into for that. The top 4 picks of the 2026 NBA draft went as expected, with the Wizards drafting A.J. Dybantsa, number 1. The Jazz drafting Darryn Peterson. And number 3, my guy, the Grizzlies draft Cam Boozer. And the Bulls draft Caleb Wilson at number 4. The Thunder also splashed, and I mean splashed, with a couple of first-round picks, drafting Ademara. And at number 12, Bennett Stearns at number 16. The Hawks also had multiple first-round picks, taking Kingston Flemings at number 8 and St. John's, how do I pronounce it?
Zuby Ejiofor.
Zuby Ejiofor at number 23. I remember Zuby in the tournament, especially against Duke, when Duke completely shut him down in the second half. The big shock came at number 6 when the Brooklyn Nets, after being rumored to possibly drafting Darius Acuff, drafted Mikel Brown Jr. instead, while Acuff went to the Kings at number 7. Brown dealt with multiple back issues the last few years at Louisville, and many scouts believe he had worse injury concerns than Darryn Peterson did. The Knicks traded back several times in order to accumulate 5 second-round picks and a cash consideration, and drafting German guard Jack Cahill at number 39 and Vanderbilt guard Tyler Nickel at number 53. I'll get into the Knicks first because I know a lot of Knicks fans are wondering who these guys are. Tyler Nickel is the pick. Even though he was picked at number 53, Jack Cahill, right? Am I pronouncing it right? Yeah. I read a little bit about him. He's a foreign player. He's a work in progress. He might not even be on the team. He might be in the G League before the season even starts. So I don't think he's going to be a part of the Knicks and their roster. But Tyler Nickel is a guy that can shoot. He really has one of the fastest releases in this draft. He's got a great three-point shot. He shot over almost 40% in college for Vanderbilt. He's a great, great shooter. The Knicks need to spread out that offense. They need a shooter. They went after one of the better shooters in this draft. He did fall into the second round. Everybody expected him to be a mid-second round draft pick. He fell a lot farther than anybody thought he was. But this is a kid that his father is from Long Island. He grew up and obviously in different places over the years, but his father is from Long Island. He has New York roots. This is a team that he loved growing up. And anything you know about Tyler Nickel is he's just excited to go and play for the New York Knicks, a team that just won a championship, a team that just had a parade, and a team that has a superstar named Jaylen Brown. So if you're a Knicks fan, you might not know enough about Tyler Nickel. But I will tell you this. Will he be a part of this rotation this year? Probably not. You might see him a little bit, but he's not going to be a part of this rotation. They're going to keep as much as they possibly can. They traded out at 24, and they moved down in the first round. They tried to accumulate second-round draft picks. This is what Leon Rose likes to do and World Wide West likes to do. They wanted to save that money because they're going to pay Jose Alvarado. They plan to give Mitchell Robinson an extension, and they want to keep Landry Shamet. They want to keep this team intact to make another run next year. It makes a lot of sense why Leon Rose decided to do that, even though I thought there were a lot of players still on the board. Core Pete was one of them that I thought could fit the New York Knicks in their rotation. And again, there's a lot of pieces to this puzzle. You don't win championships overnight. I think Boston thinks they do, and I think Boston's probably dreaming about Giannis, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But here's the facts. If you're a New York Knicks fan, are you happy about this draft? No. This isn't a draft that's going to be a splash. Can Tyler Nickel be a piece to the puzzle in the future? Could he be a big shooter for the Knicks? Absolutely. We have seen second-round draft picks come and go. But we've seen second-round draft picks that have achieved very good roles on this New York Knicks team. Mitchell Robinson has been with the New York Knicks since 2017, 2018. He has the longest stay with the New York Knicks. He was a second-round draft pick because of what happened in college. He played overseas one year, and then he was drafted. He fell out of the first round because of perhaps his attitude. But you see, Tyler Nickel doesn't have an attitude. He played for Vanderbilt. He was a part of that sensational shooting team all season long. Speedy had him in the Final Four. And Tyler Nickel was one of the reasons why. He averaged 14 points a game. He was the best shooter on the team. And you need a shooter. You need those kind of shooters that could spread out at the top of the perimeter. This guy can do that. And again, if you're a Knicks fan, this is not something that you're going to be praising Leon Rose for. But again, we don't know what Tyler Nickel is going to be. We don't know who Jack Keel is going to be. They both could be very good players on this roster for many, many years to come. Now I'm going to go to the Brooklyn Nets. Oh, my God. You sit there and you're wondering in your head what Brooklyn was thinking. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what Marks is thinking, but I can tell you this. Marks is going to be looking for a new job at the end of this season because there's no way in hell, as good as Mikael Brown Jr. is, and he has a nice family. His father's very well known, played a lot of college ball, college hoops. His mother's pretty. We understand what he's gone through with his back injuries. Michael Porter Jr., who was a part of the Mets roster, has had back issues when he was coming through the draft. Guy was supposed to be a top 5 pick. He fell because of it. But Mikael Brown is another guy that a lot of people thought was going to fall because of his back injuries. He didn't. Instead, he goes to the Brooklyn Nets at number 6. And the guy that they should have drafted, the guy that a lot of people wanted, and some people were questioning if maybe Cam Boozer falls or Caleb Wilson. This guy, Darius Acuff, could be the best offensive option in this draft in his first year. He's going to Sacramento. Sacramento finds these point guards. We've seen it. One of them is Tyrese Haliburton. We know where he is now. He took his team all the way to the finals to a Game 7 before he tore his Achilles. But this guy is a superstar. He didn't work in Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox, another superstar player, playing for Kentucky, playing at a high level with the Kentucky Wildcats. He gets drafted. He gets drafted by Sacramento. He's now with the San Antonio Spurs. Could be somewhere else in the long run. Point guards do not last in Sacramento. Sabonis is not going to be there. There's a lot of thought that one of the teams that are very interested in Sabonis now is Boston. And then we'll get into the LaMelo Ball thing because that was an interesting move by the Timberwolves yesterday, or actually early this morning. But Darius Acuff, to me, is an explosive player. And anybody is sitting here today that doesn't know who he is, watch some Arkansas clips. He comes from a guy that understands the NBA game. He is obviously, if you've seen what he's done with Kentucky, and you see what he's done over the years when it comes to NBA star players, Karl Anthony Towns, we could go on, Cousins, John Wall, every one of it. I can name bunches of players that came from Kentucky. John Calipari knows talent. He knows talent. And Darius Acuff, anybody that heard John Calipari talk about Darius Acuff said that he's one of the best point guards he's ever coached. And that's crazy because he coached Derrick Rose in Memphis. Think about that. John Wall. We could go off the point guards. De'Aaron Fox. These guys. He's saying that Darius Acuff could be the best point guard he's ever coached. So we already know what Darius Acuff could be in the NBA. He could be a 30-point scorer. Why wouldn't the Brooklyn Nets make that move, set their team apart from everybody else, and maybe in the Eastern Conference? We talk about Jalen Brunson. You can argue that Darius Acuff in 2 or 3 years could be the best point guard in the Eastern Conference. But no, he goes to the Western Conference. And to me, the team that made the biggest splash, the team that I think made themselves much, much better is a team that always has a bag of riches, and that is the OKC Thunder. I was shocked that Ade Mara fell to him at number 12. I definitely thought he was the best big man in this draft. He's got the ability to shoot. He's a good rebounder. He's a good defender. He's big. He's long. He's agile. This guy could play at such a high level. And now you put him with Chet. Now, Chet, if he doesn't work out next year and Chet doesn't play well in the playoffs next year, they're going to move him. Ademara will be the guy. He will be the center of this team. They're going to move Chet to the 4. Now they're even more scarier because they have a great back end with the point guards, the shooters that they have, and now their front end guys. Really, your 4 and your 5. You have Chet as your 4 and Ademara as your 5. It's sick. And then they added Bennett Stearns, who a lot of people thought was a lottery pick, a top 10 pick. That's how good he is. They said he was the best passer in this draft and one of the better offensive guards in this draft. And he fell to them at number 16. Bag of witches. I said bag of witches. Bag of riches. It is a bag of witches. And by the way, Stephen A. Smith recently said, no matter what San Antonio does, no matter what team does what they do in the Western Conference, that OKC, if they make 1 or 2 moves in this draft, they are the favorite to come out of the Western Conference. Now they added Mara and Stearns. It's almost a foregone conclusion. And I know what everybody's going to say. Look what San Antonio did, and we'll get into what San Antonio did. They added a big man. Great for them. He is not a Ademara. And they don't have any guy in this year's draft that is as good as Bennett Stearns. Everybody thought that AJ Dybantsa was going 1. I don't think it was a surprise. I want to give a shout out to Q because he thought that Utah was going to find a way to draft and move up to the Wizards. No way in hell that was ever going to happen. I said it to everybody. There was no way no way in hell the Wizards were going to trade down no matter what Utah was going to give them. No way. Because in everybody's mind, this guy is the most athletic, the most gifted athlete to come out of the draft since LeBron James. That's what they're saying. He's gifted. Kenny Smith said he's watched him play youth basketball. He's been coaching for years. He's seen AJ Dybantsa on the court, and he said that this kid is special. Special. Comes from a good family. His father is his agent. His sister is his other agent. I mean, his whole family is his damn agent. He doesn't need an agent. And again, I'm not surprised that the Jazz drafted Darryn Peterson. Why? Because it's Danny friggin' Ainge. This is what Danny Ainge does. He brings in guys that are athletically gifted, probably the best athlete in the draft. Jaylen Brown is one of them. Jason Tatum's another one. A lot of people question both those draft picks on where they drafted them. Jaylen Brown was the 3rd pick, if I'm not mistaken.
They both were the 3rd pick.
They were both 3rd picks. I thought Jason Tatum was the 4th pick, but nevertheless, he was the 3rd pick. Jason Tatum was looked in that draft as probably the 6th or 7th pick. He went to the Boston Celtics at number 3. Now, I will say this about Danny Ainge. He has a knack for finding talent. There's no question that he does. Danny Ainge is a smart man. He knows how to rob people. He knows how to take from people. But there was no way in hell Utah and Danny Ainge was going to steal AJ Dybantsa away from the Wizards. Not a chance in hell. I know Dybantsa is from the Utah area. I understand that he's very close with the owner of the Utah Jazz. Great for him. Does anybody know that Dwayne Wade is one of the owners over there? I mean, does that mean anything? It really doesn't. Does that mean that, I don't know, LeBron James is going to Utah because, hey, Dwayne Wade is over there? Come on, guys. It doesn't mean anything. But Darryn Peterson could be the best player in this class. He really could. The athletically gifted player that he is, offensively sound, shoots, get inside, dominate inside, can ball handle. He could be a point guard. He could be a 2. He could be a 3. He's very long. Special. One of the more talented players to come out of this draft in 20 years. But the guy that I think is the steal of the draft, and a lot of people believe the Grizzlies won in this draft, is Cameron Boozer. And I don't care what anybody says, and I will come back to this 3 years from now, no matter where we are, what network we're on, and I'm going to say, I told you so. Because I believe Cameron Boozer is the best player in this class. He has everything that you want a big to have. He's going to play the 4 over there. Zach Edey will be the 5. He will be the 4. Less pressure off of him. This guy can pass. He's a great passer. He can shoot. He can shoot the 3. Shot the 3 37% throughout the season. The guy can shoot free throws. He's not a bad free throw shooter. I think he was a 79% free throw shooter with Duke. He's got everything, and he can play defense at multiple positions. He's a good defender. He's not an excellent defender. He's good. When we talk about Nikola Jokic, there were questions about his defense. Nobody's going to question Cameron Boozer, his work ethic, and what he does on the basketball court. The question is, how is it going to work with Ja Morant? Ja Morant needs the ball in his hands. Does this help Ja Morant's career now that he has a go-to guy, a guy that can go to the hole, dominate inside the paint, do things that they haven't had over the years with Ja Morant? Ja Morant has been the go-to guy and really has fallen off. As we all know, they've traded away pieces because of it. But Cameron Boozer is special. And everybody, all the experts said the fact that the Grizzlies had Cameron Boozer and he fell, and by the way, now I've heard he dropped 18 pounds. And I said that. Cameron Boozer needs to lose a little bit of weight and put on some muscle. He's doing that this offseason. He started dieting. He has a chef. And now he's with an organization that's going to pay for all that and it's going to put him in the right position. It's a slam dunk for this kid. He is going to be very, very special with the Grizzlies. I question the Grizzlies and how they're going to coach him and put him in the right position to succeed because we've seen a lot of stars go there and a lot of stars go other places. He's not the kind of guy that's going to jump ship. And then the Bulls. Caleb Wilson, to me, is so very interesting because what I've heard about him, he's probably the nicest guy out of all the four guys that were drafted in the top four. He's from the Atlanta area. He's given tons and tons of time to the kids. He hasn't even made any money, really, except NIL deals. He's giving to the basketball community over there in Atlanta. Special, special kid. And a lot of people believe that if North Carolina had him, Hubert Davis wouldn't have been fired. That maybe North Carolina wins a national championship. Maybe North Carolina is in the Final Four. But after what he did to his thumb before the tournament, he missed the whole tournament. But he even said, to the grace of God, I'm here. It doesn't matter where I'm drafted. I'm going to an organization that wants me, and I'm going to play my heart out. And that's what you want to hear from your superstar. And what I've heard about Caleb Wilson is he goes out there and plays at 110% every single night. He jumps high. He's so athletically gifted. He can pass. He needs to work on his defense. That is something that they said, but you can work on that in the NBA. He can shoot. He's probably, out of all four guys, the best shooter out of all four guys. Some people say he might be the best shooter in this class. He is a special player, Speedy.
Yep. Caleb Wilson was always somebody that had enough athletic gifts that you just need to develop some of the other raw traits. And I think later on in the season before his injury, you really start to get that into full form because North Carolina obviously was a team that played in a tough ACC and it took a little while for him to get going. But once he got going, he looked like he could have been not Cam Boozer like level, but not far behind that for that kind of thing. And now the scouts are saying that if the athletic traits or if the injuries were there, still the athletic traits would drop him in the draft, but since they weren't, there was no brainer he was going to go there. And you're right, he's a good shooter. He's a little raw in some other areas, but definitely the athletic guy that they need at that level. But you're right, I don't think he's as good as Boozer either.
How about the North Carolina area? Look at all the guys that they've drafted. Michael Jordan, North Carolina. White, North Carolina. They've drafted. The Bulls for years have always drafted North Carolina guys. White was a good player. He's a good player. Yeah. He's not a superstar player. What Caleb Wilson could be, he could be the superstar player they've been waiting for since Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose, he had knee injuries, he had knee problems, and Tom Thibodeau wore him to the ground. He wore him out. And a lot of those players, all those good Chicago Bulls teams, they never got over the hump because they had to deal with LeBron James and the Miami Heat. But I will say this, Caleb Wilson in the Eastern Conference, if he develops into the player he is, the Eastern Conference is so wide open right now. We don't know where Jaylen Brown is going if he does get traded. I think the Celtics need to hold on to him. I think they need to make amends with him and do whatever they can to keep him there because to me, they don't stand a chance with the teams up top right now. And I'm questioning what Charlotte did, but we'll get into that a little bit later. But Speedy, Caleb Wilson could dominate the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, Caleb Wilson definitely has the chance to be able to get high volume opportunities too, because that team is very young all at once. We talked about it a couple months ago. They purged everything at the trade deadline, so they know they're always trying to rebuild it all at once. And now they bring in a coach in Tiago Splitter that was a good defensive big man with the Spurs, knows that kind of thing, could help him even improve his defensive game even more. Now, I wasn't crazy about their second round pick with Swain. I think he has a little more things to be polished with, but a lot of those other teams, you were talking about it, with the Thunder and with the Hawks, did very well with their two draft picks in the first round. I like the fit for Ejiofor. There's a little bit of questions with his overall game, but I think Atlanta doesn't need a player like that. I think against the Knicks, they didn't really have a great raw 4 because Okongwu was trying to be a 5 and with 4 skills, and they tried to move him around. So I like that fit. And then Kingston Flemings, which I know you like too. He goes to a system where he could play really good defensively too, and then McCollum can help develop his offensive game. So I think they can ease him in as well. But like you said, the Thunder, oh my God.
And everybody keeps talking about San Antonio. I will say this, Taris Reed, in addition of a 6'11" guy, a center that's going to help Wembanyama, they needed it against the Knicks. Yep. They needed him against the Knicks. Now, I don't know who and what Taris Reed's going to be. I thought he was a second-round talent. He was a second-round grade. So was Caravan, who went to, I think he was traded to Sacramento. Yeah. So, interesting move over there. They added some guard play. So I'm interested to see what Sacramento is going to do with Caravan and now Acuff. And then now they have their center and they have their point really filled out. What are they going to do with Sabonis? That's the question. I think that's where the Celtics need to go. They need to put all their eggs in that basket. Whatever they do, don't trade Jaylen Brown. Do whatever it takes to get Sabonis there. If you get Sabonis there, then you're in competition with Miami. You're in competition with the Knicks. You're going to be considered one of the top teams in the Eastern Conference. Because right now, there's a lot of questions to the Celtics and what they did. Their draft was okay. I mean, it's not a bad draft, but are you going to trust in rookies? Are you going to bet on rookies to take you over the wall? And it's a wall right now because Miami got better with Giannis. The Knicks are going to stay pat. They're the same team as they were last year. They're keeping Mitchell Robinson. It looks like they're keeping Landry Shamet. It looks like they're keeping everybody intact over there to make another run. So what does the Celtics do? That's the question, Q.
They continue being the Boston Celtics. They have been consistently winning year in and year out. And yes, obviously we do need a center. Kata is developing, probably not developing as fast as we would like him to be in regards to getting us over the edge in the hump. But if you go back and look at last year, I know we give all the credit to Jaylen Brown, but if you look at the rookies that stepped up, that was a huge impact in regards to the reason why they was able to obtain the second seed. Obviously, him scoring at a high level, has his part, but don't look at the other players who was contributing and actually getting the ball, getting the job done. So at the end of the day, the Boston Celtics just need to kind of find a postman. We don't know what the Jaylen Brown situation will pan out to be. I don't think that impacts our game. I know everybody thinks that, without Jaylen Brown, we're non-contenders, but we've developed some guys over the last year or two to be some strong impact players within the game. Obviously, Payne Pitcher becoming the 6th man of the year, you can't just say that he's a bum or he's a scrub. And then the kid Hugo showed tremendous growth last year when you look at the game. And again, Kata is an athletic big. He still has some work to do. He kind of has that body where he can't get his feet under him, and he gets pushed out a lot and whatnot in regards to on the court. But he's trying to figure it out, and I think he's going to be good. Jordan Walsh stepped up last year, was a hell of a defender, and kind of took on that primary defender role. I know everybody likes to give Jaylen Brown the credit, but he kind of was the guy last year who stepped up and took the primary defensive roles and assignment. So I don't think the Boston Celtics has too many issues outside of what they can do at the center role, and I feel like Brad Stevens and all of them will put that team together and obtain a center. As far as the draft, though, they pretty stay consistent. I don't think they did anything tremendous or anything that jumps off the board. They pretty much have a team set. They're kind of like New York with the Knicks. Like the team is pretty much already set. The draft picks don't really matter. They're not looking for guys to come in and be impactful at all. If they do, that's a plus, but it ain't necessarily a thing that they're looking forward to. The draft is kind of just filling roster spots at that point and seeing if you could develop something to contribute to another championship run. But overall, we get Jason Tatum back. He would be back healthy next year. Obviously, he came back and showed tremendous growth and recovery in regards to him tearing his Achilles. He did an excellent job before he sat out the last game, and then we lost in that what was that game 6-7. So yeah, I think we're good. But Caleb Wilson, it's Caleb Wilson. Yeah, Caleb Wilson is gonna be I think he's the second most impact player in regards to this draft. I think AJ is going to be the guy that's probably going to be Rookie of the Year and receive all the awards. But I think Caleb Wilson over there with the Chicago Bulls has the most upside. You know, he has Anthony Simmons, which is a two guard who's a shooting guard, and they got Colin Sexton as the point. And those two guys free him up to do exactly what he needs to do. They also got like a forward. I can't think of his name right now, but they also got a forward. And so Caleb Wilson, to me, is like the second one with the most upside. I think AJ goes in and he racks up all the awards this year. Obviously, with Trae Young and Anthony Davis, he definitely is freed up. I know everybody's talking about him not being able to actually shoot the three, but when you got Trae Young and then AD been hurt, but if you go back and look over his career, he's been able to actually shoot the three as well. So he stretches the floor out and allow him to be the athletic, dominant force that he is. But the kid can actually shoot. I don't know why, his numbers and percentage isn't that crazy that way. But a trajectory upward. But he plays very well that he can actually hit that three-point shot. So it's not like you can just leave him go.
I got a question for you. Now, because you said the Celtics don't really need to do anything. They don't need to do nothing. Which I completely disagree with you. If they move Jaylen Brown, you're going to tell me they're a contender? Who are they going to get for Jaylen Brown? To me right now, they're reaching. They're reaching if they move Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown right now is the best asset right now in the NBA this offseason. Not LeBron James, Jaylen Brown. Because whoever gets Jaylen Brown automatically becomes a playoff team. Automatically.
That's the thing. That's the not. He wants to be somewhere where he's the number one guy, and we've seen that him being the number one guy doesn't get you to.
He was a top 5 player last year. You're going to sit here and tell me that Jaylen Brown is not important to the Boston Celtics?
He's important, but he's not the number one guy, and that's been his biggest issue now because he's not nowhere near the number one guy.
That's what you don't get.
So we saw what happened when Jason Tatum came back. All right, so we don't want to acknowledge that part, but you don't understand that when you
he's not.
He is. When you have somebody that everybody is building up to be able to stop, and you have the freedom to roam and do what you do and get off your bag. That doesn't make you the best player. It's the Kyrie and LeBron James. Everybody's giving up to stop LeBron James, and then when Kyrie get off, it's like, oh, he could be a number one. Then you see what happened when he become the number one. Then you're like, oh, the grass ain't always greener. We haven't seen that type of Kyrie since he left LeBron.
Let's speak about Achilles tears that we've seen in the NBA by superstars. Has Kevin Durant been the same player?
Yes.
No, he hasn't. No, he is not. Klay Thompson
has 38 now, but he's still
been the same player. No.
Klay Thompson?
How about Kobe Bryant? Remember Kobe Bryant when he tore his Achilles? Was he the same player? No.
Kobe Bryant.
He is not the same player. He's not going to be. Jaylen Brown, who actually he doesn't get bad injuries. He gets small injuries, hamstring, ankle injuries, toe injuries. This guy's not having a major injury. This guy
damn near average a triple-double.
They're worried about Tyrese Haliburton being the same player after he tore his Achilles.
He's not no player. He's not a contender. He just beat the Knicks. That's it. Nobody's like, oh, yeah, Tyler Haliburton is the top 5 player in the game. He never that. Well, he just beat the Knicks. He had a good time. He had a good run.
Tyrese Haliburton?
And then got blown out in the finals. He had a good run.
They went to a game 7. If Tyrese Haliburton doesn't tear his Achilles, they win that game. What are you, nuts?
Of course they get.
They were up when Tyrese Haliburton got hurt. They were up.
OKC was going to win this game from the beginning.
They were up before Tyrese Haliburton tore his Achilles. Cool. When he went out, everything happened. OKC started picking up the game. SGA took over the game. You're wrong about that. And Tyrese Haliburton, there's a lot of questions about Tyrese Haliburton. You're going to sit here and tell me that Jaylen Brown is not important if they decide to move him? What are you, nuts?
I'm telling you
losing it.
I'm saying
you are losing.
No, you are losing it because you don't watch the game. You listen to these talking heads, and then you come back and agree back.
Where's Bill Murray?
That's the problem.
Where's that?
You guys sit here and say that Jaylen Brown is the number one option. You just said that. You said he was the number one option.
That's what it is.
Nobody.
Nuts.
Jason Tatum has never been in the trading discussion. Nobody in basketball. He's made first team All NBA. Even off coming off an MVP year, he was still second team. No. This is Jason Tatum I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Jaylen Brown.
I think that's the important thing, though. With Jaylen Brown being like shopped around, the trade that made sense for them was Giannis, right? So if you could get Giannis on your team, Jaylen Brown, you should make that trade. Now that Giannis is not available, you need to send a bouquet of flowers over to Jaylen Brown's house. You need to go over there and make up with him so that the chemistry doesn't suck next year. Because if he's unhappy, you have no shot of winning anything. That's any other trade package that could possibly be available right now is not going to be worth the Jaylen Brown.
No, but here's the thing. That's the difference between us and New York and everybody else. When it comes down to the Boston, there's already a system. There's understanding there, okay? Guess what? This is the first time Jaylen Brown has been in trade talks. All right, he's been marketed before. So what I'm trying to tell you is it's not going to be, he has no chemistry and nothing like that. It is what it is. He shows up and he plays. It's the Boston way. This is the reason why we have 18.
I think he's more unhappy.
We understand how to play basketball. It wouldn't hurt. It's Giannis. It's a trade for a trade. He understands that his value is less than Giannis. So why would you be mad about that? It's a trade for a trade. It's not like he's saying,
I don't mean the Giannis trade. The Giannis trade makes sense. I think if they pull off a trade next, he's going to be more upset.
It has to make sense.
Any other next level trade that they talk about is not going to be of good value for Jaylen Brown.
I disagree. I think if we get Mobley, if we get a lively
Mobley for Jaylen Brown is crazy. If that trade happens.
But see, that's what I'm saying. You guys look at the one-on-one matchups, or you look at we're in a system. So therefore, we have average guys. I get it. It sounds crazy. All right, it sounds crazy until we do it. It sounds crazy until we do it. That's the problem. That's
Evan Mobley for Jaylen Brown. Oh my God! Please make that trade. Please make that trade.
It'd be great. He'll go to Cleveland. He'll go to Cleveland and realize the grass ain't greener over there, and we will have success in Boston like we do year in, year out. Even when we don't have it.
Even when we don't have Evan Mobley, are you nuts? You think Evan Mobley
he wasn't playing with us? There's a difference. There's way big difference.
Oh, it's a difference.
A big difference. We had the coach of the year over there. You realize that? Do you realize that? You have 18 banners hanging up over there. Do you realize
that? Back mountain of Jason Tatum. What are you nuts? You heard it.
What? No, I didn't.
Not even
on that one.
A broke back mountain of Jason Tatum. What is that?
Yeah, that's right. That's what he is. That's what he's going to be broke, and he's going to be backed, and he's going to be back in the tabloids as the next guy that one leg's bigger than the other, one leg's bigger than the other. That's what he says. That's what he said at the end of the season. That's what Jason Tatum said.
Did you realize what he did with the few games he came back? I don't think you paying attention to the game. You talking about
disappears in the playoffs.
You
can honestly, as an objective fan of the Celtics, say that you want a Mobley for Jaylen Brown trade.
I didn't say I want it. I said there's options out there.
Who? I want to hear the option. Give me an option. I want to hear.
Huh?
I want to hear your option. Give me one.
No, I said options out there. I don't know what they're doing.
That's right. You don't know what they're doing. They're not doing anything.
If they make a trade, it's going to be packaged around future draft capital. It has to, because there's no player that is going to be available that's going to make them viable contender for next year with that other than Jaylen Brown.
Exactly.
There's no player. There's no package that they're going to get that's going to make them a contender for next year. It's going to be draft capital for future years. And then you're basically banking next season. You're giving it up for next season. You'll be lucky to get the play in.
Let's get this. All right. We don't do play-ins. That's not a Boston thing, okay?
Yeah. All right. Famous last words. Write it down. Remember it. Take a picture.
We don't do play-ins. We had the worst. You remember this was a transition season? Y'all remember that part where this was a transition season? And we were supposed to be, a growing pains this year. That's not what we do in Boston. So that's what I'm trying to tell you guys or whatever.
So you want me to tell you what I think? I think you're
no. I'm tired of hearing what you say.
I think you lost it. I think you're in La La Land, banana land, like Jeff says. You're in some kind of land because the land of I don't know where I am, and you're disappearing as we speak. Everything that comes out of your mouth is making you become Harry Potter.
So hear me out. You think the team that Jaylen Brown just put on his back to get them to the second seed, that Jason Tatum can't do that?
No.
So you're telling me that you're going to trade your healthy.
You guys hate Jason Tatum.
No,
You
I
guys
don't
see
hate
that
Jason. I
people in
love
7
Jason.
games.
I love him.
Say it again.
You're going
Go
to
ahead.
trade your healthiest, best player now to the team that beat you in 7
No,
games.
no,
So
Jason
what? You're
Tatum
going
is
to
healthy.
by them next year?
Jason Tatum is healthy. He's not the healthiest.
No. He's not healthier
He
than
is
Jaylen
not
Brown right
healthy.
now today.
He's not healthy. Okay.
He is healthy.
Did you hear what he said at media after they lost against the 76ers? Did you hear what he said?
Yeah,
He said, I'll quote it, and you can go and watch it. He says, I feel like one leg is bigger than the other. What does that tell you? It
that
means
that
I'm not healthy.
Okay.
I'm not healthy.
No. That
That's
means
what he's
that
saying.
you went from training and rehabbing to a full-on playoff game, elimination. That's what he said. Like that's what he
was saying.
That's
So
what
you know
he
what he's
said.
thinking. You know what he's thinking.
No. As a player, I understand that when you hurt yourself, you overwork yourself in rehab, and then and you will prefer coming into like a regular season game where it doesn't matter versus being in a playoff series where you have to win every game. There's a big difference in play. This is the reason why in every professional sports they say intensity turns up in the playoffs. So what he did is he rehabbed, and then you get into the rehabbing process, and you believe that you're okay. You believe that you're good enough. You pass all the tests, you pass all the physical, and then when you get out there, it's a big difference between doing drills and banging up against people and having to lock up. That's what I'm saying.
He rushed back. He wanted to make another run. He rushed back. He should have sat out longer. He should have took the whole year to rehab and been like, it would have been a red shirt year for him.
Did he
and then come back at it next year? But he rushed back. And it was a mistake. Yes, he re-injured his calf.
He re-injured his calf. What did he tear?
He didn't tear anything.
He didn't tear anything. But everybody knows that calf pull.
Did he strain anything?
Was
it a strain? Was it a strain?
KD.
I can't hear me breaking it.
Go ahead.
When he tore his Achilles, pulled his calf first, and then he tried to play on it. And
yeah, that's KD.
All right. So
what they got to do with Tatum?
All right. So let's sit here, and I just want to. I have an opinion here. I have something to say.
Well, he was 30 years old, so I'll give you that.
All right, so let's finish up with the Celtics, because I do want to go through the first round, and I'll take you winners and losers, okay? But before we do that, because we have about 6 minutes before we move on to the next segment, I want to finish up and tell you the straight up truth. Without Jaylen Brown next year, if they decide to move Jaylen Brown next year, you can kiss your championship competitiveness goodbye. They're not
that's
a
your
champion.
opinion. That's not
that's a fact.
That's
that
not
is a
because
fact.
we were supposed to be transitioning last year. And then Jaylen Brown did something, and he was the leader of the team, and we got to the second seed, and nobody said anything. All you kept saying is, we're surprised. We're surprised. Each and every week, we're surprised. We're surprised. We're surprised. We can do this, guys. We're not a one-man team. We don't play ISO ball. We have the pieces. We're there. We have the sixth man of the year. We have a blocking defensive shot-making guard who had a down year last year, and Derek White. We have the pieces. We need a center, an athletic center to help release the pressure.
Derek White,
that's what it is.
Derek White, who couldn't hit a shot.
You can't talk about a bad playoff series and act like the person is not who they are. He still made all defensive team, and he's still one of those guys. You can't say, because he had a bad playoff series. That's just like me saying, Cat don't mean nothing because he scored 5 points in a playoff game.
Derek White, he made an all-defensive team, and that's what you're going to sell to us? What did he do in the playoffs?
That's important. Yes, I'm going to sell that.
He didn't do anything in the playoffs. Didn't do anything in the playoffs.
Okay, he had a bad playoff series. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, congratulations. It's all about winning playoff championships. This is not.
We won. We won at 24. Congratulations, guys.
All right, so let's go through the draft. Let's go. Speedy, I want you start going through, and we're going to tell you if they're winners or losers. You ready? All right. Top one. Let's go.
All right, number one for me, I agree with you, is OKC. Definitely with those 2 picks.
No, I want to go through the draft. The first round.
The first
from
round,
all the way.
Players.
All the way down. We're going to tell you if they're winners or losers. AJ Dybantsa.
Of course.
Winner.
What do we got? Winners?
Winner.
All
Big
right.
winner.
Darryn Peterson.
Win.
Big winner.
No, I'm a little skeptical. We'll see.
Not gonna do nothing though. But anyway, loser.
Yeah, you're a loser. Well,
Grizzlies are a big winner.
Big
absolute winner.
Zarek, Edie,
You are so
him,
right. You're
and
so
now they just got Isaiah Stewart. It's like
You're-
3 of the
you're-
same players. What are we
man,
doing?
Isaiah
It's
Stewart's
gonna be
a-
horrible.
Isaiah Stewart is.
I don't know about Isaiah Stewart. He doesn't have the offensive bag that Boozer
It's
has.
gonna be horrible. It's gonna be horrible.
Oh, I can't wait.
And then who's Boozer go? He's gonna take away from 80, 13, and 11. He's not gonna do that.
The Grizzlies.
Edie's gonna get better. Where his points gonna come from?
Grizzlies are the best team out of all the first 7.
No way.
Around. Yes, they are.
Yes.
100%.
They're the best team of any of those 7 teams.
100%.
With Ja Morant and Zach Edey, where did Boozer get his points from?
What are you talking about? Where he's getting his?
Where he get it? Edey had 13 and 11 last year. You think he could go back?
You are lost. You have.
You
no
think he
idea.
can take
young
the
man,
seat
right
to
off the
Cameron
bat.
Boozer?
All right, let's
That's
go.
crazy.
Caleb
Like
Wilson,
Kobe told him, you better get it off the glass.
Right.
you're crazy. If you guys don't think Cameron Boozer is a
He
winner,
won't, and it's okay.
You're
I
wrong.
told you that way before the draft
wrong
happened.
about AJ
You said he was
Dybantsa.
going to be number 1 pick.
Dybantsa.
No, you said he was going to be number 1 pick. I didn't say that.
Yeah, you said he was going
You
to.
said Boozer would be number 1 pick.
You said they were going to trade up. Did you not?
I feel because everything was lining up. Yes,
Wrong.
but you also said Cameron Boozer would be number 1. He went to number 3. He went to number 3. You said he's the number 1. He's the best pick in the draft.
Dybantsa.
Nobody else thought that.
was going 1. What are you talking about? I said AJ
Say what?
was going 1. I
Say
said
what?
AJ
No, you didn't. You said Carlo. You said Cameron Boozer is the best player.
I said AJ
You said he's the best player.
Peterson 2, Boozer 3.
Who say you? Who you say was the best player? Yeah, thank you. Exactly. No way.
You watch. You laugh. You laugh.
AJ is the best.
Out of the
player.
top 4 guys, Peterson's the one I have the biggest questions about, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
I think
he's the-
Peterson,
yeah.
he saw that NIL money, and I don't know if he loves basketball that much.
Let's go through because we got to
No,
go
he
into the
loves.
next.
He just wins.
Keaton Wagler, winner or loser?
Win for me.
I got to win. Dick,
I gotta win.
Rex?
I go win.
All right.
Slightly.
Win.
Kel Brown Jr.
Big L.
Yeah, loser.
If he stays healthy,
Hey.
they
Oh
could be a
hell,
winner.
here we go.
He could be a winner. He has to stay healthy. You laugh, but he's a good player.
Okay, cool. Be a good player and winning in the NBA is totally different.
He's a good player. You're playing for the Nets. You were just
Yeah, he went
talking.
to the
You
Nets.
were just talking about Darius
I'm upset.
Akop. Darius
Right.
Akop, winner or loser?
Loser.
Win.
Huge win.
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 Kingston Fleming to
I like
Atlanta.
it. I like it. Win.
I like it too.
Yes.
Win.
I hate to say it, but I like it.
Johnson Jr.
In between. Don't love it.
I don't like it. I understand
I'm
why they did it
undecided.
because May is the new coach over there, and he wanted to bring one of his guys to pretty much help teach his offense and his defense. But I don't like it. I think he was drafted too high. I think that's a lose. Braden Burries.
Win.
I think win.
Yeah, win. Win.
Slightly.
Lenenborg.
Don't love it in Golden State. I'm going to say loss.
I like it.
Okay.
I think it's a win.
Okay.
I like him. He stretches. And he's going to help. He could shoot. He can do a lot of different things that's going to help Steph Curry out. And he could be the future guy that's going to replace Draymond Green. So I like it. I think he's good. He's athletic.
I don't see it happening.
Oh, well, you're wrong. You don't even watch
I
college
don't
basketball.
like how they. I don't like how they've
Okay.
developed their young
didn't
talent.
watch the Michigan
Steph Curry.
You didn't watch
I
college
say
basketball.
that.
How would you say they're winner or
I
loser?
just so happy to be
okay.
in the top 2 of the bracket.
The only reason why you like Caleb Wilson.
I just don't like the.
North Carolina. That's the only.
No,
reason.
that he just has the most upside out of everybody.
Yeah,
I just
outside
don't
of
like the
AJ.
way that they
Wrong.
treated their
Okay.
young talent after the Draymond and Curry class.
Yes, they're gonna treat him horrible.
All
He's
right, let's
not gonna-
go. Damara. I got it. That's a win, 100% win. That might be the steal of the draft.
It's a gigantic
For-
win.
Yes.
Yeah,
How about
OKC? Yeah, that'll be a win.
You have a win? I have a lose.
I like that pick.
You like? Okay.
Yeah, he's another one that's a little raw in some offensive traits, but I think he's athletic and can develop well.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
say lose.
I don't like it. How about you, Dick?
Oh,
Yeah, I like it.
All right. Steinbach.
Win. Charlotte needs size.
I like it. I think it's a win.
they're a developing organization, so I give it a win. They starting over.
Swain.
Loss.
Yeah, he went.
Better.
I
He
don't
went to
like
Charlotte. Who cares?
Right.
He went to Portland, actually.
Yeah.
He went
No,
to
we talking
Chicago.
about that one. Yeah.
Oh, he is Chicago, but via Portland. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Bennett Sturts
Huge
going to
win.
OKC. I think that's an absolute win. Absolute win.
Big
Steal.
win.
We say
What do you
win.
got?
Yeah. I'm say win.
And Buka. Win. Detroit needs that kind of player.
Pritchard type, big win.
I like it.
Big win.
I think it was a steal. Yep.
Win.
Christian Anderson Jr.
Win.
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 Alan Graves. I like him a lot. Win.
I
don't know much about him, so I'm going to say.
I was hoping he would
big
follow
win.
the Knicks, actually.
Jaden Quaintance.
Yeah.
I'll give it a win, but
I'm gonna
again,
say
still some
loss.
potential. We'll see.
Question. I'm going to say that's an L. All right. Lopez.
Win.
Yeah.
You like Lopez?
For the Grizzlies, yeah, I think it's a good fit. Coming off the bench to replace CD.
All right. I like it too. I don't know much about him. He played in Mexico, so I know you like this one.
Yep.
I like it. Fillion.
Yep. Huge win.
I think this is a huge win. Another steal. Guard. I mean, with the young players they have over there, I think Tyrese Maxey, if they build their core around these young guys that they have right now, they could be good in the future. I like it. I like Fillion. Zuby Jafar.
I like it.
You like it?
He's a stud.
I like it. Cameron Carr.
I don't like it for the Lakers. I like the player, but I think they were better players to go after.
I was very surprised they moved up with the Knicks, and that's what they got.
That move didn't really make sense to me. There's not enough. They have two guard dominant already, so I don't know where he fits.
Sergio Di Laria.
Not a first round pick. Loss.
I was
Loss.
very. I know why the Knicks did it because
Big loss.
they were going to move him anyways. They get these international players and then they move them. They do it a lot, but I think it's a loss.
Well, they knew he wasn't coming. That's the whole point. Is he's not coming. He's not coming this year. So that was the reason they got cash consideration. That's why they did it.
Loss for
Terrence
him
Reed
and
Jr.
Nick.
I like it win.
I think I don't know. I have to see how he fits with the San Antonio Spurs. He's got size and he can play defense.
I think that was a response draft because of what OKC did. I think it was a response. Okay. And also what you saw in the playoffs when Wemby came off the floor, it was barbecue chicken in the post. So they needed a defender.
Boston Celtics, Chris Senick.
In between.
Win.
Lose. I honestly, watching Houston, I'm a big Kingston Flemings. I'm a big Kingston Flemings fan. I watched a lot of Houston this year. I don't think it's a great pick. I really don't. I would have drafted Joshua Jefferson over him.
Well, they should have taken was the UNC big man, Q.
I would have taken Joshua Jefferson over him. I like Joshua Jefferson.
But this is why you talk sports instead of making those type of decisions. Because
I'm going to tell you this right now. I've been pretty right about a lot of these draft picks, so I don't think so. About. You, on the other hand,
I doubt it.
All right, Alex Caravan.
Loss.
I think it's a loss.
Loss.
Koa Pete.
Yep.
I think
he
it's
went
a
to
win.
Sacramento, unfortunately.
I think it's a win. I think
loss.
I think what do you mean loss? What are you
I
talking
don't
about?
like it. I just don't like it. It's okay.
Speaking of losing,
wait, Errol. So we're gonna do that after the break because we don't have enough time to do the Mets justice.
Okay,
we'll talk about it over the break. I wanted to bring up the Knicks for a second, and you mentioned a loss, Q. It's not a loss because of that draft, and they could have drafted two players. They drafted three players. They decided to draft two players.
Mm-hmm.
Second round, they don't have to pay them a lot. In fact, it was mid-second round, so they really don't have to pay them a lot. They're really good. They'll get them on that slot, which is what they wanted. But they added 5 more second-round picks down the road in order to do that because they had obviously traded those picks for McHale, the first-round ones. Now they have a little bit more depth in some of those years where they lost their picks. So they were smart, and they can't go to the second apron. James Dolan came out right away and made it very public. You guys won without me going over the second apron. There's no way I'm going over the second apron now that we've won. So figure out how to do it.
Which Golden State has done over the years, which hasn't helped them. And they won one championship going over the apron. And again, we could go back and we can go forth about what the New York Knicks did. The Knicks are doing the right thing. They want to keep their team established and they want to keep every single player there. And they're doing that. Everything that they did. And they added a shooter, which was a weakness throughout the season. Adding nickel is going to spread out all the offensive game. You can use him as a 2. You can use him. He's long enough to play the 3. And he's not a defender, but you can use him as a specialist, a shooting specialist. And what we saw in the playoffs is guys get hot. This guy might be the best shooter on the Knicks now when it comes to shooting the 3. He's capable of shooting. Like, he doesn't
He doesn't
Got
make.
it.
He
Got to see
doesn't
it.
dribble. He's not a ball handler. He doesn't.
You know
do
who he reminds me of?
can
And I think his floor
Wally
is
Zerbiak. Wally Zerbiak.
I think Zerbiak was an all-star once, so I will take Wally Zerbiak.
That's
one time,
Yeah,
1 year.
Serbia got 20 a
1 year.
game. There's no chance.
Yeah, 1 year
This
where
is-
he was
this
an
is the guy
all-star,
y'all
he
are
was
trusting.
really
He's
good.
talking crazy tonight.
I will when he was in Minnesota until KG got him.
I think you
kicked
got.
off
I think you got to put it in there. Whose minutes does he take? Right, because Jordan Clarkson's not going to be back.
Not this year. Not this year.
So he's going to
Oh,
take.
we gotta
Jordan
wait.
Clarkson's
We
minutes.
gotta wait.
Well,
And
he'll
if-
play
and
a little.
honestly, he can shoot better off the dribble than Landry Shamet can.
So that's the thing that I was going to say. I think he's the replacement, along with Diawara, those Shamet minutes. I don't think they're going to pay Shamet. Someone's going to give him money, and they're just not going to be able to afford it. I think that's what's going to happen this offseason. He's the guy that's going to be the odd man out. He deserves the money. Good for him. He earned it during this. He shouldn't have to take a pay cut. Go get your money, Shamet. Thank you for the help in the championship. I think he deserves it. And they have these young guys. I think this guy, Nichols' floor is Steve Novak. Like his floor, absolute floor. It's just a spot up shooter.
I think he's
way better than that, though. I think he can go off the dribble.
He's a
I think he's more athletic.
He's a way better defender, and he can shoot off the dribble.
All right,
Yeah.
so Mike Brown likes using his bench. You will see him a little bit this year, but he's not going to play a lot. They might even send him to the G League like they did with Kolick. Move him back and forth, get him some time, get him some shots, and then when they need him, they're going to call him up. The kid could shoot. You can say this, a top 3 shooter in this draft. He's that guy, that kind of shooter. If you watch him play for Vanderbilt this year, he was their sharpshooter. He was their go-to guy when they needed a shot.
He shot
I watched him a
40%
lot
from
this year.
3-point.
Yeah, yes, he's a really good shooter. The Knicks needed that. They needed to spread out their offense. And I want to tell you this. If he fixes up his defensive game and forms a defensive part of his game, which could happen with the NBA, it can. When you can't teach shooting, but you can teach defense. If he does that, he could be absolutely a guy that you could play on the second team.
Who's teaching defense?
What do you mean who's teaching defense?
Who's
They got a
teaching
bunch. They have a great coaching staff. I don't know what you were watching. Carl Anthony Towns.
Don't attack me. Tell me who. Don't attack me. Tell me who.
What are you talking?
You knew about New York trainers.
Did you watch the Knicks this year?
Show.
Did you watch the Knicks in the
Who
playoffs?
is the guy? Who's teaching defense? That's what I
They
want to
have
know.
a bunch of guys right now.
Okay.
Jordan's
That's
a defensive coach.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good defensive coach for them. They got a bunch of guys. Mike Brown also teaches defense too. He's a good all-around player's coach. He understands how to teach defense. And I'll tell you this, Karl Anthony Towns, where everybody was questioning his defense. Oh, he doesn't play defense. He doesn't play defense. Go watch what he did against the Cavaliers and go watch what he did against San Antonio. He played elite defense at his position, which everybody said he couldn't. So that has something to do with coaching. And yes,
a lot of holding.
I'm
That's
say whatever. So did Wembanyama. I mean, Wembanyama should have been put out of the game.
We're not talking about Webby.
Yeah, but he's the best defensive player in the league, right?
Let me tell you, Q, who the Knicks defensive coordinator is.
Let's hear it.
His name is Brendan O'Connor. All right. He was an assistant early on in his career on the 04 Pistons championship team, one of his first experiences as a coach. He coached with your guy, Doc Rivers, for a long time in LA with the Clippers and then with
Probably
Ty
taught him
Lue.
a lot.
Probably taught him a lot about Ubuntu and everything. And then Chris Gent is the offensive coordinator of the team, and he's considered one of the best assistant. We got a comment right there saying what I'm saying. One of the best head coaches in the league, has not gotten the job. We'll keep him here in New York. Thank you very much for letting us keep Chris Gent. Everybody, we appreciate it. But
that's the best.
But they have good coaching. The Knicks, I mean, a big part of it was the culture they built. Leon Rose getting the right guys, and not just the players, but the staff. I would say the medical staff. We've seen in New York, our teams, especially in football, go wrong because of having bad medical staffs. You know what I mean? Baseball too, for sure. Baseball. You know, you've got to be happy with how OG got through the season healthy. He's a guy that always had, if there was a black mark on OG, it was, and then when his hamstring went in the playoffs, everyone had flashbacks that it was going to happen again. But thankfully, the Knicks just kept sweeping teams, and they got that rest.
Landry Shamet happened. I mean, he just completely took over against the 76ers. And then what he did in San Antonio, when you needed minutes, you needed shooting, you needed defense, they had it. You can laugh all you want, Q, but he was.
I can't laugh. I don't understand why I can't laugh. I can't never laugh.
I don't know why you're giggling, because Landry Shamet was a big reason why the Knicks won a championship. You sit there. A lot of people thought after the Cavaliers series that Shamet was the most important player. He was the most important player.
You thought it.
Yeah, but you're wrong. I mean, if you watch the games, you would see.
If you shoot 60% from the 3-point line in a series, you're probably going to get a lot of credit.
And he played great defense. He defended all the top options on those teams. Cavaliers, he defended Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell couldn't do anything in that series. Why? Because of Mikal Bridges and because of Landry Shamet.
He deferred to James Harden, so that kind of messed up his game.
James, please. Nobody has to defend James Harden.
That's it.
James Harden defends himself.
I said, you didn't listen. I said he deferred to James Harden. That was
I agree with that, Q. We said that when they made that trade, Errol, that that's two guys that need the ball in their hand. How is that going to work? And the answer was it didn't work very well when they needed it to.
James Harden is a horrible playoff player. It doesn't really matter. Go look at his records. Go look at what he does. Go look what he did in Houston. He is horrible.
It doesn't matter
where he goes. Who he's playing with. He can't shoot a lick in the playoffs. He is Julius Randle, who, by the way, is playing for Brooklyn now. That's what he is. He's a bricklayer. That's what he does.
I mean,
if you
MVP candidate that year.
Shamet erased Donovan Mitchell in the second half after game one. In game one.
I just told you why. But yeah,
well,
he did a good job.
I agree with what Q's saying, though. Like, they didn't know what they were doing late in games because Harden doesn't really play off the ball very well. And Donovan Mitchell shouldn't be playing off the ball late in games. And that was kind of the problem.
Hey, Fish, I don't know what you're drinking tonight or what you ate before you came on this show tonight, but you are doing a hell of a job tonight, okay?
For you, and
he's not standing up for me. That's the problem. He's not. He's just being completely unbiased tonight. And that is perfect. I want to celebrate Fish. He's being completely unbiased tonight. Everybody knows he's a diehard Knicks fan. He had the balls to say that you don't have to.
He stinks. He played with Chris Paul. He played with Russell Westbrook. He played with Kevin Durant. He can't win. He's not a winning playoff player. And I don't care where he goes. He stinks. It never was going to work with the Cavaliers. And if LeBron goes over there, it's still not going to work. So that's a fact, Jack. You want to praise him? Oh, he doesn't play off the ball.
They got to praise him, but you can't say he's trash because he didn't win.
He's trash.
That's the problem with you. Somebody have a bad playoff series, you go off on the deep end. You go off on the deep end. You be like, oh, yeah, he's terrible. He never won anything because he didn't win the ship, because he had that bad game 7. He's terrible. Man, that's just not true. The guys can actually play. He can have a playoff series.
He's a regular season player that boosts up his numbers. That's what he is. He should have never won the MVP because anybody that sits here right now, anybody that knows what's going on when it comes to MVPs, this guy had a triple-double, and he won the MVP. But we had a big man do it back-to-back years, and next year he'll be the first player to ever do that, ever. And he should have won the MVP.
He didn't do nothing.
To back.
Okay, he got a triple-double. He ain't did nothing. We ain't cool. Tripping off
James Harden is, to me, an absolute redundant player when it comes
Everybody is to you. Everybody that makes sense is the worst to you.
He's a loser. That's what he is.
The opposite. And he's doing well, though. He's had success. He had a bad cup playoff series, but he done well.
Field goal. Loser.
Errol's on his Ace Ventura right now.
That's right.
Yeah.
I could do it right now, man. But I don't
Tylenol kicking in tonight.
Tylenol. I don't need to do it. I wish it was Percocet. I'd be dancing right now. I'd be dancing right now. If it was,
you'd be drunk with Percocet.
I'd be dancing right now. I'd be doing handstands right now if it was that, or a biking it or something like that. It's just Tylenol, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just helping you out here. I'm not, Peyton or any of those guys, or Jim
Tiger
Irsay.
Woods. That's it.
Jim Irsay. Remember that? I remember that.
You talked about Tiger Woods, and here you are.
Oh, stop on Tiger. Dude, Tiger Woods.
Same thing.
I'm not feels. This isn't Tiger Woods. All right. I'm trying.
Get off. Let's go, Fish. Let's go. Get off.
I'm trying to be nice. All right, my deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You log. Not a log. I don't have a log, but I mean,
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Brandon Sorsby is going to have to wait a full season, not playing any college ball and not playing NFL ball, because there is not going to be, what do they call that? A supplemental
draft.
A supplemental draft for him. He's not going anywhere because the NFL wants to make it clear. You bet on football, we're not having a draft. The NFL just decided, we're not having a supplemental draft. We don't want Brandon Sorsby going anywhere. We're just going to completely blanket. There's not going to be a supplemental draft just to piss off Brandon Sorsby. That's what it seems like in the NFL here. The league made it clear that they shouldn't, and you shouldn't absolutely gamble or demonstrate any gambling or accountability when you do that if you play and you want to play in the NFL. Here's the facts. I like Brandon Sorsby. Does he deserve a second chance? Everybody deserves a second chance. I understand he bets on a ton of games. He bet on himself. He bet against everybody. Great. Everybody is doing it. It's not just Brandon Sorsby. He just got caught. All right? He got caught. I'm not saying it's right or wrong or anything, but Brandon Sorsby is getting the backlash from it. He's getting the smacketh down on his candy ass. And he's not going to the Jets as far as right now. And he's not going anywhere. It seems like he's going to be sitting ship, getting healthy. Hopefully he's working out with John Gruden. That's the smartest thing he does. Work out with John Gruden, get ready for the offseason. He is not going to be a first-round draft pick, unfortunately. He might even fall to the 6th or 7th round. He could be a steal in next year's draft. But it's horrible to hear when you could have been a first-round talent. Some people think you could be a top 3 type of talent in next year's draft class. And now the NFL is telling you, you're not going to the NFL this year, buddy. You're going to have to wait throughout the season and sit there and pay the piper. So horrible story, but that is my deuce of the day. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's never been on the show, and we haven't had his son on the show, but a lot of people love his son. I mean, all the Giant fans, we got a bunch of Giant fans. I mean, me and Q are Jet fans, and I'm a little bit of an Eagle fan, so you got to do that. But a lot of these guys, we have a Cowboy fan, Dickie Braggs, but we have Fish, and we have Speedy, and everybody else. We will be talking to the father of the Giants running back, Cam Scataboo, Leonard Scataboo, also the co-founder of Trifecta Home Services. When we come back, but we got a sports minute, and then we'll be back.
This is the New York Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sportsman. I got a couple of stories for you, and then the scores this evening. Well, this is a tough one. Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold is in some serious hot water. So hot that Tampa, Florida prosecutors are asking that he be held in jail until Monday without bail. Arnold was arrested Wednesday on felony charges of kidnapping and robbery after 3 men were held at gunpoint and robbed and pistol whipped. 6 others were arrested in conjunction with Arnold for the crime, but police are calling Arnold the primary conspirator. Arnold's lawyer told the court that he is absolutely denying these charges. Police claim that Arnold and the co-conspirators planned the abduction and robbery and assault after Arnold believed the 3 stole from him at an Airbnb rented in my old hometown of Largo, Florida. The 4 counts of armed robbery and 4 counts of kidnapping carry a life sentence. Arnold and a few other of the accused believe the victims of the assault stole $250,000 worth of property back on February 3rd from the house. The Lions made a brief statement saying they were aware of the situation, not the start of the offseason they wanted for sure. And for Arnold, this is a potentially life-shattering mistake that could lead to some serious jail time. Pretty drastic changes are coming to the PGA Tour after a board of great golfers, including Tiger Woods, and executives such as Theo Epstein and John Henry have a new soccer-esque style to the structure of the PGA Tour, dividing it into a championship series and a challenger series, which golfers will be relegated to if they do not finish in the top 90 of the championship series. It is a big deal for the golfers as the purse per championship series event will be at least $20 million, while the challenger series events will be only at least $4 million. If a Challenger Series golfer finishes in the top 20 of the Challenger Series, they'll move up the next season. And if a Challenger Series golfer wins 2 Challenger Series events in a single season, they get automatically pushed up to the Championship Series that day. The Tour Championship is also going to be drastically changed from the FedEx Cup finale into a match play tournament, which will rotate to different courses around the country. This soccer relegation model certainly is an ambitious change to the golfing world, one that the PGA Tour bigwigs are banking on bringing in the big bucks from bigger and better markets across the country. Let's take a look at the baseball scores going on right now. The Yankees are up 2-0 on the Red Sox going into the bottom of the fourth. Cam Schiller, 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 4 Ks so far, although the Yankees have made a couple of errors. It's the top of the 7th in Detroit. It's 1-0 Astros over the Tigers. Going into the top of the 6th, the Nationals have a 5-0 lead on the Phillies. Also top 5, 6-0. Going into the bottom of the 5th, actually, 6-0 Rangers over the Blue Jays in Toronto. No score between the Mets and Cubs in the top of the 5th. Freddie Peralta dealing right now for the Mets for the first time in a while. It's not going on yet. Rain delay in St. Louis between the Cardinals and Diamondbacks. And earlier finals today, Rays 13, Royals 2. Pirates 5, Mariners 1, and Athletics 9, Giants 6. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our NYS SPT Loudmouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading an Apple Podcast and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video, make sure you watch and like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Q, and Spady for our guest on New York's Sports Loudmouth.
We're back. Hello? Hello? You're listening to the New York Sports Loudmouth.
Breaking news. Oh, my ass. Breaking news. A lot of hot ladies. Breaking news. I need Brittany also.
X31 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks. They call me the Mouth. My co-host, ex-New York Jets first-round draft pick, who's a pain in my rear end.
Yes, sir.
Distinguished gentleman, Quentin Copold, Nicky Braggs, and Speedy Pete. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And you can check out Game On our network every single Tuesday at 6 p.m. with Josh Silverberg and his father. So check it out. And remember, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks, and Omaha Steaks is giving 10% off on all orders if you're a New York Sports Loudmouth fan. Just click the link at www.omahasteaks.com/New York Sports Loudmouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. Ladies and gentlemen, I have never had an Omaha steak, but I got a $100 rebate. I'm ordering it. I'm going to have my juicy first steak. I've heard a lot of stories about the Omaha Steaks, and we're so very happy for them to be a sponsor of us. Speedy's never had an Omaha steak. I think we need to send him one of those big, beautiful steaks, those juicy steaks, so it can feed his dog and him at the same time, because he loves his dog, right, Speedy? You love your dog. Of course. I mean, would you share a steak with your dog?
No.
Eat it off another plate together.
It's a dog going to the hospital or having one. Can't be eating no steak. No, you can't be eating no steak.
So what are you talking about?
I've eaten steak before. Not
Dogs can
large
eat
portions. Not large portions.
I'll tell you somebody that probably
Why can't a dog eat steak?
Clogged up, backed up. Next thing you know, you're at the vet.
Is that what happens to you? You get clogged and backed up? Is that what happens to you?
No, I actually have a normal body. I actually work out for a living, unlike yourself.
Is that what you do?
You know,
didn't look like it when we saw you.
Yeah, I was just exact. I wasn't concerned about you.
What are you talking about? I was in good shape. You know I was in good shape.
You're in the same shape you're in now. Bad.
Dude, what are you talking about? I was not wearing this. Shape. I was not. Yeah, okay, I'm in bad shape. I was the only one not eating. I was the only one not drinking. And you're going to tell me I'm bad shape. Okay, whatever you say.
You haven't missed a meal. You talking about not eating.
I haven't missed a meal? How many meals did I eat today, buddy? How many?
3.
No, I didn't have to.
You'll mess around, not eat all day, then go pig out.
I do. First of all, I fast. I fast 12 hours. I eat. I fast 12 hours. I eat. That's what I do.
Not with that body.
I hate it when mom and dad fight. Anyways,
he's been waiting calmly and carefully, and I know he likes steak. We are now talking to the father of the New York Giants running back, Cam Scataboo. We know him as Leonard Scataboo. Leonard, what's up, buddy?
Not much. What's up with you guys?
We're good. I mean, we're fighting. We're fighting. It's what we do on this show. There's a lot of arguing. There's a lot of commentating, and Q thinks he knows everything, but he's a little lost. And we try to help him. We try to feed him. We force feed him. You know, I mean, if he was a dog, I'd pet him on the head. Here you go.
Stop lying to I guess.
But and I know Cam Scataboo loves his steak too. I'm sure he likes his Omaha steak. Am I right?
Yep, definitely.
All right. So I want to get into your son after that horrible injury. And a lot of Giant fans are just absolutely excited about him, what we've seen in such an early time in the NFL and how dominant he was when he was on the football field. What have you seen this offseason that says that he is back to 100%?
He's just putting in the work. He's ready to go. I was up in Arizona last week with him playing some golf. He's fully healthy, ready to go. So training camp, he's going to be good. I don't know how much they're going to play him in the preseason, but week 1 against the Cowboys, he's going to be ready to go.
Well, Dickie Braggs is a Cowboy fan. Nathan on the back end.
Yes, I am.
Back end. Pause. He's a Cowboy fan. So there's a lot of Cowboy fans here, and I'm an Eagle guy and a Jet guy. I know.
Oh boy.
Q doesn't like it, but these are the facts. I have to help you, and I like showing off my Saquon Barkley jersey right over here for all you Giants.
I mean, growing up, I just didn't have a lot to look forward to for the Giants. I had Dave Brown and Rodney Hampton.
All right, so Cam Scataboo throughout the season, a lot of people are trying to compare him to Saquon Barkley. I think they're completely different players, but Cam has shown everybody that he can bulldoze you. He can run on the outside. He can beat you in so many different ways. When he was a kid, was he a running back? Did he play other positions? Did you think that he was going to be that type of player if he played college ball or even in the NFL?
I mean, when they grow up and they're young, you don't know what's going on, right? You kind of put them in all kinds of positions. I was his coach until about the 8th grade, so you kind of throw him all over the field to see how he adapts. He played running back basically from 6 years old on. He had a couple years where he tried to play quarterback, 7th and 8th grade, but 5'1" in the 7th and 8th grade is not playing quarterback. So got into high school, he had to go back to running back, and then one thing that he does that kind of sets him apart from everybody else is his will and just demand to get into the end zone is just unheralded. Like his thing is it's not, first downs. He wants touchdowns every time he touches the ball. I mean, that's the mindset that we've had since he was a little kid, and he's been doing a great job at that.
So I wanted to go to the draft day perspective of Cam Scataboo, obviously drafted in the 4th round by the Giants. A lot of people were excited about that pick at the time, thought it was one of the bigger steals among running backs in that draft at the time. What was the reaction like from him, from your perspective, and from you and your family?
Well, I mean, as his dad, I thought he was a 1st round draft pick, right? So hold on a second. I thought he was a 1st round draft pick. So going in the 4th round was kind of embarrassing for me, but especially with the type of player he is, the type of numbers he put up at Arizona State. So, I mean, it was a great weekend, end of the week. And then when New York called, it was a super emotional, there was a couple other teams that had called us before in the 3rd round that were thinking about drafting him that never, that didn't pull the trigger. And, you get your hopes up. And then, we knew he was going to go pretty early in the 4th round because there's 3 or 4 teams that needed running backs. Thought he was going to go to Jacksonville that first pick, but they took Tootin instead. So that's New York's gain, I guess.
Yeah, they would have played with Errol's favorite player, Travis Hunter.
Yeah, not my favorite player. He's not mine. I gave him the nickname. Yeah, get out of here. Top 5 corners. You want to bet on that? Yeah. I'll throw some money on that.
I'm gonna talk to Leo.
I'll throw some money on that. Okay, go ahead.
So as we all saw the injury, and we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, but as a father and then as an athlete as well, it's kind of like a 2-part question. What was the process like in regards to you being the support system and helping him recover from such an injury of that type of caliber? And was there ever a moment of doubt, without having to go into too many details, but was there ever like a moment of doubt because of the injury that he acquired? Was there any doubt that he may not ever get back on the field? As athletes, there's certain injuries that we just don't never know whether or not our body will actually heal and recover from. So talk to me a little bit about what you had to do in regards to being the father in that moment and the mindset that you had to, take on to kind of push him through what we saw happen to him in regards to his injury, and then how was his emotions initially, and then as he recovered?
Well, go back into before he got hurt. He's always talked about if he ever got a serious injury, he didn't want to continuously play because he doesn't want to be one of those guys that are 50 years old in a wheelchair, just hurting back all the time. So that was the first part of it. So when he got hurt, as a father, it's just disheartening because he was on, everything was going up for him at that point. So as a dad, you're like, to me, I'm feeling rookie of the year.
Yeah.
1,000 yards, all the things that a father is going to feel for their son. Right. And when he gets hurt, it's like, wow, the season's over. Like, just like that. So, I was there at the Eagles game. I don't miss the game. So I'm at every game, but, went to the back as soon as he got carted off. I walked down there, went back there, had to wait for the doctors for a few minutes until I could push my way into the room. And then, it's just the first conversation is just like, it's just a roadblock. Like, we'll bash through this, like, just like anything else. And then, so, I mean, he was pretty upbeat when it happened. But, straight to the hospital, had surgery that evening. The doctor said it was like the best break of all time. There was no damage to any of the cartilage, where a lot of the injuries, when you break a bone or in that area, if you got bad cartilage, then it starts to pockets and different stuff grows, and that stuff didn't happen. So, the doctor said it was going to be clean. And so from there, it's just basically, do you want to continuously do this? I mean, do you want to? And, when we have a talk, his mindset is, he wants to be a Hall of Famer. Like, he wants to be the best of all time. So he's going to put in everything he can to prove to people that doubted him as a kid and as his whole way going up that, he's here to stay.
Right. Go ahead, Dig.
That's awesome. Now, as a father, when you see him, like, during his rehab process, participating in the WWE, like, shenanigans, do you, like, it's just Cam being Cam, or are you like, oh my God, cover my eyes? Like, what are we going to, maybe we don't do that.
Everybody's got to realize, it's WWE, like, that stuff's scripted. Like, no, he was never going to be unharmed. Like, it's you're there hours early. They get you, protect you. He had, a bunch of other Giants there. So, I mean, I thought it got a little bit more aggressive than I thought it was going to be, but he did get pushed a little bit. So I was hoping there was no contact, but, he just loves being around sports entertainment. If it's WWE, if it's UFC, he's at the World Cup tonight. So, like, he just wants to be around any games that are going on, because he just loves sports. That's what makes him tick. So
we are talking to the father of Giants running back Cam Scataboo, Leonard Scataboo, also the co-founder of Trifecta Home Services. Cam is an interesting cat. All right, I've got a chance to watch him play college ball and even come to the NFL, but he's built a great relationship with the Giants quarterback and Jackson Dart. Everywhere Jackson Dart goes, you see Cam. What type of player and how strong is their relationship right now as players?
I mean, I think from the day they met, they just have the same vibe. Like, Jackson is a little bit more monotone when he's out in public or in the camera, other than Cameron just lets everything go at all time. But when it's not, I mean, Jackson is real similar to Cameron in how he interacts with, people, like, outside of, like, the camera and stuff. So their relation, they have a lot of traits exactly the same. So, so, I mean, I think, now that they both have girlfriends and then they got their relationship, they don't spend as much time on the off the field, like in the specialties, as they could, but they definitely have a good relationship, and they kind of understand what each other's thinking, and that's kind of what. And Cameron's always been like that mindset of like a quarterback mindset. So like he understands what Jackson's thinking, and I think it helps Jackson because someone else is in your mind a little bit, even though Jackson is just 100% football all the time. Cameron tries to be as close to that as possible.
The Giants had a lot of questions going into the season last year, and Dable was on the hot seat. A lot of people said that if Dable doesn't get this team winning, he's going to get fired. He gets fired. There was a lot of questions to who they're going to bring in. John Harbaugh is an interesting addition. Everybody likes it. I mean, all the Giant fans are so giddy about it. This guy's going to take us to the Super Bowl. He's another one of these guys that we remember all these championships, the Tom Coughlins of the world and the Bill Parcells. But he also was with a Baltimore Ravens organization that had Ozzie Newsome and all that other stuff. He's coming to the Giants. You still have Joe Shane. There's like a lot of questions. They extended him. A lot of Giant fans are not happy about it. But I want to know your opinion. I'm sure you've got a chance to meet John Harbaugh so far. What do you think of him as the coach of the New York Giants? How do you think he's going to help your son?
Well, I'm a big Harbaugh guy. Like his brother Jim is one of my favorite coaches of all time. I grew up a 49er fan, and then we like Michigan too. So it was that whole setup. And he's from a football background, and that's what I like about it because I'm from a football background. Cameron was coached by a dad. He understands coaching, so his mentality, and then the Harbaughs are the same way, right? Coached by their father, right. Moved on in. They've got those same traits. So the traits that the Harbaughs have are a lot of similar traits that I have growing up, and then how Cameron was coached as growing up. A lot of structure, a lot of discipline, and not, that beach attitude that was going on prior to the Harbaugh regime, right? Like they called it, their practice is a little bit laid back and stuff the last few years because of the coaching staff and stuff like that. So bringing in structure, I like, because that's what my son is used to, and he's going to excel with that type of coaching.
So shifting gears a little bit, but staying on the coach path, Kenny Dillingham, always thought of as one of the most likable coaches at Arizona State among college football players. If you had any, or your son had any interactions with him that were kind of interesting?
Oh, so I had a lot of interactions with Dillingham, because my son's first year there was Dillingham's first year there, so it was like they got along well. Dillingham is really good at his personality and how he interacts with the players. So he's young, right? So that young interaction with the guys kind of sees the same way, so the players can kind of like they're playing for a bigger brother and not like a dad figure. So they all kind of went and attached to that pretty well. What I liked about Dillingham was his fire. Like he's just all football, 100% all the time, and winning is the only thing that matters. And you got to have fun. And so that Arizona State team for the last couple of years that my son was there, they had a ton of fun. Like it was insane to watch them at practice and at the games and stuff like that, because it was always a good time, and it translated on the field. I think players play better when they really like their coach. Your playing style, your abilities, they're heightened when you're playing for a guy that you care about. And that's why Arizona State's been well the last 3 years, is because all those players care about that coach.
Yeah, so in my little research, and you correct me if I'm wrong or not, but I realized that Cam was kind of a BMX rider, like a bike rider. Was he into riding bikes heavy?
BMX. So
no, yeah, okay.
The story that you probably got is like I never let him do anything. Like he would be a BMX.
Never let him
do anything. I'm a sports dad, so you can't. That's what sucks about him this year. Like last year is you can't be, if you're not healthy, you can't play sports, right? So I never let it. When he was at home, he played video games. That was it. There was no skateboard. There was no BMX. There was no bicycle, none of that stuff. So I tell people that if I allowed all that stuff, Cameron would probably be an X Games guy, because he's that insane, crazy, do backflips on bicycle kind of person. And I think that would have been what the avenue he probably would have went, is if we allowed that as a family.
Right. So would you credit that to being kind of where that mentality came from? I realized I researched that he has an older brother that they kind of went in back and forth with each other to kind of develop that mentality of just hard nosed, reckless running. Outside of, obviously you groomed it to be what it is today, but kind of that mindset kind of came from having that older brother and developing that football mentality within the house before actually getting out there on the field with others.
Yeah, so his older brother looks like Pat Ricard, 6'1", 275 pounds. His older brother was a fullback at Bowling Green. So having a brother that played fullback and like big back growing up, Cameron had to portray his game like that. So Cameron plays tailback like a fullback because that's what he grew up watching, because he's watching his brother play. So I think that's where the mentality comes from. And then his brother in high school was 6 foot, 245 pounds, and Cameron was 6 years younger. So when you're 17 years old and you're that big, Cameron would probably be in the 6th or 7th grade. He was 5 foot, 130 pounds. Like, just getting beat up by your older brother, it just puts that edge on you. It's like and Cameron's so competitive that he would never allow his brother or his brother's friends to win. So he was always trying to put up everything he could to just be involved with them. And I think that's what's the best about having kids, multiple kids, is those 2 and 3. The younger kids get to be a little bit more athletic because they're just groomed a little bit better than that first kid.
Right. Go ahead.
So we heard Cam's lofty goals for himself, and that's awesome. If health isn't a question, he's looking at 2,000 yards. How about a prediction from Dad? What do you think for him and the Giants?
Well, I mean, his second year in high school, he ran for 3,500 yards. So, like, I don't if he gets the touches, that's the thing. NFL is touches, right? So if you, I love the 2,000 goal, but I think it's more realistic for me as his father. It's going to be 2,000 all-purpose yards because Cameron catches the ball really well. I think I'm hoping, like anything, get over 1,000 yards, right? So I'm thinking, as a dad, I'm 1,400 yards and 700 yards receiving. That'd be a good solid year for your comeback player of the year award.
Oh yeah.
We're talking to Leonard Scataboo, Cam Scataboo's father, a New York Giants, also the co-founder of Trifecta Home Services. And, the New York Giants have been an interesting organization. And everybody's going to say, well, you're a Jet fan or you're an Eagles guy, so why are you even talking about the Giants? And there's a lot of reasons why. I've met a lot of different Giants over the years. I've had bets with ex-Giants that never pay up their bets. Never do. By the way, Brandon Jacobs, you owe me steak dinner, by the way. But that's a whole nother story. I'm going to go offset on that. The New York Giants organization has had a lot of interesting comedy go on in the locker room. I mean, Dexter Lawrence had his problems with the GM in Joe Shane. He gets traded in the offseason. He was a very big part of their defense throughout the last couple of years. He's one of the best defensive linemen in all of football. He goes to the Bengals. And then Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, goes to an event and he speaks for somebody, the president of the United States. And then Abdul Carter opens his mouth and says something on social media, which he should have stayed away from. You don't do that. You try to get these guys to stay away from the social media end of it. Pete Alonso, over the years, he shut down his social medias when he was playing for the Mets because he felt like if he said something, it would create problems in the locker room. What are your thoughts to some of these players going on social media and creating problems for the organization and the team?
Well, I'm a new New York Giants fan, as you guys know. Only 2 years. I'm only 2 years involved. So I grew up a San Francisco 49er fan, being from Northern California. So it's different. I've been a locker room guy. I played college football. My kids played college football. Like, I think the locker room stuff should stay in the locker room and you should figure it out. Like, the problem with social media now is whatever you say is just clickbait. So like our conversation that we're having right now, there's something that I can say or something that you can say that you can be clipped out and spun to a different direction that you didn't listen to the whole thing. You're not going to understand the question, right? Or the answer. So guys in their situation, like my son, he's learned from it. He said some things that he probably shouldn't have said, but you think you're in a comfortable spot, in a comfortable area with some people that you care about, and you don't understand that everybody's trying to get social media famous. So they're going to goat you to say things that you probably don't mean or are probably not supposed to say. And you learn from it, like, right. So I'm assuming, Abdul Carter and Jackson will both learn from what they did. You still have beliefs. So I don't tell anybody not to follow their beliefs or whatever they think. I see everything two sides, right? In politics, sports, like the Jets and the Cowboys, like there's things that I enjoy about those teams. I don't have to hate them to like the Giants, right? So just like in politics, you don't have to hate one side or the other if you have an open mind. So I think they'll learn. I think the biggest thing is to keep it to yourself. Try not to give anybody any ammunition to tear your team apart. They're fixing it. The locker room is amazing. So I don't think that anything that's happened is going to be a problem this year. All the guys like each other. They care about each other. They want to play hard for each other, and they're all about winning, and that's all that matters.
It's funny because you said you think of things in two different ways. If you watch the show, I probably think of things in 5 or 6 different ways. And that's what makes this show very interesting, because there's a lot of turmoil from the arguing that we have on this show. And it's not that I hate any of these guys. I like to stir up the pot, and I like to bring the pot to me. And I'm hoping that I get the leprechaun coins and the chili or whatever we're going to eat by the end of the night, and hopefully not go to the bathroom. That's a whole nother story. I think the fact here is I've watched a lot of bad football as a Jet fan over the years, and Giant fans for years, since really 2011, have not seen winning football. They've been sitting here wondering when's that next winning season's going to be, and who's going to be the guy. And the Giants this offseason, you thought they were going to bring in some wide receiving help. We all know they haven't, and the Giants are going to be reluctant on running the ball. That's what they're going to be doing. We all know what John likes to do. He likes to run the ball, give the hammer to the running backs. You look at Cam Scataboo coming back from an injury like this, and he's gonna get his touches this year. I believe John is going to give him the ball. Do you think without that elite wide receiver, I don't want to hear about Odell Beckham because he's not elite anymore. Let's not get it twisted here. He's
Austin. They got some elite guys over there.
He's a leader. Who? You know there's no elite guys over there. Stop lying.
They got a locker room full of receivers. So somebody got to step up.
Malik Neighbors is elite.
Malik Neighbors is not healthy.
Austin.
And we don't know what Malik Neighbors is going to be. You tore your ACL. You're not the same player right away. It takes game after game to get that leg healthy. And yes, he's young, but we've seen guys. Remember Odell Beckham when he tore his ACL the first time? He was never the same player. Then he went to the Rams. He had that great run in the playoffs. He could have been the MVP of that Super Bowl, but then he tore his ACL again, and there she blows. His career is over.
Wow.
All right.
There she blows.
Anyways, Leonard, what?
Slayton.
So, Leonard, I look at the game, and there's a lot of questions to where certain teams are going to follow. And I look at John Harbaugh, there is nobody to throw to until probably week 8 or week 9, whenever he's healthy, Neighbors is healthy. Do you believe this season could be a season where Cam could really be the go-to guy? He could be the vision guy to that offense that can change this team, because Isaiah Likely is not the guy. I don't want to hear it from Giant fans. We got Isaiah Likely. Please. Cam Scataboo is to me the go-to guy in this offense early in the season if he's ready for the first game of the season against the Cowboys. Do you think that this could be the year where he can show everybody the type of offensive player he could be?
Well, he's been showing everybody the type of offensive player he's been since high school. Just nobody's seen it, and nobody cares to look. So you'll see it this year. Like if football, if the NFL wants to see Cameron be the guy, it's going to happen this year. Like he has no problem, running an offense. Like you've seen the Texas game. Like he thrives on the bright lights, big games, and he'll be ready for all those situations. So, as long as, God plays his part and we're healthy all year, I have no problem with giving my son the ball 20, 30 times a game and getting 150 yards every game. Like if that's what they need to do, he's ready to do that.
Does
Hold
that
on, Leo. You just said you just talked to Cam, and I didn't want to be in no wheelchair after that. In the NFL, with 18 weeks, you are
30
comfortable with
touches.
getting 30 touches a game? That's insane now. I'm rooting for him. But 30 touches.
Like you said, he don't want to play past 30. He said he's going to only play to 30. So, and I think that's a little 30 years old as a running back is a little heightened goals, right? Like, you know, if we can get that second contract, 27, 28 years old, going into early 30s, you know, the issue with him and talking to him is saying, I don't want him to be in a wheelchair, or I don't want him to be hurt the rest of his life, all those things. That's not going to stop him from playing the way he plays. So what we're talking about, what Mark's just talking about is this year, still young, still ready to go. What could you do this year if you're told to be, you know, the guy? I'm just saying he's going to be the guy. They've got some other running backs that can, you know, help out. Like, you know, Tracy's a contributor, right? He's going to do really well. Like he's had 1,000 yards the last 2 years. So it's not like, you know, Cameron has to have the ball every time.
He needs the ball. He needs the ball. I do not trust Tracy. I don't trust any of the running backs they've had. I just don't. I think that Cam Scataboo needs to touch the ball at least 15 to 20 times in a game if the Giants expect to win this year. They have no offensive players. They don't really have any playmakers. They really don't. They're putting Jackson. They gave him an offensive line. I think their offensive line, adding the guard, it solidifies what they're going to bring to the table. But when you're talking about guys that are going to be able to be open, get open, run these different routes, I don't think they have a guy. And that to me means you're going to use a lot of Cam. And what I hear about Giant fans, and Giant fans make me sick. Okay. They make me sick because every time I go back and forth with them, they think I don't know what I'm talking about. And then they bring up, well, what about Isaiah Likely? And I say, what about Isaiah Likely? He just got a 3-year deal. He was overpaid for a tight end. That's my opinion. And I want to see him do it not on a good team that has a running game, has Derrick Henry running the ball, who's beating people up at the line of scrimmage. Cam, I worry about Cam because I like him. Everybody that understands and listens to the show, I don't hate Cam Scataboo. I think that Cam lowers his head a lot. He does it a lot. And I worry about it because we've seen this before. And the Giants are going to be relying on him to do a lot more than we expect this year. That's the worrisome part of this. And I know you're a father. You want to see him get 30 touches. You want to see him explosive, put 2,000 yards, 3,000 yards, him the best running back in the league. He gets offensive player of the year. He's an MVP candidate. Everybody wants to see it. But here's the thing. Here's the knowledge of understanding what's going on. If the Giants are a one-dimensional team, how are you going to open up the offense where Cam can be so dominant when we've seen him when he gets the ball in his hands?
That's the $1 million question. I guess we'll see that first week against the Cowboys how it works out. Like, we'll see how it happens. I mean, you got to realize I'm a fan too. I've got the same concerns that you have. Everybody's like, oh, my issue now growing, you know, with my son into college and into the pros, we can say, oh, that guy's terrible. But these are professional athletes. Any one of these players can have a career year at any time. So for you to say that there's no receivers that can do anything is insane because they have 5 or 6 guys that can get 1,000 yards. Look what Wan'Dale Robinson did last year. Like he wasn't nobody, and he's 5'7", 160 pounds. Like caught almost 100 catches. Like anybody can do it. We'll just see who steps up.
All right. So I like Wan'Dale Robinson. I actually wanted the Jets to get him. He was a second-round pick.
$21 million a year.
He was a second-round draft pick, and he's a guy that was the go-to guy for Jackson Dart. He was open. He caught the ball as much as – I think he was a top 5 when it comes to catching the ball and receiving the ball last year. And you would think that Joe Shane would have said, hey, you know what? This is Jackson Dart's guy. We bring him back. It's going to open up holes for Cam. We're going to be explosive next year. Our schedule fits where we can win 8 or 9 games, possibly 10 games, and sneak into the playoffs and be a game-changing team in the playoffs. I understand what you're saying. You have 5 guys, and they all could catch. They're NFL players. The problem here is I've said that as a Jet fan for many, many years. many years. I said, well, we got this guy, and we got that guy. He was a great pick. He was this, and we've seen the Jets fall flat on their ass, okay? We all know it. I'm a Jet fan. I got Quentin Copels here. When the Jets drafted Quentin in 2012, I liked it. I actually liked it. And I sat there and said, well, what is Rex Ryan going to do with him? What's Rex going to do? What's sexy Rexy going to do with him? When they have Muhammad Wilkerson, Sheldon Richardson, Snacks, you have all these guys, where are they going to put him? Oh, I got it. They're going to put him at outside linebacker. Wonderful move. A guy that's never played linebacker in his life. And what did it do for his career? Absolutely nothing. Why is he not in the NFL anymore? Because of stupidity. I'm going back to John Harbaugh. I think John is a smart guy. I think John's one of the more impressive coaches, and he's been successful when he was the Baltimore Ravens. But that's the Baltimore Ravens. This is the New York Giants. The New York Giants haven't won a Super Bowl since 2011. And when we talk about John Harbaugh, was that John Harbaugh's team when he won the Super Bowl? Those weren't his players. Most of those guys weren't his players. And we've been questioning what Baltimore was doing at the wide receiver position. Now he's going to another organization that doesn't have receivers, and they're going to bet on Isaiah Likely. That's why they brought him in. And that's what worries me. I'm not a Giant fan, but I don't hate the Giants. I hate the Giant fans. I hate the Giant fans because they tell me, well, you're a Jet fan. That's why. No, that's not why. If you listen to the show, I pick on the Jets just as much as
more problems
anybody.
with you being an Eagles fan.
I pick on Eagles. I pick on everybody. Screw you all right? I tell you the truth. I'll tell you when the Eagles are playing like crap. I'll tell you when the Jets are playing like crap.
I haven't heard that Eagles comment
What?
yet.
Oh, really? Jalen Carter spit.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Prescott. And I said that was absolutely terrible to watch in the NFL. Watching a player right on live camera. What was it? Sunday Night Football.
Week 1.
Sunday Night Football.
Week 1 before the first play of the game.
Wow. You'll be surprised at what
Prescott's
happens in
face.
pals in the NFL if you think that was bad.
You know what your pals are? I'm your pal, but when we're on this show, we can't stand each other. And we talk all the time. The fact here is you could be friendly. You can hate this person. You can hate that person. What I'm saying here, there it is. That's perfect. Deja vu. There it is. Perfect. Look at that, Leonard. Look at that. I am on the clock. Tick tock, tick tock. Groundhog Day. Anyways, my opinion here is, and my thought here is, you say they have 5 guys that can catch the ball. I could say they have 5 guys that can't catch the ball. And that goes back to what do the Giants do when they're playing against these good defensive teams with great corner play and teams become and make them one-dimensional? What are the Giants going to do?
Well, the reason Baltimore won all those years is because of an amazing defense, right? The Giants are putting together an amazing defense, and they're going to run the ball. Ball control, good defense, you win the game. No, you don't have to score 50 points a game to win the game anymore. Not everybody's high-flying, throwing the ball around the park. Move the chains, stop the other offense, and you win the game. That's what I think they're putting together, and I think that's going to be the recipe for their success this year if they stay to that. And trying to do what everybody else wants them to do is not going to make them a better football team.
So
they got to do what they're strong at.
So Arvell Reese, bringing him in and pretty much drafting him and putting him with Abdulkar, 2 of the same players playing the same position, doing the same thing. And that was my question. I really wanted to ask you. You're a coach. You understand the game. You bring 2 guys that do the same thing. You lose Dexter Lawrence. You added some pieces that might fit, but they're not Dexter Lawrence. How does that work? What are they going to do? How are they going to use them in the defense? And you're bringing in a young defensive coordinator that's really never been in this position before. So there's a lot of questions to the defense. We know what their offense is going to bring. We know what Cam's going to bring. We know what the Jackson Dart's going to bring. We know what Brown's going to bring and the offensive line's going to bring. But we don't know what that defense is going to bring because to me, it's really new.
Well, you watched Ohio State last year, right? I mean,
yes, I did.
He played a lot of off the ball linebacker. Like, you can. The good thing about him and Edwards, they're really long, fast linebackers. So side to side, like that's what you want as those linebackers. Because nowadays, like you just said, football is about speed. It's about receivers. You got to be able to cover. You got to be able to get to the hole. We don't have, Dick Bucktus anymore, right? And nobody's plugging gaps. That's why my son plays really well, because there ain't no 200, 300-pound middle linebacker there's mashing his head. They're 225 pounds going against 225 pounds, and the toughest kid's going to win. That's why my kid wins. He's the toughest. So the linebackers are thinner, faster. So that's what they brought him on for. They brought him to be a playmaker. And if he does his job correctly, he's going to be a playmaker, and he's going to open holes for Carter and Burns and all these guys that rush the quarterback. If you can't get rid of the ball because you've got 4 pass rushers on you within 3 seconds, like that's going to be tough for any offense out there.
Yeah, but we know that you can have the outside pressure, but if you don't have anything up the middle, he's just going to step up and deliver the ball. And you can have the fastest linebackers ever, but you got to have some type of anchor that's in the middle. And I think that's the missing piece when it comes to the New York Giants defense. They don't have that centerpiece. This is the reason why we was questioning, why would you let Dexter Lawrence go when he's proven to be that anchor in the middle of the defense on the line?
Don't got an answer for that one. Because, I love Dexter, right? Like Dexter was a good dude. Like he's a better person than he is a football player, right? So when you talk to him, I mean, he's, so as a parent, when that happens, you're like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing?
Yeah, Abdul Carter coming off not really having a good year his first year, then bringing in Virgil Reese.
Second half, he was very good. He just took
like second round for the second pick.
He was good. He was good.
He was great in the second half.
Yeah, he was good. I don't think Abdul Carter was bad.
Quinn, you know that PFF has grades, right? You know, Abdul Carter's grades are so high. I'm a numbers guy too. You got to have sacks, right? You got to get to the quarterback. You got to finish.
That's the reason they drafted him. That's what they wanted him for.
So we'll see this year. How that does. Like I think the D tackles that they brought in are going to be sufficient enough to maybe plug in the run a little bit and help out a little bit. Nobody's Dexter Lawrence, so but like Dexter since his injury has not been Dexter Lawrence, right? So if you bring him back, with maybe having a bad elbow or whatever's going on with him. Do you bring back a guy that maybe not wanting to be Dexter Lawrence from 3 years ago? Like that's the issue. Like, so you bring in some veterans to try to just do their job, right? If the D tackles do their job and they can hold in the middle of that defense a little bit and let the outside guys, eat, then you should have no problem. I mean, that's the biggest deal. Is like, can these 2 or 3 D tackles that they brought in, do what they need to do to make sure that everybody else can run around the ball, be fast and quick.
Right. Leonard, that's what I wanted them to do. I wanted to have somebody that you guys, could actually rely on in regards to the minute. DJ Reader was out there, that Campbell was out there. Like those guys could have filled in and helped Dexter Lawrence to free up and then allowed Abdul Carter and Virgil to hit those edges and really create chaos. But who are us? We're just fans.
Oh, it's full
that was the issue before I got here, right? So they're paying too much money to people that aren't here. So when your cap sucks, like that doesn't help with getting these guys that you need.
It has something to do with your GM over there. He's just got a 3-year extension. Wonderful move.
And our previous GM that paid
wonderful move.
Contracts
I mean, you Giant fans are probably like, what the hell are we doing? I mean, honestly, I'll say this. Dexter Lawrence was not healthy last year, but we all understand something. Dexter Lawrence is going to be fully healthy and ready to go this year to prove his points on why the Giants shouldn't have moved him, because he's special. Those guys, I remember when they drafted him. I remember when Gettleman drafted him at number 17, I think it was. I remember it.
I think they used the trade Odell.
Yes, and the same Daniel Jones in the same draft, and everybody was like, well, there's a lot of guys from Clemson, a lot of guys. He was by far the best defensive player in that class. It wasn't even an argument. And when you see what Dexter does on the football field, and I know Fish is sitting there making excuses. Well, bad elbow. Give me a break. When this guy was on the team, this guy's the best defensive lineman in the league. When we have Giant fans say that he gets traded, everybody wants to say, well, he's not healthy. Let's move him. Let's try to save this line and turn this into a better line. You don't lose a player like that and think that the season's going to be better. It's not going to happen. It's factual. As a Jet fan, Quentin Williams was traded to the Cowboys. Are we going to sit here and think that Sweat is going to change everything for them? He's not. He's not Quentin Williams. So as a Jet fan, as Q thinks they're making the playoffs this year, I have no idea.
I get there. It'll be a wild card.
Listen, Leonard, my pal over here.
He also thinks the Mets are making the playoffs. So
he is a little lost.
No, we was going to beat. The Mets just took it downhill.
He is a little lost. He's a little lost, Leonard. I love the guy. He's a little lost, and I root for the Jets. I want the Jets to make the playoffs. They're not making the playoffs with Geno Smith throwing the ball. It's just not going to happen.
I think you guys are still seeing Gino as a rookie Gino. He has matured and actually is playing at a good level. He was in Vegas
with all the
where
trouble
they
he's
didn't
in,
have
he
the
would've
worst
been
play
cut.
calling ever.
Dude, could you stop with this?
I'm telling you.
To trade him.
Are you really going to sell me?
See, we had a great draft, right? We had a great draft. We got great building
we had
blocks.
a great draft.
I'm
We didn't
mature
get a
Gino.
quarterback. We didn't get a
did.
quarterback.
We got our quarterback.
No, stop. We didn't get anything. The only thing we
Gino,
got is,
that quarterback.
we got Deshaun Watson hand job. That's what we got. That's what we got. That's what we got.
Great.
All right? Don't
Right.
tell me Geno Smith is going to be the guy. Do not tell me that. Because
You'll
if
see.
that's what you're selling to me as a Jet fan, boy, oh boy, you're going to see in week 7, we're going to bring in a quarterback that's going to be a 4th-string quarterback
No, he
for
won't.
any other team. Yes.
Not the same Gino.
Yes.
Leo, we'll bring you back on
He
when it
stinks.
comes down to it because I'm telling you, we'll be mid-season.
That's a good thing too about the NFL. It's off season, right? Everybody has a shot right now. Like we can complain about everybody's team, but every team is one injury away from being the shits, and one healthy season away from winning the Super Bowl.
I got the shit.
Look at the Seattle Seahawks even won the Super Bowl.
Correct. New England Patriots went to the Super Bowl this year. Who predicted that?
The Rams are going.
Yeah,
to
what
the
are we
Super
doing
Bowl.
when we're a brand new roster? We won 3 games, and then the next year you're in the Super Bowl. They were healthy. They played well through the season, and then that's what happened. So
exactly,
if the Jets play well and Gino has a little bit of his old school back in him, hey, maybe there's a shot they make the wild card. You
All
never know.
right.
Everybody
what
can
are we
have
drinking
that
tonight?
hope.
What are you drinking?
There we go,
What is
Leo.
that? What is this? Is it?
He's a
What
football
are you
guy.
drinking
He
right
actually
now?
understands the
What are
game.
you
He's just a
drinking
football guy.
right now?
That's it.
Whatever you're drinking, I don't drink. I might as well drink it.
He don't cover the game. He's in the game. That's the thing.
I don't cover the game.
Yeah.
I don't watch the game. I don't understand the game. I'm completely blindsided.
You just cover it. That's it. That's the difference.
You know what?
We
Put
can
your hands
see
in-
I hope
things.
Cam
We can
ripped
play.
the hearts out of a lot of opposing teams' fans, but not week 1.
Anyways,
Oh,
Leonard.
you guys don't got a defense. He's gonna have a field day with you guys.
Oh, please.
It's
There
gonna be
it is.
improved. It's gonna be improved.
It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
It's so fake.
he got a lot to prove in week 1. Like week 1 should be one of his best games of the year. What are you talking about? And you got to understand, we talked about this. Cameron's best games have always been primetime. He played USC
Primetime,
night, killed it.
And
Texas killed
he's
it.
that dynamic
Philadelphia
guy,
last
too.
year, 3 touchdowns on Thursday night
Come on.
football.
He
If
get
he
his
doesn't
all-star
get 2
votes.
touchdowns and 100 yards against the Cowboys on Sunday night, we've got an issue. And me and him will have a talk.
Well, we know. We know.
He get his all-star votes in week 1.
We know where he gets his
Yeah.
look. I mean, look at Cam. I mean, we know that he's a replica of you. And I want to get into your trifecta home service company. Tell us a little bit about your company.
So it's a home services company in Northern California. We do inspections, all the inspections when you purchase real estate. So you buy a house, get home inspection, termite inspection, sewer, mold, all those different services when you purchase a house. That's what we do here in Northern California. I co-founder, so I have a home inspection guy that runs the home inspection side. I've been in the pest control world since I was 20 years old. So 30 years I've been doing pest control. So I run the pest control side of the business. We started our business about 3 years ago, and it's just starting to, it takes off. It's taking off. Like you got to get that through that first 2 or 3 year hump, and then get your word out there, get your name out there, and people start to rely on that you do good work. And as long as you do work, people will come, and it's been amazing.
Could I hire you to, you did pest control. Can we hire you to send you to Atlanta to kind of kill the pest over there in Atlanta? I mean, right over there in the corner.
We might need to get him to expand out here in Atlanta.
Honestly, we need a pest control with that guy right there in the corner.
Pest control is different down south, bro. Those bugs are just insane. That's up in here in Northern California. We deal with ants. Like we kill ants and spiders, bro.
So Leonard,
down in the south, they got some serious bugs.
Well, there's a roach on Arrow's wall right there.
Oh, there's no roaches here. There's no roaches here. No roaches. And by the way, it's funny because we did a live show at Main Event here in Long Island, and Q came out for it. And I introduced him to my uncle. My uncle, he walks right over there, and he stands up, and he looks up, and he looks at Q, and he's like, man, that's a big man. That's a big man. And then he shook his hand. He's like, that's a big hand. I mean, I was like, he was a defensive lineman. He's 6'6", 290 pounds. Of course he's big. And he says, well, it's like, well, we don't have those privileges. And I said, speak for yourself, And he looks at me, he says, you're not that tall. I mean,
Yeah,
the bigger they are,
5'3".
the harder they fall.
He's
Pest
5'7",
control.
short
That's
man
what
syndrome.
that should be your slogan. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Pause.
There it is.
So
There it is. I just Leonard, I've grown to be a fan of yours. Oh, there it is. My backache right there. Yeah. But stop with this crap. I am 5'10" and a quarter. These guys are just attacking.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think, Leo?
Yeah.
What do you think, Leo? What do you think? When you see this guy, he's standing up right now. Do you think he's 5'10"?
Be cool.
Well, I've had to stretch my son since he was a kid, so if Cameron's 5'10", if Cameron's 5'10", then Marks is 5'10". So
see, I got a fan right there. I got a a teammate over there. This guy over here, Dickie Braggs, he walks around. Well, I'm tall. No, you aren't. He's standing there.
I'm actually 5'10". I don't know what to tell you.
I was taller than you. I don't know what you were talking about.
In the college program,
we just had to show you were that tall. You weren't taller than him.
Stop. I'm not going to sit here and argue with this. This is ridiculous. I'm 5'10" and a quarter. I went to the doctor. I got my physical. What are you going to tell him? You're going to tell him he's lying? He's a liar? Stop.
Were you wearing shoes?
University of South Carolina said I was 5'10".
Shoes and a hat. Did he has this hairstyle that goes up.
A hat down.
He was wearing platform shoes, Q.
Yes,
that's what he was wearing.
Yeah. What do you think? I'm Pee Wee Herman? What am I, Pee Wee Herman?
I'm 6'5", so I don't have that problem.
Right.
Pee Wee Herman, stop. That's
it. There we go.
Get out of here.
Well, that shows you're almost 6 foot in that picture.
You know what, Leonard? I did like you. Now I'm starting to hate you. What's going on? It's 3 against 1. You know what? I'll go after all of you. Listen, I'll go after all of you. Anyway, Speedy, are you on my side here?
No.
I will not judge metrics I don't know about.
Well, he doesn't know anything then. Anyways, Leonard, we love you, man, and I am a fan of yours. I've grown to be a fan of yours and your son. You've done such a great job. You gave us so much information that we're going to use, and let's get you on again when the season's going on. Let's get you on. Let's talk a little bit of football. Maybe we'll get Cam on, and we'll go back and forth and kind of try to compare you and your son and some of the maybe you're not telling the truth. Maybe Cam's going to be like, Dad, what are you talking about? Because that's what I used to. My father, rest in peace. Whenever I had my father, he used to sit when we were doing a live show. My father would sit there and he'd say, "That's not true. That's not true." I said, "Dad, shut up. I'm talking here." And he'd be like whispering that that's not true. And then he would wiggle his damn keys and the sound would be so loud. But anyways, but we really appreciate you, man. And keep up the good work. Shout out to Trifecta Home Services and everything that you do with pest control. And let's hope for the best for the New York Giants this year. I'm rooting for Cam. I like Cam. Some other guys, I'm not a big fan of, but that's Joe Shane being one of them. I can't stand the guy, but that's a whole nother story. Yeah. But we really appreciate.
That's all that matters. You got to root for everybody, though. You're a New York guy. You got to root for any New York fans. Like that.
Trust me. Don't encourage him to root for any more teams that he's already doing. Well,
I don't know where he's getting this Philadelphia stuff. That's not even near him.
Listen, it's more that comes after Philly.
Listen to that
These
guy.
are the ones that he just admitted to.
No,
like the more you talk to him, the more you realize
not true.
There's more teams coming.
I am not a front runner. That's not true. I don't do that. And if you listen to the show, and Leonard, you could, when you listen to the show, and you listen to the show, I am fair to everybody. I don't throw people a bone if they don't deserve it. I am on this show to make sure that people understand the way I see the game and the way I argue the game. These guys, like this guy in the corner, thinks that the Celtics are going to win without Jaylen Brown.
I don't have the keys.
He's on drugs.
With your daddy right now.
He's smoking something.
I got your dad's spirit right now.
I'll get you some ganja.
I got your dad's spirit.
Yeah, you're the daddy-o, right?
When you start lying, we got to stop you.
You're the one who said they'll win without Jaylen Brown. Did you not? Did you not say that? Did you not say?
Yeah,
okay,
we win.
You're wrong.
We can say win.
You see, he's lost. Anyways,
Dad.
Listen, man, I am done with you. I'm going to pop off for a second and give you a breather.
Leo, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me on, you guys. It's been a blast.
Go Cam, man. I hope he crushes it this year.
I definitely will. And
he will beat one. We know that.
New York sports, like it's been. I'm a West Coast guy, so East Coast is not. I'm not used to it. So watching all these podcasts and watching these people from the East Coast, it's been amazing watching everybody. And you guys represent the East Coast well. So
I'll take it.
You're allowed to be, the way you are, Marks. It's all right. You just keep going, being you.
Listen, I'll be me. And by the way, we don't just talk New York sports. We talk about every sport. We're just.
I know Philadelphia. You talk about Philadelphia.
Don't do it, Leo.
Absolutely.
Have him on more often.
Absolutely. Why not? I talk about LA. As a matter of fact, a lot of our fans are from LA. We have a lot of fans from LA. If you look at our analytics, we draw a lot from the LA area. They love our show, and we appreciate everybody that listens to our show. We're not just New York. We don't just draw here in New York. We draw from all over the country, from Florida to Seattle, all over the place. So if LA is actually a very big place for our show. So
well, that tells you a lot, because LA sucks, and it's just like a big city. I live in Northern California, where it's basically Buffalo to you guys. That's where Northern California is basically like that. So you guys need to understand that big city California, there's more than just LA out here. So
well,
that's interesting. So are you before we leave, are you currently like New York Knicks fan and all that? I was seeing a retweet, or you just supported your son being a New York fanatic?
I'm a fan of just sports, and so the reason I'm a New York, I'm not a New York Knicks for say fan, but I'm a Jalen Brunson fan. So like I love players since growing up in my whole life. Like I've loved Kansas City Chiefs, like running backs. There's been a bunch of different players on different teams that I fangirl over, I guess you can say, right? And the way Jalen Brunson plays basketball is that's the type of basketball I played when I played basketball when I was a kid. Tough, brutish basketball. Just didn't have the skills that guy has. So watching the game was just to basically watch him to me. So, but I don't really have a for say team. I like the Giants because my son plays on them, and we'll figure it out in the next couple of years, right? Because you never know what's going to happen. You
never know in the league.
These guys call me front runners over here, and I was a Donovan McNabb fan, so that makes me I root for the Eagles.
He said he likes players.
Stop.
You were supposed to stop with Donovan McNabb. You took on the whole organization.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
That's the difference. He said I like players.
Be quiet, you.
That's
Anyways,
the difference.
Leonard, we really appreciate you joining us, and we'd love to get you on again. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you guys a lot.
Leonard Scataboo, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic, great personality, great get by the old Nith, man. He was fantastic. Really love him. Yeah, he was, and he knows our personalities. He knows that we can. The one thing I could say about us that we're different than other shows here in New York is we have the pizzazz, and I don't want to hold back. I don't want anybody to think that we're copycats. We don't copy anybody on our show. We're different. We bring a kind of different passion to the game and the sports world, and we want our guests to really be excited when they come on the show and not think, oh, here comes another stupid question. Here comes a dopey question. Here comes some stupidness coming from this guy. I don't want to answer that stupid question, which we've seen many, many times on different shows. So different strokes for different folks, as we all say. Yeah, you like that one, right? I threw your bone right.
Stay away from.
All right, we got a guest. Put him on, Speedy. Who do we have on?
Who do you think you have on?
Hey.
Man. What's up, Snow?
That would be me. How you guys doing? It's good to talk to you guys.
What's going on, man?
Well, celebrated wife's birthday this week.
Happy birthday.
Celebrate our anniversary this week, and a lot of stuff going on in the sports world that I haven't been able to weigh in on because we're doing a lot here.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing that you mentioned about fans being all over the place. Not only is Leo an example, but so am I. I'm born and raised in Chicago, and I had a chance to see Jalen Brunson play at Stevenson High School, Lincolnshire Stevenson, and he was great then. But I'm born and raised in Chicago, and my favorite football team is the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
The Montana era got me hooked. The Montana era got me hooked.
Some of these guys weren't old enough to see that, including Quentin Copels.
I'm cool with that. I don't want to be old.
Listen, my daughter asked me who my favorite player was, and I told her Joe Montana. And if I could just describe the look she had on her face when I said Joe Montana, if looks could kill, that's all I'll say.
They kill
because
me every day with Earl.
she was just looking at me as if to say, "Who the hell is Joe Montana?" And I was getting ready to walk out the room before she started laughing.
I will tell you
How do you
this,
answer
Joe
that?
Montana.
Tom Brady before Tom Brady?
I will say this, and I've argued this. Everybody says that Tom Brady is the GOAT. I still believe Joe Montana is the greatest quarterback of all
Nowhere
time.
near it.
I disagree with you.
Man, listen,
game was different.
My
The game
argument
was different.
is and forever will be Joe Montana is the greatest quarterback to ever play
Not
the
even
game,
close.
period. Because there wouldn't be a Tom Brady or a
Yeah, it
Peyton
would.
Manning or a Drew Brees or Patrick Mahomes or anybody
Speak, baby.
It would have.
were it not for Mr. Montana.
No, it would have, and it
Because
happened. They
people
was
want to throw
born
stats
later.
at me all the time and
I
comparing
know you can't hear
Tom
me.
Brady and Joe Montana. Listen, who was the first quarterback to win 3 Super Bowl MVPs? That would be
I
Mr.
hate you.
Montana. Who was the first quarterback to not throw a Super Bowl interception? That would be Mr. Montana.
Empty calories.
And not lose a Super Bowl. Not lose the Super Bowl either. Montana and Brady share one fact: they didn't lose the Super Bowl. Bradshaw and Montana. Bradshaw has thrown interceptions in the Super Bowl. Joe Montana has not.
Let's not
again,
hold on. Let's not.
Bradshaw's that
let's
guy.
not-
Troy Aikman didn't lose the Super Bowl.
Let's not
Right.
compare
He's not the greatest.
Bradshaw with Joe Montana.
even
because
close.
there's
No.
comparison.
Not
Bradshaw's one of those
comparing
guys
at all.
now.
I'm just looking numbers. I'm just looking numbers wise because I will say something that's going to make a lot of Tom Brady fans mad. That's going to make a lot of Peyton Manning fans mad. I'm married to a Peyton Manning fan, and we have this playful argument all the time. But it goes like this: there will never in life be another Joe Montana. Period.
Preach,
Better.
baby.
There's a couple
Preach.
better already.
Preach. Let's sit on
There
it.
will never
Pause.
the greatest.
Hey, yo.
I got so many Patriot fans that listen to my show, and they argue. It's a playful argument that we have all the time on the air. They want to say, "Well, you got to show your love for Tom Brady." No, I don't, because the man that did it for me wore 16, not 12.
Pause. I'm just saying. I mean, was he wearing 16 or is he
The
doing
guy
16?
that did it for me wore number 16, okay? Because if there was a quarterback who quietly saved the Bill Parcells Giants because they terrorized us first, if there was a quarterback who terrorized the entire league and had them on their heels when they had to play him, it was Joe Montana.
How you feeling, by the way? Are you feeling good?
I'm
Everything
good.
Good?
I'm
this is
feeling
therapy
a
for him.
lot better. I'm feeling a lot better.
This is a man. So everybody,
This is
I'm not
therapy,
going to
trust me.
spread out information. This man's been through so much when it comes to
Me neither,
health.
Fish.
And he has been up and down. And the fact that this guy is still kicking and still doing the things that he's doing, it's pretty remarkable. You know, I love you, Snowman. You know I do. And I'm just
Hey,
happy.
I love y'all.
I'm happy that you're doing well. Congratulations on your anniversary. Congratulations on your wife's birthday. And
Thank you.
I want you. Come on whenever you want, man. We'll fit you
Thank
in.
you.
I want you to come on in and when
Hey, yo.
season when the football season starts. There it is. When the football
You
season
got
starts.
it.
Let's talk football, man.
And I want you to come on
Anytime.
my show and
Hey,
make
yo.
picks with us.
Pause, by the way. Absolutely.
All over it.
You need to appear on Snowman in the Morning and make picks with us every Friday during football season, because I know it's going to be a whole lot of fun. We have Deb Whitkus on each and every week. You know the crew that I have
Absolutely.
on. That it's Fridays have gotten so popular on Snowman in the Morning. That's because everybody is weighing in with their picks in the chat and through text messaging, and there's like 7 or 8 of us that are on the air each Friday that make picks with us, and I'd love for you to be one of those people to do it.
I would love it. I would love it.
You got it.
Anytime you need us. Anytime you need us.
We will work it out. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I love you all. Thank you very, very much.
Snowman in the Morning. Check it out every single morning on our network, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Such a nice guy, cool collective, knows his sports, and one of those people that you root for. I root for him all the time. for all the things that he's gone through and all the trials and tribulations, the fact that this man is still standing up and still working his ass off to get to that higher level, it just says a lot about who he is as a person. So thank you, Snowman. Speaking of falling out of love, this guy doesn't fall out of love with them after being swept.
Errol, we got one more segment before that. What? We got the rundown Speedy was supposed to post to you that we updated. We're gonna go right into your UFC. Alrighty then.
All right, let's go to alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
All right, get the music going, Speedy.
He's got it. Let's go.
Through StreamYard for the millionth time. There it is. I can hear it. Alrighty then. This is the segment where we get to talk about the written work of Errol Marks, as well as many other writers within Raman Chandra, our NR Media conglomerate mogul himself, has a bunch of great writers that also write on worldwidesportsradio.com. If you are not going there, you need to start heading there right now. 500,000 people go there every month. That's where you can see clips from not only this show, but read these articles. And then if you are really interested in some of these articles, we post them on Reddit, and we're going to read some of those comments from our fans today. Speedy, if you want to get your comments read in this segment, which is a weekly segment, where can our fans go find them?
Yep, Reddit. Our Reddit is the same as our Facebook, Worldwide Sports Radio Network, powered by New York's Sports Lab.
All right, so this article is about the Freedom 250 headlining fight where Justin Gaethje dominated Ilia Topuria. Let's plop this one down and get the article up from the website. I'm going to read an excerpt, and then Speedy will read some comments, and Errol will react to them. Here we go. On Alrighty then. All right, here it is. One weekend. Hold on, let's just get the cameras right. Pop the boys out and get into the regular view. Right here for everybody at home. If you're not watching, you can also catch us on the next day all over Apple and Spotify in video, as well as all of our stuff on YouTube that's spread out all throughout social media, and on Instagram and TikTok. We have our reels and shorts there. Here it is. One weekend, two miracles. Knicks win a title, and Gaethje breaks the UFC matrix. So here's the picture. Here's some of the article. There are sports weekends, and then there are weekends that make you wonder if someone accidentally switched us into an alternate universe. The New York Knicks win their first NBA championship in 53 years, and less than 24 hours later, Justin Gaethje walks into the White House and does the impossible. Seriously, check on your friends, especially the ones who had undefeated champion Ilia Topuria winning easily. Justin, the highlight, Gaethje didn't just beat Topuria. He introduced him to a level of punishment we had never seen before. Topuria came into UFC Freedom 250 looking invincible. The man had steamrolled everyone in his path. He looked untouchable, unbeatable, and honestly, a little bit like the final boss in a video game. Then Gaethje showed up with the cheat codes. Scrolling down, here's one of the pictures. Late in the fourth round, Gaethje blasted Topuria with a vicious knee to the ribs that folded the undefeated champion like a lawn chair at a backyard barbecue. The referee stepped in, the crowd exploded, and just like that, one of the biggest upsets in UFC history became reality. Justin Gaethje is the undisputed champion of the world. Read that sentence again. The man they call the highlight lived up to his nickname on the biggest stage imaginable at the White House. Speedy, take it away.
I'll start by posing the way I did it. It was wasn't the greatest upset in UFC history. So we'll start with this one from Mighty Eraser 13. Not even the biggest upset this year. He says Sean versus Kamaev was a bigger upset. He spelled it wrong all the time. Still below Sarah beating GSP, Weidman beating Silva, and Holly Holm beating Ronda.
First of all, he was making fun of, he called him a cum shot, but that's a whole other story. He was trying to be funny. First of all, what Sean Strickland did just recently was not the biggest upset this year. And what did he say? Ronda Rousey?
Holly Holm over Ronda Rousey.
Please, that wasn't to me, this is one of the greatest upsets in UFC history. The one that really pops out at me was GSP versus Matt Serra. And that's Matt Serra came out of nowhere, fought GSP and knocked GSP out. And then obviously GSP came back and knocked Matt Serra out. But that was one of the greatest upsets in UFC history. If you look at this fight, Topuria was like a plus 250. I mean, a minus 250 going into this fight. He was absolutely, positively the favorite to win this fight. And he got his butt whipped by Justin Gaethje. Nobody would have thought what Justin Gaethje did. Did you see his face? Did anybody see this guy's face after the fight? He walked right out of the octagon with a towel over his head. Did anybody see that knee that he laid on him at the end of the 4th round? I mean, he broke his ribs. He fractured his ribs. That was the biggest upset. One of the top 3 upsets I've ever seen in UFC history. Definitely the biggest upset this year so far.
All right, this one also thinks that Strickland was bigger, and then it also said fairly predictable for people that saw behind Topuria's marketing shenanigans.
So they're talking about the Kamayev-Strickland fight last year. That's what they're talking about. And I completely disagree. When you look at the marketing end of what Justin Gaethje brings to the table, Justin Gaethje is everything when it comes to marketing. You want to market a guy that's 5'7", 5'8". He's light. He gets into an octagon with arguably the best pound-for-pound fighter in the UFC. I don't think that was an argument. I was arguing that they have no superstars. And going into that fight, he was the only superstar the UFC had. That's why they're bringing back Conor McGregor. That's why they're bringing back John Jones. And to watch this guy pulverize their superstar fighter to an absolute quit job. Did anybody think that Topuria was going to quit at the end of the 4th round? Nobody would have thought that. I mean, it was an absolute upset. One of the top 3 upsets in UFC history.
All right, this one from Dudesy Mugs. Matt Serra over GSP for him.
I would argue that too. I absolutely. I remember Matt Serra. I trained with Matt Serra. Matt Serra knocking out GSP the way he did and beating GSP was a sensational fight. But Matt Serra didn't pulverize GSP. His face wasn't beaten to a brim. This guy, his eyes were swollen shut. This guy walked out of the octagon. He quit. His team quit. He didn't even quit. His team quit for him because he didn't have it inside him to quit that fight. He was going to quit in the round before that. His team was about to quit for him. The referee wanted to call the fight. It was absolute destruction. Not even a question. One of the greatest defeats anybody coming out of nowhere and winning a fight like that. And Justin Gaethje has still not announced his retirement. Still not. So.
All right, this one, whole chest 90. I think Ilya was overrated more than anything else.
Get out of here. Whole chest, thank you for your take. Overrated? 17-0 overrated? He beat everybody. Everybody. Not only in his division, all the great fighters. All the great fighters that everybody said, oh, he's not going to win. He's not going to win. And he didn't just beat them. He demolished them. He stood up with them. He kicked the crap out of them, took them down to the ground, wrestled them. Put him in holds you never even seen before. The Darce. How many people put a Darce on you and choke you out in the 1st round? I mean, come on. Ilya Topuria was by far the best fighter the UFC has. And you're telling me he's not or he's overrated? Get out of here. That's an absolute bad take.
All right, the last one agrees with you. Anyone who says otherwise is completely disingenuous of how much people were counting Gaethje out. He was mentioning his age as well.
Age means nothing in the UFC. Randy Couture won the heavyweight championship against Brock Lesnar. Does anybody remember that? I do. To sit here and say that Randy Couture was too old. He was over 40 when he won the belt. You can't sit here. You can't make those excuses. Age is just a number. I'll tell you this. What he did in this fight was legendary. Legendary. When we go back and we remember fights 15, 20 years from now, and we talk about Ilya Topuria, because we're not going to see the end, and it's not the last time we see Ilya Topuria in the octagon. Ilya Topuria might not lose another fight. To watch Ilya Topuria quit. His corner quit for him. His brother quit for him. To see something like that and the complete domination of a guy that everybody says had no chance against one of the great fighters of the UFC over the last 5 years is just so very impressive. And I agree with you, Freedom. I think it's absolutely incredible what Justin Gaethje did. And if Justin Gaethje never fights again, Speedy, shut the music. If Justin Gaethje never, ever fights again, ever fights again. And I think he will, because I think he wants to fight Topuria again, because he wants to prove that it wasn't a joke. And to me, if he does it again to Ilia Topuria, you can argue that Justin Gaethje could go down as one of the greatest champions of all time. It is an amazing story. And if you don't know Justin Gaethje's story, he didn't get into the UFC until later in his career. He didn't have his first fight until he was like 27, 28 years old. And to watch this guy just dominate, and he's the hardest puncher. I really think that if he got into a ring with a heavyweight, he could hurt a heavyweight if he collides with them. His punches are deadly and they're vicious. And that's what we saw on UFC 250, the White House. It was an unbelievable win by Justin Gaethje. So I disagree with all the guys, but hey, you don't like Justin Gaethje, that's fine, but it was very impressive. After being swept by the Cubs in a doubleheader on Wednesday, Gary Cohen and Keith Hernandez called the Mets season nothing short of ugly. This included the Mets infield having 6 errors in the second game, the first time that has happened in an MLB game since the Cubs in 2019. All 4 Mets infielders had at least 1 error, and both Mark Vientos and Marcus Semien had 2. Steve Cohen also joined the Mets broadcast and mentioned how the team has entered the depth of despair. That's a good line, by the way. Gary Cohen also was taking shots at Carlos Mendoza, saying that games like this are ones that should cause revelation with the coaching staff. David Stearns also made comments on Tuesday saying there is still time for the Mets to become contenders, and the cutoff for when he would stop believing in this core is August 3rd, which is after the trade deadline. This is ridiculous. The Mets are 34-46, which is 3rd worst record in the National League, tied for 6th worst in record in the baseball, and only 3 games above the worst record in baseball. It is over. It is absolutely over for the New York Mets. You cannot sit here and tell me, David Stearns sitting here and saying that this core we're riding with until August 3rd. Where are we going with this? What are we trying to sell to the Met fans right now? Because Met fans aren't stupid. Josh Silverberg from Game On is not stupid. His father is not stupid. You would have to be dumb to listen to this GM, executive, whatever you call this guy over there with the New York Mets, and you're going to try to tell me that they can still become contenders. You're talking like Quentin Copels. That's what you're talking like. You believe that this team has a shot in the dark to make the playoffs? What are you drinking? What are you smoking? Met fans, you don't believe this. You don't buy into David Stearns crap. I don't buy into it. It's ridiculous. This team is not hitting. They're not pitching. They're trading David Peterson to the Cubs for a guy that nobody's ever heard of. Who's what? His OPS is 500?
Yeah, in Class A, his OPS is
I mean,
670 or something.
Nobody's ever heard of. He's not even a top prospect for the Cubs. I mean, come on. David Peterson, who at one point was the Mets' best pitcher last year. You're just trading him away to the Cubs. Oh, well, he's having a bad season. He'll go to the Cubs and he'll pitch a no-hitter. That's what's going to happen. That's typical Mets fashion. They let go of guys. You know what? Maybe they should reach out to the Red Sox and bring Sonny Gray. I mean, maybe that'll help him. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, because he's great at pitching in New York.
I'm just saying, this is ridiculous. How are we selling this? Are we really educated enough to believe that the Mets are still a contender? The education would tell you not a chance in hell. You have overpaid players. Your only player that's hitting is a guy that's not a team player, is a me player, and Juan Soto. You have guys sitting on the bench, riding the bench, and 2 players leaving the organization because of him. Your shortstop, who is still not healthy. I mean, come on. What are we doing here? Bo Bichette making $42 million. He's making more than Aaron Judge. And this guy, to me, has won 1 batting title. The only reason why he won the batting title is because half the guys in the American League were not healthy the year that he won the batting title. Come on. What are we selling here? Marcus Semien? Did anybody think he was going to be better than Brandon Nimmo? No. He's an old man, 37 years old. He's an infielder. He is a decent infielder. I don't know if he is anymore. And Mark Vientos, he couldn't stop a nosebleed. I mean, come on. The ball gets hit to him and goes right to his legs. This is bad. This is bad baseball. And Mendoza, I'm not blaming Mendoza for this. No, I'm not blaming the manager. This isn't the manager's fault. No way. You know what we're blaming? We're blaming the guy that built this goddamn team. That's David Stearns. David Stearns didn't want to give Pete Alonso that extension, the 3-year extension worth about $130 million. He took $20 million more to go to the Orioles. He would have taken $20 million less to stay with the Mets. And how about Brandon Nimmo? He's by far, if he was on your team right now, he's by far your best outfielder. I like Ewing. I like Benj. They're good players. They're not better defensively than Brandon Nimmo. They're just not. I don't care if he has had 2 steps back last year in the second half. This guy was a Gold Glove winner. This guy 2 years ago was one of the best outfielders in the league. And you're going to sell that to me? David, you're going to sell that to me? If I was a Met fan, I would chop him from head to toe. I would chop him from head to toe. If David Stearns, if I was in with the media and David Stearns went up there and gave me this crap, I would be like, dude, what are you smoking? What are you doing here? You brought in Polanco. He hasn't played. You're paying him $20 million a year. He hasn't. You tried to move him from second base to first base. He's never played first base in his life. You have Beatty moving back and forth. It makes no sense. This team had their catcher, who looked like he was the only one hitting the ball in the beginning of the season, can't stay healthy. They have nobody that I could depend on when it comes to that pitching staff. McClain has taken steps back. Peralta is horrible. They gave away 2 studs, pitcher who's going to be a 1 or a 2 for Milwaukee in the future. And a hitter should be a leadoff hitter or maybe a cleanup hitter for Milwaukee in the future in Williams. And we're going to sit here and we're going to say, well, it's David Stearns. He was the one who drafted this guy. He believes in this guy. Met fans wanted to give him $300 million. $1 million to this guy. What do they call him now? What's the nickname? I forget what Fish calls him. What is it? 5-inning
Freddie.
5-inning Freddie. That's what we'll call it.
You might be pitching with 4 fingers at this rate.
Come on, guys.
Errol, he pitched tonight, and the game is actually still going, and they're tied in the top of the 8th with the Cubs. But they were winning, but the Mets made 2 errors in the 6th, and 5-inning Freddie could not get out of the inning, gave up 3 unearned runs. It was actually the best he's pitched probably all season. But again, the defense messed up for him, and now they're tied in a game they should be winning.
Don't worry, at least the run prevention is working.
I will tell you this, and you could bring the 2 guys in. You could bring in Dickey. You could bring in Q, because I love to hear their take on this.
Well, I'm certainly not going to sing the praises of the Mets.
I don't hate the Mets. I want the Mets to play.
You hate the Mets. That whole take says you hate the Mets.
No, I do not hate the Mets. I've stuck up for the Mets many, many times. I think David Stearns is an idiot. I think he's trying to sell the Met fans that he really thinks that this team and this core can make the playoffs. It's ridiculous. If you look at the numbers and you look at the pasts, look at teams that were 34 and 46 at this time of year. None of those teams win more than 75 games. Some of them don't win over 68 games. You're going to tell me that the Mets are going to find something? They're going to find something to see. They got no pitching. Their ERA is the worst in baseball, second worst in baseball. Their bullpen is horrible. They traded away one of their arguably better pitchers for what? You should have traded Senga. I think you would have gotten more for Senga, and nobody even cares about who David Peterson is. But watch, David Peterson will go to the Cubs. He'll win 3 or 4 games, and everybody's going to be like, what are the Mets doing? What are they thinking? It's horrible to watch. And it's sad because I feel bad for the Met fans. I really sincerely do, because the Met fans are spending money. They're going to games. I love that ballpark. And the season is over. Like, this is the time to go to the ballpark. Who wants to go to watch this team? Nobody does. This is ridiculous. Go ahead, Speedy. Let's hear this view.
Yeah, it's not. It's as low as you can get. And you're going to depend on saying, oh, we're going to evaluate until August 3rd if we could really believe in this team. That's after the trade deadline. So if you don't believe in this team, what are you going to do? You're going to put them all on waivers and do waiver trades? Like, that makes you look like a dumbass. Like, you're going to defend the run prevention theory. Oh, we're not going to get these, besides Peralta, which didn't work out either. You're not going to get the infield defense that you're so enamored by because, all right, let's see. Bo Bichette, not a good defender anywhere. Marcus Simeon all of a sudden is falling apart because it's mental now with him. Francisco Lindor, mental with him now. And Vientos was never good defensively. That's the experiment you're trying to go in this patchwork infield that you say, all right, let's go with 5 infielders, but only one pitcher that didn't work out. Yeah, he'll probably, like you're saying with Peterson, I bet you this in the private chat, he'll probably get traded to the Rays or something and be the best pitcher in the second half of the season. And you're not getting a process that works with those guys. Plus, the younger players, too, are not doing well outside of Benj and Ewing. McLean's fallen off. And these other young pitchers outside of Scott wasn't pitching well this year. It is a disaster that you cannot try to defend whatsoever.
Wow. That's pretty tough, Speedy. I mean, I know you're a huge Mets fan. I know this has got to be killing
Favorite
you.
team in sports.
I know it's got to be killing you. We talked about it in the offseason, though. These decisions just reeked of a guy that wanted to have his handprints on something and said that that's why he won. The team was pretty good. And then they got Soto. They didn't have to make all these changes that they made. They made changes and made themselves worse. Yeah. And that's all on Stearns. And I would say Mendoza has, I mean, I don't know what it is. They're in denial.
Scapegoat either.
You can't blame the manager. The only thing the manager you want to blame on is the bullpen, the way the bullpen is playing. But everything else,
the fundamental baseball, I would blame the manager.
That's the analytics.
I could have told you the bullpen was going to pitch like that because I saw them pitch last year in the Bronx. I watched it.
Actually,
watch out now. Watch out.
Firsthand.
The last airbender over there.
Yeah. And let's just say they also did one thing that they probably shouldn't have done is they listened to their 2 best players who had horrible clubhouse personalities and didn't get along with anybody. So they made these forced changes to try to make the team better to kowtow to their superstars. All right. Now we're back to the Mets acronym. My entire team stinks. All right. That's just what it is. That's what it used to be. That's what it is again. The team stinks. It's going to stink. They got to, I don't know what they got to do, but at least they're trading for minor league players. You know,
there we go.
2 years out, 2 years away. The sun's shining.
2 years away.
You can't even pay your broadcast team enough money to get them to say nice things about your team.
Listen,
they the team on a nightly basis.
We're very honest people. We're not the people that you pay to just say anything. We're very honest.
But at least you're 2-1 against the Yankees this year.
Dickie, what are they supposed to say though? Like at least Vientos didn't let it get to into the corner of right field. Like he kept it in front of him.
If somebody's struggling, but the last 3 games they're doing well, I would point to the last 3 game stretch. He's starting to turn it around. You're getting paid to broadcast
before this week.
You don't openly trash the team night in and night out.
Before this week, we had that opportunity. You know what I mean? Like we was knocking some games down.
We were knocking on the door, right?
We was not knocking on the door. We wasn't knocking on the door, but we were just chipping away or whatever. But then this week just sealed the deal. You know,
you left the keys at home that you couldn't get in.
You know what might have been the worst comment, Dickie? It's not even the making fun like of how they're not fielding. It was Keith's comment about Pete Crow Armstrong. And how he just shredded, but when he was after he had this like
terrible trade,
he basically said one of the worst moves the Mets made. He just killed them the entire time. He rounded the bases like one of the best base runners you've ever seen in the world. Because guess what? He is one of the best base runners you've ever seen in the world and best fielders you've ever seen in the world. And now he's hitting again. And this is a guy who's could be one of the 10 best players in the world for a number of years.
That was it.
I just don't like. I don't like that they let Stearns like running.
And he said they gave up on him for. Guess what they gave up him for? Speedy, you know it. 3 months.
Great Javier Baez, which hit for
Javi Baez.
1 month he hit 4.
That was our infinity stone. When Peter Crow Armstrong did what he did, that was the last stone. That was the fate of our season. I apologize, guys. I can no longer defend what's going on. I'm
yeah.
No mask.
I will say
You know what? If I'm Cohen though, I would make Stearns night in, night out go up there and field questions. They let him hide. He was so arrogant.
Yeah,
if you're gonna keep that same energy and you stand out there and you stand behind them, say, obviously we could turn this around is so stupid.
Yeah,
But
no way.
I would force them every night.
Forget letting him field questions. Maybe have him play the field and see if he could do run prevention.
You want me to tell you guys? You want me to tell you guys what's going to happen in 2 years? Juan Soto has an option to opt out of the contract. Guess what he's going to do? He's going to tell the Mets goodbye, opt out, and go to another team, just like he stabs everybody else in the back. He did it to the Yankees. He did it to the Padres. He did it to the Nationals, and he's going to do it to the New York Mets.
It depends on what the CBA looks like, because if they have 5-year maximums on their deals, he's not going anywhere. He's never given that contract up.
With Bryce Harper and all those guys.
I don't think that's going to happen. And there are other teams that will be willing to pay him, because a lot of teams are going to have to spend money. When the new CBA comes out, they're going to have to spend at least over a certain amount of money, $150 million. Teams like Kansas City, there are teams out there that are going to be willing to or have to spend that money, because that's what's going to happen.
But Errol, when the new CBA comes out, do you really want Stearns handling it after what you've seen so far? I mean, come on. This is an embarrassment. Right now it's an embarrassment.
It's just more ammunition for him to make excuses of why he can't field a competitive team.
Come on, Fish. You don't want him to try to make trade deadline moves after August 3rd?
All right, so I got a question for you, Errol. Who's done a worse job as a New York general manager, Stearns or Drury?
Drury. It's Drury. It's not even close. Yeah. What Drury has done to the New York Rangers organization. This was a competent organization. This was an organization that made the playoffs every single year. And they've always invested into certain players that have helped them move forward in the future. You look at their future right now. They have no farm system. They've got nothing. They got no farm system. They're banking on Lafreniere to figure things out next year after what he did in the second half of the season. It's not going to happen. You have the fifth pick this year. They're going to make a mistake. If Verhoff is sitting there, if Keaton Verhoff is there, they're not going to draft him because they're stupid. They're a dumb organization. They're going to let Keaton go to 6 if Keaton's sitting there. I'm going to tell you guys this right now. Remember I said this. Keaton Verhoff is the best player in this class. I'll say it again. He is the best player in this class. I've been following this kid for 2 years. I've heard it from many different people, and teams are going to pass up on him. They're going to I'm going to go with this guy. I'm going to go with that guy.
Well, Errol, we'll definitely get into that when we have the NHL draft segment in the last hour, and I really want to hear about him because the Rangers sitting at 5 is a big deal. They better draft him.
Speaking of,
they won't. They'll mess it up.
They'll mess it up. Speaking of what's going on is the World Cup. Team USA is about to start. The FIFA World Cup group stage is coming to an end very soon, with 13 teams already clinching a spot in the knockout stage. These include several projected favorites like Argentina, France, Germany, Brazil, and already clinching, and all 3 North American teams. Other powerhouses like Spain, England, and the Netherlands have not yet clinched after all those teams had surprising draws during the group stage. Portugal is still hanging on as well, which I have no idea, but are still alive with Cristiano Ronaldo scoring 2 goals, giving him 10 for his career and already surpassing the last World Cup where he only scored 1. The knockout round bracket, as of now, would feature some interesting matchups, such as the Netherlands facing off Morocco, Argentina facing off Uruguay, and while the United States is projected to face Bosnia. The United States is going to be connected and projected to play Bosnia. Bosnia is a big team. They're a big team. They're fast. The United States could beat Bosnia. They could beat Bosnia and go to the round of 16. And this would be the furthest the United States has ever gone. And it's crazy because of the way they set this tournament up. It's different. They've made it into kind of like the NCAA. Yeah, that's what it is now. It's become a completely different tournament. There's so many teams playing. Italy didn't make this tournament, which is surprising.
3 straight years now.
It's crazy. Italy's always been a world power soccer team, a European soccer team, and they didn't make it. And you talk about the Netherlands are always good. They're one of the best in the world. England has two of the best players in the world. Spain's considered, when it comes to talent, one of the top 4 teams in the world. And they might not make it. It's crazy. It's been a crazy, crazy opportunity for Team USA. And being that they're on home soil, they have the advantage. They do. And they have the home crowd. They have everybody backing them up. Look at tonight. There are definitely more United States fans there than any of the other teams they've played in this tournament. And they didn't beat bad teams. They haven't beaten bad teams. They're good teams. They're not in the bracket like the Netherlands has been in, or England's been in, or Spain's been in. But it's an opened bracket where nobody thought the United States was going to even come out of. And now you hear the coach come out and say that why couldn't USA win the World Cup? And you start to believe, as a fan, as a United States fan, this is something that you want to see, and you want to believe this. And what we have seen so far with Team USA is they're playing together, they're playing great defense, great goaltending, and they're scoring goals, which they've had so many problems every single World Cup. They're mostly known for their defense. If you go look at the World Cups that they've moved on to different rounds, it was because of their defense, not because of their offense. They have been one of the more elusive offensive teams in this tournament. They're scoring goals by the clip, and they're getting great goaltending, which they always have great goaltending. United States has some of the best goaltenders in the world. If you look back at all the tournaments, they have some of the best in the world. But Cristiano Ronaldo only scoring 2 goals. And what Messi has done in this tournament tells me that when we try to compare Ronaldo and Messi, there is no comparison. There isn't. Because when the lights are brighter, who shows up in those games? Lionel Messi. And that's why Lionel Messi, when these guys are going to be compared to each other, Ronaldo's making more money than Lionel Messi. I mean, He's made 300 million euros. I mean, that's like $600 million here. I mean, a guy's making a ton of money. He's making ridiculous amount of money. Ever seen before is pretty incredible.
Yeah, Messi has definitely carried this younger bunch, I think. This was probably the younger, faster Argentina version that it took a little while for them to get back. I think even when they made it to the finals against Germany, that team was on kind of on that last-ditch effort, and now he's doing it with a very good young core around him, and they already have, I believe it is 7 points, and they already won their group. Ronaldo, on the other hand, has not worked well with the younger players.
It's horrible.
And I think some of that has to do with coaching. I know Paulo, when he was on the show a lot, would rip the Portugal coaching.
Are you going to really sit here and tell me when it comes to soccer, it's all about coaching? It's not. This guy is a high-flying goal scorer. That's what he is. He's all about putting the ball in the net. He's not doing that. Yeah. You take over these games. We've seen all the greats. Memphis, have you watched him play for France? He's turned into – he wasn't even the best player. When they were talking about – France has like 5 of the top 15 best players in the world, and Memphis was like 13th or 14th in the world.
Yeah.
In this tournament, he's become one of the best, if not the best in the world.
Yeah, he actually was coming in on one of his more down years, both for league play and I believe in the international tournaments as well, playing hurt. But that what makes France very interesting too. I was mentioning
watch out for France.
Yeah, I was mentioning it a couple of weeks ago with my 6-pack that France and Spain have all those young talent, and they're going to have a lot of higher end of pressure. But France has also made it 2 years in a row or 2 cups in a row to the final, lost one and then won one. So they have less pressure on it than comparatively with Spain. But Spain's got the experience of winning other things too, so they got to definitely have a lot of interest. I want to shift to U.S. though, because I think what the big thing with the U.S. is, while maybe the talent advantage is not all there yet compared to the rest of the world, they're actually avoiding the drama comparatively to some of these other countries that I was talking about with Portugal. Spain had it early in the tournament where that's why they tied with Cape Verde and was one of the biggest upsets. So I think the U.S. done a good job avoiding that.
And they haven't had their best player in Pulisic.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Pulisic is really not played. He played in the first game, got hurt. And I don't know if he's playing tonight, but I think he will, because they want to get him ready for the round of 32. They don't want to keep him out for 2 weeks where he's going to go into the game against Bosnia where he's cold. Right. This guy is the best player for Team USA. There's no argument to that. He is their goal scorer. He is their face of their team. And everybody said that this team can't do it. They can't do the impossible this year. we've had people on. We've had agents, a FIFA agent come on and say there's no way the United States even makes it to the round of 32. And what they're doing right now is pretty impressive. And if they knock off Bosnia and get into the round of 16, it's anybody's game. It's anybody's game. It really is. To me, what they're doing right now is just so impressive, and it's so fun to watch because this could be the future of United States soccer.
Yeah, and we've seen vulnerabilities. Even obviously, soccer is a harder game to score than hockey or basketball, but you've seen vulnerabilities with some of those other powerhouses too. You talked about it with England. We talked about it probably besides Brazil and Germany. We've seen it with pretty much everybody. Actually,
I used to root for England. Rooney, I used to watch. I followed his documentary. Rooney was a guy that I always watched. He was so fun to watch when he played for Manchester United. That's my team, and I loved him. I watched him. What do you mean, oh boy? I've been a Manchester United fan.
Another team.
I'm a soccer fan. I watched United. That was my team growing up. And when Rooney was playing for United, I loved him. He was my favorite player. I watched him play in the tournaments. I've watched him play in the Euros, and he was fun to watch. But England, they have Kane, who I think is one of the best players, one of the top 3, top 4 best players in the world.
And so is Jude Bellingham.
And he really has not had a good tournament.
Yeah, and they have Bellingham, they have Declan Rice, so they have like the best, probably triplets that they have. So they're going to have all the pressure in the world on them, and they already showed some vulnerability. Shout out to Ghana, that's our friend Sam's team, playing very tough defensively in that game to force the draw. England had a late surge, and they just couldn't finish it, and that's the pressure they're on right now.
Yeah, I think this is the year of an underdog. I think that the World Cup is going to be won by somebody that we not technically predicting to win. I mean, if you look at even Ecuador versus Germany there, that was a big upset. And I think that when you look at the overall games and how this thing is going, USA, like you said, got a chance because a lot of the underdogs are being overlooked, and they're doing the key things that, are important in regards to this World Cup, which is scoring goals. And again, the fact that we've had great goaltender but didn't have the ability to actually put the ball in the net gives us tremendous hope that this might be a year that we can actually make some noise. Now, I won't go on the record right now and say that we're going to win the World Cup, but I think that being that it's our 250th birthday, and I think that they have played well, they're going to obviously win their group. I think they win tonight, and then they win their group and going into round 32. We have a strong chance of actually upsetting some key guys and some key countries and actually making a run for that title run. And when it comes to Messi and Ronaldo, I think we've had this argument before, but Messi has ran away with it. I don't think that is even close. Ronaldo can have all the money in the world, but when it comes down to remembering who's the best to ever lace it up and kick a soccer ball, Messi is going to go down as the guy.
Yeah, I think Messi is the guy, but I think what is he doesn't have that pressure on his back because of the last World Cup. Both of them really struggled on the international stage for a long time until the last World Cup. Argentina came through, and now Messi doesn't have pressure on him. He's playing very free, and you can see Ronaldo pressing a little bit. Obviously, Messi's got a little bit more talent around him. And on the U.S. side, I think in years past, the U.S.'s style was very defensive because they didn't have the athleticism.
U.S. just scored, by the way, just so you know. U.S. just
come on. There you go, Dick.
They didn't have the athleticism and speed in the strikers. They're playing a very aggressive offensive game in this World Cup because they have such talent up front, and they never really had that before. I mean, even Clint Dempsey, Landon Donovan, those guys weren't like barn burner, like speedy, athletic guys. They were like savvy vets that were like good at their position and good at their footwork. But like now they have like really strong talent up front, and they can play this aggressive style, and they have speed on the outside where they can cover on the defensive side because they can be more aggressive and push the pace. So
how much do you?
I get sucked in every time with the U.S. I get sucked in there. I believe that we could win. That chant back then, like I
believe that we can win. Yeah. I believe that we can.
I was like, exactly. Now,
so how much is that? Do you think that it's contributed to that we went outside the country and recruited talent like that?
It's everything. It's everything.
Yeah, so
you got to listen. Bosnia's best player. He was born in Wisconsin or somewhere over there. He had never even been to Bosnia.
Yeah, pause on that. That gets
it happens all over. It's all over the world. They're playing everywhere.
I don't think it matters, honestly. The fact here is if you look, a lot of these guys, they have parents that are from America, and they traveled. Their father was in the service, and he was in Germany, or he was in Egypt and stuff like that. They're still Americans. They're still considered
the U.S.'s best striker. Okay, his parents are from Nigeria. They moved to England. They were visiting the United States. She was 7 months pregnant. The doctor said, you can't travel because you're too pregnant. Therefore, he was born in Brooklyn, and then they went home. And that's how he's able to play for the U.S. I love that loophole. That's amazing.
The new Brooklyn
true.
or the old Brooklyn?
You are American. If you were born here, you're American. That's the way it is. Like if you were born in Canada, same thing with Canada.
And because England, he was going to play for England, but because England has Kane and they have all these seasoned vets that are there was nowhere for him to play. So instead of waiting a World Cup, he chose to come to the United States.
And he'll be
good
back,
for him.
and
he's lighting the world on fire. He had 2 goals in the first game. He's arguably their best striker.
Well, him impulsive. So they're both.
Pulisic's great, but he's a little bit younger, a little bit faster, a little more athletic.
I think it's great because now we're seeing what the United States is going to be in the future. They've got some players. It's becoming big here in the United States, the training facilities, and now we have an opportunity to maybe see eventually a World Cup champion. And I'm not saying it's going to be this year. I'm not, but what we're seeing right now is not going to be far-fetched. They can score, they can play defense, and they always have great goaltending. And if you have great goaltending when it comes to soccer,
you got a chance.
Anybody's chance. And
if we were to be able to win this, America's on an all-time run.
I'm going to say this
right now in hockey, men's, women's. I mean,
the United States
too excited, but
the United States,
their
goaltender is a top 3 goaltender in this tournament. There's no question that he is, and he's proven
not bad for an MLS guy.
No, not at all. And that's the thing about when it comes to if you have a goaltender in hockey, soccer, you have a great goaltender, they're going to keep you in the games. And I know Fish knows all about it because he played goalie, so he knows a little bit about that.
I love goalie in soccer. I was a great goalie when in like kids soccer, but I didn't watch soccer. I watched hockey, and I like Mike Richter. I was a Rangers fan, obviously, and he would just dive at people on breakaways. So I was the kid in youth league soccer, just taking everyone's legs out. Just like literally, so you can't even shoot it. I'm not going to let you get that shot off, bro. Richter wouldn't let you do it, so I'm not going to let you do it.
So you're the Draymond Green.
Wait a second.
I was definitely the Draymond Green of youth league soccer.
Oh, wait a second. So you pretended that you were Mike Richter in a soccer net?
Kick save and a beauty.
I gave up
a little
lost.
Well, there were some bad years there, lean years.
There were, and
the
a
net's
lot
just a little bit bigger,
a lot of pucks hitting him in the head, and that's why he retired from concussion injuries. So Mike. By the way, I've interviewed Mike Richter twice on our show in the past. Mike Richter's a nice guy. He really is, and I would never take shots at Mike Richter and his success as a goaltender. But as far as trying to compare him to a soccer goalie, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. Kick save.
That's what motivated him.
That's who you're dealing with right here in this circle dot cam, Errol.
It's a circle. It's a circle.
Draymond Green of youth goalkeepers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Call Your Shot.
I'm not an X's and O's guy, right? I'm not a tactician. I'm a motivator. The classic sense of the word. Lombardi, Charles Lindbergh, that nun over in India, like those people.
Call your shot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty simple. We're going to tell you a story, or we're going to give you a shot. We're going to tell you something that we think is going to happen, and that's how it's going to go. We're going to just tell you the future of what we think is going to happen. We're going to call it. All right, we're going to go tonight, Speedy. We'll go Q. We'll go Fish. We'll go Dickie. We'll go me. Here we go.
All right, so I'll keep it in the World Cup. I mentioned on multiple occasions that I am picking Brazil to win it all, and they have a young player in Vinicius that has 1 goal behind Messi right now for the Golden Boot, has 4 goals right now. The Brazilian record for most goals in a single World Cup is actually a tie.
Ronaldo, right?
Ronaldinho, right? Yeah, Ronaldo. Yeah,
Yes.
they're 2002.
I remember.
And believe it or not, it was not Pele. It was Ademir in 1950, who both had 8 goals. So my call your shot is Vinicius will break that record with 9 or more goals en route to Brazil winning.
Interesting.
I'm gonna stay in the World Cup as well, and I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. And I know I'm gonna make you guys lose your mind when I make this prediction, but here it is. I'm gonna predict that the USA is gonna win their group and face Iran, and it's gonna be one of the most watched soccer matches in history.
Oh,
History.
It is a possibility. No, there is a possibility of
There's a
Iran.
possibility, yeah. It's 5 to 10% as in regard to possibility that I just feel like it's gonna rage, and it's gonna be the most violent, most watched soccer match that we've ever seen in the history of the World Cup.
I think FIFA's going to script it just for that.
I think
That's. I love that one. That was wild. I got one that Errol, I think, can probably predict. We had a wonderful interview earlier tonight. Cam Scataboo's dad, and it made me think just how good the Giants are going to be at running the football. I'll tell you how good the Giants are going to be at running the football behind Francis Mauigoa playing guard, shoring up the inside, behind Pat Ricard, a 6'3", 300-pound fullback, old school. Oh, my goodness. They are going to lead the NFL in total rushing yards at the end of this season. Errol, if I asked you where they were ranked last year, what would you think the answer would be?
I would say
middle of the pack. Yeah.
5th overall last year in rushing, with a hurt Scataboo and a very underrated Tyrone Tracy Jr. But the real X factor is Jackson Dart going to run more in this new offense that's going to feature more of a running quarterback style, as well as a ground and pound, play action scramble. Just watch over 2,500 total rushing yards this season. Take it to the bank.
Can't wait to see that 8-man box defense. Woo, it's gonna be
Take it to the
it's gonna
bank,
be
he
very
said.
interesting.
2,500.
Now I'm perplexed with this Giants.
Sorry, week
thing.
one with Nicky Cowboys.
I'm gonna stick with the World Cup, and I'm going to predict that not only does the American team win more games than they've ever won, which they're only one win away from doing that, I believe that they're going to make a deep run and make it to at least the quarterfinals.
Whoa. Okay.
All right.
Facing Iran.
Don't take that to the bank, but I have a good feeling.
And making the quarterfinals in quarterfinals.
I'm going to go to the NHL draft tomorrow, and I believe Keaton Verhoeff will be there where the Rangers are drafting at number 5. And I believe that Chris Drury isn't dumb enough to not draft him. And if he is, Ranger fans, you can throw tomatoes at him. You can throw whatever. You cannot be dumb enough to not draft him. I believe Keaton Verhoeff will be there at 5, and the Rangers will draft him at 5 and solidify their defense for many, many years to come. So we are only hoping that this idiot is smart enough to make the right move. So I'm going to say they get Keaton Verhoeff. He will, if he's there at 5, the Rangers will get him. So
If he's there and they don't draft him, I will hire the moving company to move Chris Drury out of town myself.
Dude, they better. I mean, come on. I've been talking
College
about
hums calling junk right to his house.
Dude,
2 men in a truck.
I've been talking about this kid. For the last 6 months. And for the last 6 months, I've been watching all these different hockey shows, and we're going to get into that in just a few moments. I've been saying Keaton Verhoeff is the best player in this class. Keaton Verhoeff. As a matter of fact, there were 2 people that I respect in this industry that have good podcasts that has said on their podcast, Keaton Verhoeff is the best player in this class. Teams passing up on him are going to be they're saying Maholtra is going to be drafted in front of this kid. And I think they're absolutely on drugs if they pass up on this kid. North Dakota State, this guy is the best player in this class. You can book it, seal the deal. This will make Chris Drury at least save his job for at least another 2 years. I mean, James Dolan will probably say, he's a god. Oh, wait. Okay. All right, when we come back, we've got, Let's Parlay?
No, Let's Parlay. I'm going to read the picks out
All
of
right.
the break.
So during the break, we'll have Let's Parlay the picks for Speedy. We'll have NHL draft coverage and dial it up. But first, a Sports Minute.
This is a New York Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you, then the scores this evening. New York Jets quarterback Geno Smith is under police investigation for the battery of his ex-girlfriend in Florida. This is an update on an earlier erroneous report on Monday saying that the case was closed. In fact, it's very much open. This case has been assigned to a detective and is currently in active investigation. According to a spokesman on Tuesday, detectives are investigating the crimes that were alleged at the time of the incident. We are not releasing any additional information at this time. Here's the information that eventually got released on a 911 call. Smith's ex-girlfriend can be heard saying, "My ex-boyfriend just beat me up," and that he ran outside and attacked me. And she said that was about an hour before the call. Police interrogated Smith following that at his home in Davie County, Florida on Sunday after the incident. The Jets have declined to comment on this incident. Not a great start for the guy who head coach Aaron Glenn had recently promised Jet fans that they would lead them to the promised land this season. Expect more details in the next few weeks on which will undoubtedly impact the Jets season from the jump for 2026. The March for Arch is on. Detroit Pistons head coach J.B. Bickerstaff had plenty to bicker about with the slap in the face of a contract given to new Portland Trailblazers head coach Mike Norrie. Norrie, the former Minnesota Timberwolves lead assistant, agreed to a uniquely structured deal that seemed to favor management far more than a first-time head coach trying to get a first job with security should have to deal with. New Trailblazers owner Tom Dundon, who is fast gaining a bad reputation in the NBA for being cheaper than any owner in recent memory, gave Norrie only one guaranteed year on his coaching contract with a team option for a second and third year, a structure unheard of in NBA circles for coaching, which has a below-average base salary and incentives based upon team success. Last year's interim coach Thiago Splitter signed with the Bulls to be the head coach in Chicago earlier this offseason instead of staying with the Trailblazers. Today we learned why. J.B. Bickerstaff had some choice words to say about the treatment. "I understand his story and his journey to get to the spot where he was able to get this opportunity, and I don't want to take away from what should be a special moment for him, for his family, and that's a job that's well-deserved and earned. That's first and foremost. But I feel like he was put in a situation that he shouldn't be put in with having to make a choice of this nature because of the structure of what the contract is. It's unfortunate that you have a dream, and from our perspective, it's like someone taking advantage of your dream and devaluing what we feel like coaches have earned over the years. You think about the sacrifice, the time, the growth that coaches have helped and done with the NBA, and then for someone to come in and attempt to devalue the work that coaches have in this league is extremely disappointing." ESPN reported that other coaches have confided similar sentiments anonymously to them. Dundon also came out today saying he isn't going to spend a dime of his own money on the arena and that that will have to come from public money, a.k.a. the people of Portland's taxes. What a first few months in the NBA for this owner who literally just won a Stanley Cup with his cost-cutting ways in the NHL. So, like Adam Silver seemingly is being forced to believe, maybe there is a method to his thrifty madness. Let's take a look at baseball scores. The Yankees fell to the Red Sox. Cam Schlittler getting the loss, 6-3. It is the top of the 10th inning right now. The Cubs have a 4-3 lead on the Mets, and that is the only game left in action. The Rays beat up on the Royals 13-2 earlier today. Pirates beat the Mariners 5-1. A's came back and beat the Giants 9-6. Astros beat the Tigers 2-1 in Detroit. The Phillies all over the Nationals 10-5. The Rangers outlasted a Blue Jays comeback attempt 6-5. And the Diamondbacks and Cardinals got postponed due to rain. Taking a look over at the World Cup right now. Earlier today, the Netherlands defeated Tunisia. Sweden and Japan tied. Germany fell to Ecuador, as we talked earlier today. And in action right now, Paraguay and Australia are tied 0-0, and the United States and Turkey are tied at 1 in both of those games in the 19th minute. We are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our NYS SPT Loudmouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Q, Speedy, and Dickie for our next segment on New York's Sports Loudmouth.
We're back. Hello? You're listening to the New York Sports Loudmouth.
Breaking news. Bagel hole. Breaking news. Smell my ass. Breaking news. I gotta go back off now. Breaking news. You want the jerking off?
631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to New York Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks. They call me the Mouth. My co-host, the distinguished, whatever you call himself, Quentin Copels. Nicky Braggs and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fish, and on the back end, Mr. Nithin Ramachandra. By the way, what's going on with Nithin over there? I just see a background. I don't see him.
It looks like he's like laying in between both couches.
He's doing something. There he is. There's his head.
Yeah, he has a Lisa Ann poster on his ceiling.
That's what he's probably looking at. I mean, he's got nothing else, so he might as well have something on the ceiling. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including New York Sports Loudmouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. NHL, as the draft is tomorrow. Very exciting. The Islanders, I think, are drafting at 13, and the Rangers at 5. The Sabres were very busy before the NHL draft, trading 2 of their defensemen and wingers. Alex Tuck going. The Sabres dealt defenseman Michael Kesselring and a 27th pick this year to the Sharks for the 20th pick, and also traded defenseman Bowen Byron and winger Jordan Greenway to the Blackhawks for picks number 4 and number 45 this year. Very interesting, by the way. The Sabres traded Alex Tuck to the Capitals for a 3rd-round draft pick, and Washington gave him an 8-year extension with an average annual value of $10.5 million per year, which I think is a little too much. The Devils traded former number 2 overall pick defenseman Simon Nemec to the Flames for a 2nd-round pick in this year's draft, and 2 top 10 protected 1st-round picks in 2027 and 28. Gavin McKenna, I'm sorry. Is it Ivar?
Ivar. Yeah.
Ivar Stenberg, Caleb Malhotra are almost guaranteed to go for the first 3 forwards in the draft. Chase Reed looks like he will be the consensus number 1 defenseman, and many scouts value Albert Smits as the 2nd defenseman on the board. Both the Rangers and the Islanders are still exploring trading back in the draft. But if they keep their picks, both Albert Smits and Carson Carrells, right? Carrells seem likely to be favorites for the New York Rangers, while the Islanders have been interested in winger Wyatt Cullen and defenseman Malt Gustafson if they stay at number 13. None of them have Keaton. None of them. It's ridiculous. I don't know where this mishap or understanding where Keaton Vanderhoff is and why Verhoff is, because he is, to me, not only the best defenseman in this class, he's the best player in this class. And Gavin McKenna, he had a good season. Not a great season, a good season for Penn State. He decided to come here to America, pause. He could have stayed and played junior hockey like a lot of these guys, like, all the greats that we've seen over the last couple of years getting drafted from Canada. One of them that's playing for Edmonton right now. You usually stay and you play at a highest level in the juniors because, as far as I'm concerned, United States hockey in college is not anywhere close to junior hockey or the OHL, but that's just my opinion. But Keaton Verhoff is by far the best player in this class. He's the biggest. He's the strongest. One of the better skaters in this class as a defenseman. To think that the Rangers, if he's sitting there at 5, that the Rangers wouldn't draft him just shows you how dumb Chris Drury is. Albert Smits is a good player. There's no question that he is. And Carson Carrells, I've heard a little bit about him. I don't know much about him, but Albert Smits is a good player. But he is nowhere the size of Verhoff. He's nowhere the skater Verhoff is. He might be a better goal scorer, but you need a guy that's going to be two-dimensional. The guys that have been successful in the NHL over the years have been two-dimensional players, and you have a player that is going to be sitting there at 5 that is there for the taking. You're going to just pass up on him. And by the way, Caleb Malhotra is a good player. I watched him play a little bit. He's a good player. Is he a top 3 player? He's not. He's not. He's a top 10 player. I would say on my board, Speedy, he's 7. Okay. I don't have him in my top 5. I've heard a little bit about him, but I was very shocked that most of these scouts have him in the top 3. I'm surprised. But the Blackhawks are trading for they traded the Sabres, the number 4 pick. I mean, this is a great spot for the Sabres. The Sabres right now were one of the best teams in the league. They're one of the best young teams in the league. And now you're sitting there at number 4 to take the 4th best player off the board. I mean, who's better than them right now, Speedy?
Yeah, they're crazy fleecing of that because Byram was a guy they were having trouble signing as it was. And we've seen with these other trades, you were talking about with Tuck, and we talked about it on Monday with Darren Radis going from the Lightning and the Maple Leafs. The Sabres got a 3rd round pick of that, and the Lightning got a 5th. The fact that they were able to get not only a 1st round pick at the number 4 overall pick for a good defenseman in Byram, but an expiring contract, you got to figure out how to sign him, seemed very desperate for Chicago, who's more than just one defenseman away. They're one of the worst rosters in the league. And you're trading away a number 4 pick in a draft that is supposed to be very good within that range.
Reed's going to be, they're sitting there pretty for them at 4.
Oh,
That's what's going to happen.
Yes, because you have the options with, we've heard about the Sharks taking Reed or Stenberg at 2. So if they go with Stenberg, then you got Reed. Best consensus defensive for most of most people. I know you think Verhoff's number 1.
Verhoff's the best.
That's just fine. I'm just saying what the scouts are saying. You can't go wrong with Chase Reed, and you definitely can't go wrong with Stenberg.
And here's the thing. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
is that the Rangers are sitting there at 5. It's almost guaranteed Keaton Verhoff is going to be there.
Yeah,
it's almost guaranteed now. They're telling everybody that Keaton is sitting there because there's no way the Buffalo Sabres are going to pass up on Reed because he's kind of the same type of player as Bowen Byron.
Correct.
He's the same kind of player. He's better, actually. Probably a better skater, better scorer, and an all-around good defenseman. I think the Rangers are crazy when you hear this story that the Rangers are interested in Albert Smiths and Carrolls. I mean, this is ridiculous. It just shows you how stupid Drury is. He's a dumbass.
Yeah, I like Smith as a player too because he's a bigger body type, but Verhoff is better with bigger bodied with faster skating speed. So,
and the team's falling behind them. Verhoff could fall to the Islanders. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I've seen him in some mocks fall as high as number 10 to Nashville, I believe it is, because they have there's a lot of other defensemen. They're probably going to be 4 defensemen drafted in the top 10, and like you're talking about with the Islanders, Gustafson's one that's actually been a high riser recently, so it won't even be surprising if he goes in the top 10 either. But the Rangers, they draft very unconventionally as it is, and they love to just draft these long shot wingers if they don't get a number 1 or number 2 overall pick. You saw that happen with Kravtsov and guys like Viggo Bork, who's an undersized guy, fit that mold, which the Rangers love to do and just make it work with their speed. And
the Islanders got lucky last year when they got the Montreal picks. They got one of the best offensive players in the draft that fell to them.
Yeah.
And you could argue they had the second best defenseman in the draft fall to them in Aitchison. If anybody watched him in the OHL this year, he was not only the best offensive defenseman in the league, he was arguably the 3rd best offensive player in the whole league as a defenseman. And he hits, and he does everything. I mean, the Islanders, if somehow Malt Gustafson falls to the Islanders, and when he's a top 10 pick, which has happened before, and the Islanders, they're sitting pretty at 13. I don't think the Islanders are going to trade down. I don't think they're dumb unless there's a player that doesn't fall to them and they don't really have anybody on their board that they like. The Islanders will trade down 3 or 4 spots and maybe add another 1st round draft pick in the future. But I think that the Islanders are going to stay there at 13. I think they're going to draft a guy. I think they go defense again. I mean, now you think about it. They have Schaefer. They have Aitchison next year, just signed a 3-year deal with the Islanders. and then they bring in like a Walt Gustafson. I mean, their defense is set up for many, many years.
With Romanoff coming back.
Romanoff coming back too. I mean, they're loaded with riches as far as the defensive side of the puck. And, defense wins championships in hockey. It's been a proven fact. And on all three of these guys, Aitchison, Schaefer, and Gustafson are good offensive defensive players. So, I mean, could you imagine that from blue line to blue line? What their top four guys are going to be in the near future. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. The Islanders had no talent, none whatsoever. When we go back and we talk about their future, it was really, really bad. And then Lou Lamoriello, Sleeping Lou is gone, and they bring in a young GM, a guy that's been with the Tampa Bay Lightning, won championships or a championship with the Tampa Bay Lightning. And now you bring in this guy, and within 2 years, he's changed this organization's future for the next 10 years, 15 years. It's unbelievable. And they have the goalie in Sorokin, who got absolutely fleeced for goalie of the year.
Yeah, and they have a chance now, even if the defensemen go earlier in the draft, too. Say Gustafson does go in the top 10. There's a potential for 5 defensemen then to go in the top 10. Then you have your pick of some potential falling forwards as well, whether it is a winger like Vigo Bork, who's undersized but is very fast, a good goal scorer that I'm afraid the Rangers might take because they love players like that. Tynan Lawrence is another one, too, that's been interesting. I've seen connected to the Islanders, too. You can play both center and wing as well. Not the true center that somebody like Malhotra is, but has some traits that are still good for that. So the Islanders could develop somebody that way as well. They're really sitting pretty where I don't think they have to trade up either. And I know there's rumors of them trading back too, but why would you if all that talent falls?
It's all going to fall. It's all going to fall. And the Rangers have the guy that they wanted to fall to him. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to bet that jury is shocking people and just telling you this. If Keaton Verhoff is there, do you draft him, Speedy?
Yes.
100% draft him. And Ranger fans, if he doesn't, you can start blasting him all over social media because you should. You should.
You'll hire the guy that
you should.
You'll hire the guys that threw eggs at Wemby to throw tomatoes at Chris Drury.
I mean, it's a horrible, horrible thing when you think about an organization that's going to bet on Chris Drury to pick the right guy when he's picked all the wrong ones. He's made all the wrong mistakes. His defenseman, the future of the Rangers defense, it was traded for a second-round draft pick to the Carolina Hurricanes, who, by the way, played a huge part on why they won the Stanley Cup this year.
And the one good contract I thought they had in 2023 was Trocheck, and now you gave him a no movement clause, so now you're going to either be stuck with him or get not as much you expect back for him when he does go.
I don't trade Trocheck.
I would keep him too. I agree.
I hold on to him. You don't move on from a guy that plays defense and offense, and he's one of the best in the league at what he does as a face-off guy and all the things that he does so very well, especially penalty killing too. So you don't get rid of those guys. And he's very close with the captain of the team. So who most Rangers probably wonder why they gave him the captaincy, because he's not much of a captain.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean, and that's Chris Drury's fault. Another Chris Drury move, him and Sullivan. Who, I'm going to say this again, just like I've said this about John Harbaugh. Sullivan will not be with the Rangers very long. I will say that about John Harbaugh. I say 3 years tops. John Harbaugh will be gone from the New York Giants. And I'll say the same thing about Sullivan. He will realize that this organization is a bag of bones. Their ownership is making a huge mistake leaving it in Chris Drury's hands. And he's going to say, you know what? I don't want to be here. I could go to Edmonton and coach Connor McDavid. I could go to the Maple Leafs and coach, McKenna and Matthews. I could go anywhere. Why the hell am I here? So I think that's what's going to happen, because the Rangers they're just a stupid organization. They're just dumb. It's dumb. And I feel bad for, you have Dickie Braggs, who's a Ranger fan. You have Fish, that's a Ranger fan. You have you, that's a Ranger fan. And sitting here today, who Speedy has said it, I have said it, Verhoff is the guy, and we all know, I picked it, I called my shot. I'm going to say that Chris Drury is not dumb. He's stupid, but he's not dumb. If Keaton Verhoff is there, you draft this man. You make this man the future of your organization, because he is a captain. He's big. He's strong. He's a strong skater. He hits. He's mean. He scores. He does everything. So I don't know. I'm a little lost here. Dickie, you have anything to say? I would like to hear. Does he have anything to add? The value to add to the New York Rangers in this instability? I mean,
I said it before when you made your bold claim. I will personally hire the moving company to show up at Chris Drury's house if he messes up this draft. We have not drafted well in years past. We absolutely have not. We have not developed players in years past. We've buried high draft picks in the minors. We've traded guys away for absolutely nothing. It seems to me that Chris Drury cares way more about getting his ego stroked than he does about developing a team. We have too much turnover in coaching. Coaches don't last. I mean, it's a nightmare. And especially when you take a team and so let's say it went far in the playoffs, right? And say that's the most you're going to get out of that team. So you say, okay, we're going to blow it up and rebuild. Fine. But if you say that stuff out loud, you don't create a market for any of your top players, and then you trade them away for nothing. Like you didn't get trade value for any of the trades that you made. So like Chris Drury sucks at his job. They haven't been able to develop players. They haven't drafted well. They've had high draft picks that have not worked out. They've had high draft picks that they couldn't develop.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mess it up. That's all I got.
I will tell you this, and here's how sure I am about Keaton Verhoff. If they draft him, he will absolutely be a part of the New York Rangers in 2026. He will start the season with the big club. He won't even be in the AHL. They'll call him up. He's that kind of player. He is automatic for the Rangers. He's a guy that you call up and you play right away, and you get him figuring out the NHL as quickly as possible.
The only problem with that statement is even if he wasn't ready because it's the Rangers, he probably would be up to start the season. You know what I mean? They're not good. They're not good at their jobs.
I will tell you this. I've watched him play a lot. And I've seen him enough this year to know what all the experts are saying about him. The people that I trust in making a decision on where the Rangers should go and if the Rangers are going to get lucky enough to get this guy. And every one of them said that not only is he the best player in this class, he's one of the better skaters as a defenseman in this class. And everybody says, Reed, oh, he's fast. He's this, he's that. He's like a Schaefer. There's nobody like Schaefer. I'm not saying this because I'm an Islander fan. I'm just telling you the truth. Those guys don't grow on trees. If Schaefer was in this draft, he goes 1. Easy goes 1. It's not even an argument. McKenna's not 1, he's 2. And that's the facts. What we saw, what Matthew Schaefer did last year, we'll probably not see again for a very, very long time. It's not easy for a rookie defenseman at 17, going to be 18, to go out there and break Brian Leach, or tie Brian Leach and break records the way he did, and did it at such. He was in the top 10 for MVP voting, and his team didn't even make the playoffs. Okay, that's how good Matthew Schaefer is. But I will say this: if there's somebody that you can compare him to in the long run, and you want to compare him to, I believe Keaton Verhoff is Aitchison. I think he's that kind of player. Okay. A guy that can score, can hit, he's mean, and he's bigger than Aitchison too. He's much bigger. He's 6'4", and Aitchison's like 6'1", 6'2". So this guy is much bigger, much stronger than Aitchison, and could turn out to be an absolute stud for the New York Rangers. I think it's a no-brainer. And if the Rangers do it, I'm going to sit there tomorrow, and I'm going to sit here and laugh. I am going to laugh, and I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to post something on my thing. I'm actually going to do a video on Instagram saying how dumb Chris Drury really is, because that guy's going to go somewhere. Where we go, 7, 8, between 7 and 10. If he goes to the Predators are getting. I mean, Barry Trotz is getting himself a special player at number 10, and we're going to be talking about this 5 years from now. We're going to be like, well, who's one of the top 5 defensemen in the league? And they're going to say Keaton Verhoff. And the Rangers are going to be sitting there with Albert Smits, who's probably playing for another organization, or Chris Drury's buying into this, the fact that this kid is a better prospect than Verhoff, and he's not even going to be a part of the organization. So,
or they'll rush him up like
you have me sold on him. So hopefully Chris Drury listens to our show and you have him sold as well,
Doubt it.
right?
I mean, I should reach out to Neil Smith and tell him. But Neil Smith even said, because he knows who me and Neil have spoken off air before. And I told Neil, I say, watch this Keaton Verhoff. And he says, I already know who Keaton is. So, I mean, and this is a guy that won the last Stanley Cup for the New York Rangers. So I think he's the one that drafted Brian Leach. He's the one that drafted Sergei Zubov. He's the one that drafted Mike Richter. I mean, so I mean, you sit here today and what you understand and what you don't understand as a hockey fan is the Rangers are just a very stupid organization. And hopefully they do listen to this take and they say, okay, Errol says Keaton Verhoff, I'll buy into that. And then I'll maybe 10 years from now when Chris Drury's not there and somebody else is the GM, I'm going to say, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. I handed you him on a silver platter. Anyways, that's my hockey take. And now our final of the show. Dial it up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bulletin.
We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
Oh, man. Welcome back once again to Dial It Up. Everyone's favorite random stories from the wide world of sports lightning round. Errol has not seen
Where's
any
the
of
ogre?
these stories.
There he is.
He doesn't know what's coming, but he's going to do a take on it anyway. Dial it up, Levin. And then we're going to do it. Are you boys? I'll bring that graphic up in a minute. Let's dial it up, boys. Here we go. First one. I promised you, Errol, we would get into this. LaMelo Ball. Wow. So this trade, LaMelo Ball and Josh Green for Naz Reid, who was, perennial six-man candidate, right? Great forward off the bench. They just traded Julius Randle, so the thought was Naz Reid was going to start. No. Naz Reid in this deal, 3 future first-round pick swaps, 3 future second-round picks, and they clear $32 million in salary cap. People are, let's just say, trashing Minnesota a little bit right now for giving up the bank. And really Naz Reid, who's a very useful player, for a guy in LaMelo Ball who just had his first ever healthy season, I think, in the NBA, averaged 20-7. Dial it up!
Well, here's the thing. I think this is a great trade for the Timberwolves. A great trade. Why? Because they add a point guard. They take pressure off of a guy that has Ant-Man has had all the pressure on him. It spreads out. It gives him a shooter, another three-point shooter, and he needs a Robin. He needed a Robin, and they just don't have one. Rudy Gobert is not a Robin. They don't have any of those guys. And to me, Naz Reid is a good player, but he's not LaMelo Ball. When LaMelo Ball is playing at a top level, he's going to give you between 20 and 25 points. He's going to give you assists. He's going to take pressure off of you. Yeah, the first round draft picks to swap. Charlotte's going to be a good team. The Eastern Conference is really lame. It's garbage. And I still think Sabonis is a guy that they're going to add one way or another. So even if they swap first round draft picks, it's not going to be that bad. What is Charlotte going to be? 14, 15?
So Errol, hold on. I forgot. There's also a very down the road unprotected first round pick as well attached to that. So it's 2033 unprotected first round pick. And then it's pick swaps in 28, 29, and 30. And second round picks in 29 and 30.
Picks are not guaranteed. Picks are not guaranteed. LaMelo Ball is going to give you that dimension that you're going to need. Ant-Man needs another guy. If they want to make another run to the finals, they were almost there this year. They almost got there this year. They fell short in the second round. Now you add a LaMelo Ball, take off of Ant-Man. He's going to be able to get to a hole. I think this is going to make them better. They want to win now. Do they want to drive Edwards out? Because there was conversation that Anthony Edwards might want out after this year if they don't find somebody that can play beside him and help them get over the top. I think I don't know if it gets him over the top, but it gives him another dimension he didn't have.
Yeah, I don't think it does nothing for Minnesota. I think it sells tickets. I think they'll get more butts in the seat. But when you look at, obviously the LaMelo Ball injury-prone history, he's going to be out, whatever. Last year, we witnessed Anthony Edwards fight through some injuries, so we don't know the lingering effects and the impact that may have on that. They don't have a complete team to be able to get past the OKCs, the San Antonios. And so these are the two teams that you're competing against. LaMelo Ball is a great talent. He'll be able to give you scoring. But when you go back and look at his style of play, it doesn't complement Anthony Edwards. So then you take away, then you look at what happened last year. Jaden McDaniels actually stepped up and was a key factor in helping them get to the to where they end up landing at last year in the playoffs. And so you're basically bringing in LaMelo Ball, who's going to take away touches from Jaden McDaniels. And now also we have to figure out how we're going to complement Anthony Edwards with LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball plays backyard, unorthodox basketball. He doesn't play organized basketball. Now, last year they had a little bit of success, but when you talk about the Western Conference, where you're going to be playing teams like Denver Nuggets, you're going to be playing the teams like OKC, you're going to be playing the teams like San Antonio. These guys, these teams that are set in stone. Houston Rockets is going to come back with Van Vliet and Sengun.
You're going to tell me that LaMelo Ball is not better than Van Vliet?
Say what? I don't think he adds to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm not saying that he's not better. I don't think he adds to the Minnesota Timberwolves in regards to value to get them over the edge. You're going to have an unorthodox point guard who's going to take 40, 30, 40 footers with an aggressive small forward with Anthony Edwards, who's going to be attacking the rim, with also a lone Jaden McDaniels, and expect Rudy Gobert to stop people on a night-to-night end basis. He's a good defender, but he had a Nas Reed and he had Jaden McDaniels as an assistant and help with defending because the guys are long and athletic. You don't have that no more.
All right.
You have no other option.
You're getting a point guard that averaged last year 20 points, almost 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 40.7 field goal percentage.
Yes.
40.7. You're getting a guy that you can argue is one of the top 4 point guards in the Western Conference and one of the top 7 in all of basketball. And you got him for 3 first-round draft pick swaps. You don't know what they're going to be. And honestly, I don't trust the draft. We said that 2026 and 27 was going to be the drafts. A couple of years from now, we don't know what those drafts are going to be, but we know what LaMelo Ball is, and he does give a dynamic vision.
We don't know because he's missing 30 games a year. We can't say we know him. That's going to severely impact your offense, and he's also going from a number 1 to a number 2. That's not easy.
He played 72 games last year. 72.
Okay, so over his career, he's averaging a minus of 30 games.
All right, so
cool.
The only really the 3 years that he was fighting injury was the last 3. But besides that, he was doing fine. And I think LaMelo Ball right now playing with Ant-Man is going to open up dimensions we have not seen Ant-Man have.
Who are they going to stop? Who are they going to stop on defense?
They have Gobert there. What are you talking about? They have
You have to defend the wing. You have to defend the arc. This is a 3-point shooting league. You can't expect Rudy to go back. You know what happened when Rudy Gobert got drug out there to the 3-point line? You see what happened with him? You don't want him out there on that island. So you can't sit there and defend, wait on Rudy Gobert, and you don't have nobody else that's going to be able to defend.
Won a championship not having wing defendants.
I disagree with that.
I don't. They were.
Michael Porter Jr. is an okay average defender.
Here when they won
what's the guy that just got paid? The 6'7" man, the little short guard. He just got paid. He was a good defender. They didn't have bad defenders on Denver Nuggets squad.
They weren't good.
They don't have to be good. You don't have nothing with Anthony Edwards and the LaMelo Ball.
To a finals with no defense.
But LaMelo is one of the worst defensive guards in the league, though. One of the worst.
That's fine.
It's not fine. He's going to get hunted.
So is Jalen Brunson.
No, Jalen Brunson wasn't the worst.
Jalen Brunson is not a good defender.
My concern is how much Ant cares about winning and how much LaMelo has not cared about winning in his career. So it all depends on if they can really play off of each other and he can unlock something in LaMelo that makes him care to win. Because he
LaMelo
has
is
never
the one.
cared to win his entire career.
He has to go to the 2 now. He's not a 1 no more. That's the problem. That's what's going to cause the issue on their offense. It's not that LaMelo can't score. It's the fact that he's not the primary scorer no more. He has to deflect to Anthony Edwards and then get his shot off. Well, he's not proven that he's able to do that.
I think it's going to make him better, and I think it's going to make Ant-Man better.
How long? Because Anthony Edwards is out of there in a couple of years if he don't win.
Right away.
It'll be fun to watch.
I think it's
I got a clip
for sure
of what it looks like when Gobert tries to cover a 3. This is from the playoffs a couple of years ago, and Luka just put it in his eye and giving him a little something to it after that.
He's still a first NBA defensive player, so I don't know what
Yeah,
But now
not on
he
the
has to
3-point
go
line, Jane.
This is what he has to do now that he don't have a nice read.
I will be coming back to this pause. Very early next year, saying I was right because it's going to work.
I doubt it.
It's going to work.
Very rarely do you come back and say you're right.
What's your definition of it's going to work? What do you see? Do you see them making a deep run in the playoffs?
No, he just is scoring. That's all he sees is scoring. He don't see nothing else.
I think they're absolutely going to make a run in the playoffs as long as LaMelo Ball is healthy, and I think
In the West?
yes, in the West.
What forwards do they have?
OKC San Antonio, thanks for coming out.
So wait, Speedy, they kept Dosunmu, right? Isn't he a guard
McDaniels
also?
is a
So they're
small
gonna
forward
go.
for it, yeah.
So they're gonna go 3 guards and McDaniels and Gobert. That's gonna be the 5.
A lot of teams play small, and I think that this team
Not gonna work in the West.
real small.
Not gonna work in the West.
The way that Nasri got exposed in the playoffs is the reason why they were so willing to get rid of him.
That's fair. That's fair. Let's move on.
But
To
you gonna
this
replace
next
him
one.
with LaMelo and get better?
And hopefully LaMelo can average 25. You know, if you can outscore the other team, you can win a lot of games.
You'll see. I'll be right.
At the very least, Big Baller brand up in Minnesota is going to be entertaining.
I'm telling you, it's going to work. Go ahead.
Get your popcorn ready.
I would say the odds are against it. Here's one that I've been waiting to talk to you about, Errol. Jazz making a sucker out of Aaron Boone.
I heard
if you know this story, Jazz, a couple of times this year apparently, has just gone out on the field.
That's its favorites.
With an actual lollipop in his mouth. Not chewing gum, blowing bubbles. He's got an actual lollipop with a stick coming out of his mouth. During the 5-3 loss to the Tigers, TV caught him sucking on a green blow pop. Fans immediately began. It's terrible. You're such a middle school kid. You have like Arrested Development from middle school. Especially given the Yankees' recent losing stretch.
You want to jerk me off?
Chisholm later explained that he normally bites the stick off, but the teeth wouldn't get through it, leaving him stuck with the stem exposed on live TV, Errol, dial it up!
Well, you know what I feel about Jazz Chisholm. I mean, why wouldn't he like to be sucking something on a field, on a baseball field? I mean, honestly, if you look at what he is as a player, he defines himself as one of the best second basemen in the league, and he might be that because there's not many good ones. But what I do know is he's not a winner. He's never won everywhere he's gone, including when he came from college and all that other stuff on the back end of his career, on the front end of his career. What I will say about Jazz is Jazz doesn't hide behind anything. He does whatever he wants on the baseball field. And what the Yankees need to do is get him the hell off the field. Because as good as he is as a player, the emotion and the stupidity that he brings to the Yankees makes the Yankees look bad as an organization.
Okay. Well, this isn't your 90s Yankees. This isn't the Steinbrenner Yankees. This is the modern Yankees where you can grow a beard and
have
you know what? Some people might not. Since that's fine, but you might not like the antics, but the play speaks for itself. He's a 30-30 guy. There's not many guys that do that. He is the best second baseman in baseball. It's by analytics, he is. And if he's hitting and he's playing the field well and he's wearing John Carlos pants and he's using Aaron Judge's bat and he's wearing whatever, who cares if he's producing, which he is. So as much as Aaron Boone didn't like the lollipop, right? Then he hit a home run. He hit a home run into the upper deck. He's hitting 300 in the last 15 games.
He's hitting 227.
In his last 15 games, he's hitting 300.
You want to say that because he has 12 home runs and 33 RBIs, and that's what you're selling? He's the same guy that went out there at the home run derby, and after the run derby and not hitting one home run, he goes out there and says that the Yankees.
And he hit 30, and he was 30 for 30. 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases.
To the
You
media,
could say that, but it's not true. It's not true. And he's playing well.
Infield in baseball. What a joke. What an absolute joke. Jazz should shut his mouth. Jazz just
You also said that he's not a winner. He's on the Yankees. The Yankees win.
No, they haven't won anything.
Fact.
Since 2009. Really?
They haven't won a World Series, but I tell you what, you poor Mets fans would take a Yankees year every year.
We beat y'all this year. Hold on. Watch out. We beat y'all this year. Watch out. Relax.
Until they win with him, that's not winning to me. That's all I'm going to say about Jazz.
We're spoiled. That's what it comes down to.
I'm not spoiled about it. I tell you the truth.
I'd say Jazz is the third best second baseman. I think Terang is better all around than him, and people are sleeping on that guy in Milwaukee. His WAR, what is it? WAR, what is it good for, man? Absolutely nothing. Kettle Marte, probably better, just doesn't run.
Man and Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Terang's not a better. He might be a better contact hitter, but he's not a better.
Terang's got like an 850. Actually, he's going to be like a 25 or 30 guy this year. Terang, he's got the power, but it's about the same. Take a look
how
at
many
it.
30 guys have there been in the history of baseball? So he's got a lot to prove if he's going to be a 30 guy. I don't think he's going to be.
I like the sucker. I like the guy having a sucker in his mouth.
He's on pace for
he said it best himself. It's a kid's game. He's playing a kid's game. So why not appeal to the kids?
Yeah, boy. We look at Earl.
Aaron Boone didn't like it very much, but then again, I don't know.
Then he hit a home run into the upper deck, and he said he could do whatever he wants.
I'm riding with Aaron Boone pause than Mr. Chizzy.
All right, let me get into one of Errol's favorite topics. This one angered a lot of people, including Boomer Esiason and coach and probably enemy of Caitlin Clark, Stephanie White.
One.
So Caitlin Clark was kind of punched in the throat during a scramble by Phoenix Mercury forward and all-star Alyssa Thomas. She was suspended for 1 game and given a flagrant 2. They looked at it later on. So again, Clark fell down, slipped. Thomas landed on top of her, but it looked very intentional to the shot to the throat. Game officials didn't stop the play. Obviously, the post-game review, she'll serve her suspension on Saturday against the Toronto Tempo. Clark also later landed awkwardly on her back and had to leave the game. She's getting her ass kicked out there, Errol, and it's kind of just even worse than it was last year. A lot of haters. Boomer Esiason said that she should leave the country and go play overseas the way they're treating her in the WNBA. Dial it up!
I will say this: if she ever left the WNBA will go kaplat.
Won't.
She's the one reason why that $1 billion contract came, that new CBA and all these sponsorships, these Nike sponsorships, and all these players are now getting shoe deals. The fact here is they are beating her up. They are doing things to her on the basketball court because they don't like her because she's the face of the WNBA. You sit here, you want to tell me Reese, you want to tell me this. She is not what you say she is. When you look at it, no, she's not. She's horrible. She's not a great all-around player. She's playing for a better team. And what she does, what the Fever, when she's on the court, she sells tickets. She sells everything. Mm-hmm. She brings the people and the fannies to the seats. And why these women don't like her, I could tell you a lot of reasons why, but I'm not going to say it on the show. I think people would know what I'm trying to get to. They don't like her. Well, it's true. It's true. It's a fact. They've come out and said it. So I don't have to repeat what has been said all over social media and what these girls have gone out and said. The fact here is Caitlin Clark is good for basketball. She's good for the WNBA. And what she brings, the dynamic and what she is as a personality, says everything for what the WNBA has never had. Look at all the stars that they've had. The Lisa Leslies and all these other people that were there. Were they selling out stadiums? Not a chance in hell. They were not doing that. As a matter of fact, the WNBA is going it was going flat, and Isaiah Thomas had to buy the Liberty because it wasn't doing very well. Now here's the facts, and here's what you know. What she brings to the table is not only the superstardom, the sponsorships in the face of what you want the WNBA to be. She brings out charisma. She brings out not holding grudges against these people when they're slamming her and punching her in the neck, when the media is trying to draw out information from her, and she will not do it. That says a lot about who she is, and that's why the WNBA needs her more than they need anybody else.
Yeah, so here's the truth. It's interesting that anytime you mention Caitlin Clark, it's all about the marketing. It's all about the sponsorship and all these different things. We're talking about the game of basketball. When she get out there, she has to understand that the marketing is not going to carry her. The fan base is not going to carry her. She has to be able to produce and produce at a high level versus these girls. These girls aren't just going to sit back and say, hey, you're Caitlin Clark. You can just shoot whenever you wanted to. You can get off what you wanted to. They're going to compete at the highest level, okay? I've told you time and time again, she can have all the ESPN marketing. She can do that. Angel Wilson is the face of the league. Angel Reese is one of the faces of the league as well, regardless of how you put it. And what I'm telling you is that she's getting a reality check right now. If she go back and she look at when Michael Jordan came into the league and then the NBA was trying to move from Magic Johnson and Larry Bird and trying to give him and Isaiah Thomas and try to give him the NBA, guess what happened? He had to go through turmoil. He had to get beat up. He had to do the same thing. Same thing came with LeBron or whatever. All this happens to superstars in the game of basketball. You don't just walk through because you have the machine behind you. She has to understand that. In regards to this play with her getting choked, yes, it was an inappropriate play, but get off the floor. Get up and go. You got to foul hard. You fell. Get up and go. You're not finna be pedicate. She also just had an issue with her head coach. Every week we got a story about her having an issue with every single thing and not her actually being a productive player on the court. They're number 7 in the league right now. They working their way downhill to not even making the playoffs in the WNBA.
43% field goal percentage. She's way better than Angel Reese. Angel Reese stinks.
She can be better. She can be better, but Angel Reese is doing it.
She stinks. She doesn't even come close to Caitlin Clark. You're saying Caitlin Clark isn't played well? What are you
first to 1,000 rebounds in that first 100 games.
I'm not watching the WNBA. She's one of the best players in the league. She's one of the best.
Had to add a rebound category.
Rebound, first to 1,000 and the fastest to 1,000 in 100 games. So either way, you might not like Angel Reese, but she's one of those top deals.
She's an assist and she's a point scorer, and her field goal percentage is 43%, which is better than Asia Wilson. Her field goal
she's nowhere near Asia.
Yes,
so don't even compare the two.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She's the face. She's the face of WNBA. What are you talking about?
She's not. Angel Wilson is the face.
No, she's not. She's not.
The machine is behind Caitlin. The machine behind her. But when it comes to the face,
I don't think the machine's behind her, honestly. I think the WNBA hasn't really been promoting her that much this year. I think they're leaving her
not this year, but that's coming into it. She is.
I think it's automatically behind her. I think the WNBA is in infancy, really, when they're you talk about Wilt Chamberlain playing against plumbers. There's a lot of plumbers in the WNBA. If I have to watch 3 minutes of smoked layups in every single game, the product needs to get better, the skills need to get better, and Caitlin Clark is the one that's going to advance that next era of the WNBA.
100%. And it's just too much hatred. And
young
Asia,
girls are going to be emulating her game. Young girls are going to be emulating her game. They're not going to be emulating
She
Angel
can't
Reese's
stay on the court.
What are you talking about? She can't stay on the court because people are beating the hell out of her and beating her up. That's why.
Listen,
they're jealous of her.
Is she the only girl that's getting fouled out there? No, she's not. So you have to understand that. We're not finna make excuses for Caitlin Clark because she has everybody rooting for her. That's okay. Everybody else is getting hit. Everybody else is getting fouled. All right,
I'm an Asian fan, her. Just to make it clear.
No, we've seen worse fouls in the W.
Yeah, maybe so, but it seems to be some targeting, I think they would say. Let's move this on to the next topic. I didn't think that was going to be a controversial one at all. I couldn't believe that. Let's get into it.
Very
next.
Go ahead.
Here it is. This one's not controversial at all. This is just hilarious in many different ways.
I
guess Conor McGregor is kind of coming to terms with his bad boy image as he gets ready to fight Max Holloway in a couple of weeks on July 11th at UFC 329. Again, he said that he had a turning point in a downward spiral. You know, after his $100+ million payday against Mayweather, what more did he have to do? He lost his hunger, and he got lost in his own success. He disgraced the position that God put him in, according to himself. He was lost in his own fame. Errol, it's one way to put it. Can he find his way back out of the labyrinth to do anything against Holloway in a couple of weeks? Dial it up.
Cry me a damn river. He got lost in his fame. His fame is what made him a multi-$100 million millionaire. Okay? If it wasn't for his stupidity in the octagon, he wouldn't be ultra rich. So for him to say that he got lost in his fame, that's a lie. He's only trying to make people feel bad for him because after Max Holloway knocks him the F out and pretty much spits on him because he's not the same fighter. He hasn't fought in 5 years. You don't come back to the octagon after 5 years being out of it and think that you're going to get into the octagon with a guy that fights 3 times a year. He's one of the best stand-up fighters, one of the best boxers UFC has ever had. And you think that your left punch is going to be tougher than his right punch. To me, I think this is crazy. I think he's putting himself in harm's way, and I think he's just going to get knocked the hell out. And if the UFC thinks this is great, and that's great for all the guys, the Kevin McGinnises of the world, and all the Conor McGregor fans think that this is good, and even his speech of him telling him that he disgraced himself. He didn't disgrace himself, ladies and gentlemen. He made millions off of this. Millions off of this. He was on welfare. He was an assistant plumber before he stepped in the octagon and fought on the undercards over there in Ireland. This guy has done everything right when it comes to selling and marketing. And then he comes out and says, well, I got rubbed into my own fame. Get the hell out of here. Cry me a river. I'm worth $600 million, and I'm going to cry that I got lost in my own fame. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I just think when you're at a level like that at anything, like ego takes a front seat, right? And what it just sounds like an excuse. He got lost in his own fame because he finally lost. He kind of went up. He was feeling himself too much in the Khabib fight, and then the next 2 Dustin Poirier fights were awful. It's like you had your moment, you made your money. You don't need to do this. There's no reason for you to do it other than prove it to yourself. But, if he's really sleeping in the gym and he's really like motivated to like get back, sure. But like, just be honest. And this like, I found God and all this other stuff, you got in so much trouble out of the octagon. You got in so many things, so many terrible situations. You're not exactly living the life of like a great person. So like, just be honest. Just be honest.
Yeah, I think that there's a thrill that I think it gets overlooked when it comes to an athlete, and it's kind of some of the reason why you see a lot of athletes not being able to actually just retire and go off with the win. It's because there's a thrill there that's addictive, and one of the things that life kind of teaches you is that when it's your time, it's your time. And I think that Conor McGregor is kind of seeing that, but he's also still in a position to manipulate the market. And this is what he's doing with this upcoming fight. Is I can still steal a couple $50 to $100 million while my name is still relevant. So this is what I'm going to do in the name of being competitive. And we know, everybody knows that he's finna get the brakes beat off him. I don't know the exact date, but whenever this date is that he fights. Yeah. When he comes, he's going to lose the fight, but it really doesn't matter because there's a thrill there that is fulfilled with him getting back into the octagon and being able to receive that check afterwards. So you do get lost, you get lost in the fact that you always still think that you got it, or still think you can compete at a high level. But ever since Khabib, he's been done from in my opinion.
I don't think it's the money. I think it's just he wants to do it in front of the fans. The fame. He wants to step back in the octagon because he believes that if he shocks the world and beats, Because if it goes to decision, if this fight goes to decision, they're going to give it to Conor McGregor. They're going to do
no way
it.
it goes to decision.
They're going
Yeah,
to. I'm just saying. But if it goes to decision, they're going to give it to Conor McGregor because they want this guy to be center stage. The UFC is craving. Ilya Topuria just lost. I told you guys. And to me, they need another guy, and they're trying. They're trying to bring this guy back because they think this is going to sell. It might sell now. It won't sell later. So.
I don't know
right.
how it
Let's
could go to
finish
decision. And Conor win.
You think Conor would have to knock him out, is what you're saying, then get lucky cash?
Yeah, because he's going to gas out. He doesn't have a gas.
Which he's not. Yeah, after the first round, it's downhill from there.
Yeah, his cardio's always been questionable.
The worst. The worst.
Go ahead.
All right, so we got one last story. This one, I know Errol was really obsessed with this and was really upset he missed this show because this was the highlight of all tight ends off season this year. Did you know that Taylor Swift crashed the party at the Tight Ends and Friends concert where she went up and sang Love Story alongside country star Lainey Wilson? That was a star-studded country and rock lineup featuring performances by Lainey Wilson, Dan and Shay, Chase Rice, Mitchell, Tenpenny, John Party, Hardy, Brett Young, Nate Smith. I might be making these names up. I don't know. It could just AI. I don't know anything about country music. But it was by Vanderbilt University, where they hold Tight End University. What a great thing where the tight ends learn how to be better, but now they get the cruel summer of Taylor Swift. Errol, I know you've been wondering about it. My wife, it's our anniversary tonight. I want to give a shout out to my wife for allowing me to do this show with everybody tonight.
Happy anniversary.
With it. Love you, honey.
This is his way
Taylor
of
is getting married at MSG, it looks like, Errol. Everybody wants to know what the date is. Do you have an idea when
we got to work?
He knows.
Is going to happen? Dial it up!
Who cares? Who cares when they get married? It's not going to last that long. I mean...
Hey!
Man, you don't believe in true love!
Oh, not with that.
True love! Love!
He's signing a prenuptial... What's what do they call it? An agreement that he can't get any of her money if they ever get a divorce. I think it's ridiculous. It just tells me one thing, that she doesn't trust that it's going to last that long. I mean, the fact that they're together, I think it's good. I mean, it's good for football because the NFL has been riding that for the last couple of years. But I do not believe this is true love. I don't believe any of it. And I think that Taylor Swift going to the Tight End Academy or wherever the hell it is, she shows up there and singing a song. And who cares? I mean, she's going to get a divorce with this guy, and she's going to write a whole 2 albums about him. This is what she does. She makes millions and billions of dollars writing about exes. She's gonna stay with him. They're gonna have a kid, and then she's gonna divorce him, and they're gonna divorce each other. And then she's gonna go on a tour about Travis Kelce. It's gonna be a whole tour. They're gonna call it the Kelce tour of just completely throwing him under the bus on everything about him and who he is as a man. It's typical. It's typical. I do not think this is gonna work. So I listen. All the Taylor Swift fans, enjoy this. Enjoy the love.
Yep.
The bull crap that you're watching, because it is crap. And as far as Kelce is concerned, I wish him nothing but the best. Nothing but the best, because the stories and the songs that are going to be written about him are going to be absolutely appalling after it.
Didn't the joke back in the day used to be like if Dave Chappelle got Oprah pregnant in Chappelle's show, and then he was he had a free life where he had billions of dollars, for the rest of his life, no prenup or something like that. That's so I guess Taylor Swift is the modern version of that one. She's got billions of dollars. She prints money. If you saw the tour, which I have maybe not voluntarily watched, but had to watch a few times on whatever Netflix or Amazon, whatever it came out on. She does a lot of crap. She pays her people really well. And when you see someone that's a star paying her people really well, I have no problems with that person. So I give her some respect,
Sure.
and
Whoa,
I think true love is real. True love is real, Errol.
Listen,
True love is real.
Hey,
Ladies
at the
and
end of the
gentlemen-
day,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the only reason why he's doing that is because his wife isn't like infatuated with her.
right, exactly. But listen, as a former Swiftie myself, I look forward to them these two getting married. I think that I'm one of the ones who can't wait for the date. I do think I might fly up to actually go see the marriage if there's like an open. Obviously, it's going to be like ticket sales and everything with it being an MSG. But I look forward to seeing Travis actually happy with the love of his life. I think that people are kind of mad that, they get this type of attention. But I mean, she's a super mega star. He's a superstar in the NFL. And when you bring two superstars together, like at this caliber, it's just hard for them not to be, viewed as not going to make it. Now, she has had a troubled past, but I do think that there's nothing like a football player. And so for that reason only, I don't see where this ends bad at all. And I do look forward to them getting married in MSG and then having a child. I'm rooting for a boy because we want another Travis Kelce Jr. running around on the football field moving forward. But we'll take another Swift girl if that's the case. But for the most part, I think this is very, 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 very exciting news in regards to them getting married in MSG and potentially having a baby.
Can I say one thing? Listen, their relationship. I wish them nothing but the best. But like, I don't want to go to my friend's wedding. You think I want to go to MSG and watch them get married? Like, get out of here. Also, who gets married at MSG? Your wedding? It's at like
Taylor
the most beautiful
and
place on earth. We get married in Bali on the beach. Instead, I'm going to get married at MSG and sell general admission tickets. What
It's the Mecca.
crap is that?
It's the Mecca.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
I am
They
a
just
huge
won
Knicks
a
fan.
championship.
I'm going to get married at MSG. You get 30,000 strangers.
Yes.
Watching.
They're not going to be strangers. They're Swifties for sure. They're not going to be strangers. They're gonna be
You couldn't pay.
I don't want to get married.
I don't want to be
on the
in my
floor
friends'
where the
weddings
Knicks came
anymore.
back.
I don't want to go to their weddings. I don't want to go to
Breaking
MSG
news.
to watch a stranger get married.
You need some healing, Dickie. You need some healing.
He doesn't need any.
No more.
I agree.
No more
I
touch
go to
fittings.
Norway and I find my wife.
We see eye to eye on this one. I think it's ridiculous. I think
Who?
it's all
You and Dickie? You and Dickie see eye to eye?
100%. This is.
It's no way. You're not 5'10".
It's all.
Unless Taylor Swift wants Errol to DJ the wedding, then we're talking about something else.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
want to.
I can see him doing it. I can see him doing it. Sign the contract, Errol.
Right now.
Breaking news.
To be fair,
It'll be a wedding
Errol, to
crasher
be
for
fair,
sure if he DJ.
when you're DJing,
You don't
how
have to
much
crash
Taylor
it for
Swift?
$9.99. You could have a general admission ticket to the upper level MSC
with
to watch them
dangerous
tie the
hour.
knot.
Hey, mess around and say,
You know
hey,
it's like
guys, stand
a
up
decent
for
amount.
Taylor coming down 6-3-1, 6-7 in the middle of the wedding.
Pass flicker.
All right. I'm done with this crap. Listening to this guy giggling in the corner, this ogre. Anyways, thank you. Thank you, Leonard Scataboo, for joining us. A shout out to him. His son's right now at the United States game against Turkey. It's 2-2, 53. They're 53 minutes into it. So hopefully the United States keeps it at a draw, and they're set up for Bosnia. I hope they're set up for Bosnia. I don't want to play Iran. Iran's a better team. So I think Bosnia is a better hope for the United States to move into the round of 16, and maybe anything could happen after that. But thank you to Cam Scataboo's father, Leonard Scataboo. Thank you to Brian Snow for joining us and calling us up. Shout out to all the fans on all the Spotify videos and audios and the Apple audio and videos. So thank you to them. Keep following us. Keep subscribing to us. Go to our X. Go to our Instagram, go to our Facebook, Worldwide Sports Radio Network, the New York Sports Loudmouth, our new YouTube channel, New York Sports Loudmouth. Go check us out if you're not following us yet. I was at the piercing place yesterday, and I was talking to a guy from England, and he's like, I know you started talking to me, and I was like, have you ever heard of our show? He's like, no, I've heard of the Loudmouth, and then he follows us, and he followed us on Spotify, Apple. So everywhere I go, I have everybody following us. So Thank you to all the fans. If you haven't checked us out, keep checking us out. And that's it. Speedy, who do we have on next week?
Nothing yet for Monday. I know Nathan had a guest for Thursday, and I can't find it, but so I'll announce it another time.
I get more girls than Scoops.
Well, he's probably sleeping now, wondering if Scoops is in his bed. Anyways, that's it for our show. Enjoy your weekend and go United States. I hope it's Bosnia.
USA.
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
I believe that. I believe that he's an ogre. I believe that he's an ogre. Yes.
USA.
Anyways, see, Quentin is trying to dance, but not very good.
I can dance,
Not when it comes to grooving. I mean, he just he moves his pecs. That's his dance.
Ho.
What?
Your stomach was jiggling.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Whatever. I don't know what you said.
Sorry, close the show, Fish. Stop him.
I do not know what you say. My stomach moving. Get out of here, dude. Anyways, that's it for our show. This guy is so jealous. It's pretty simple. He is as jealous as so. Anyways, that's it for our show. We'll be back on Monday. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your